Do you all need the lights on, or is it nice and cool the way it is? Anybody want the lights on? No, everybody's good. Okay. I think was that, no, you did, well, who turned the lights on? We did have quite a reception last night. Thank you again to Randall for underwriting that lovely experience. I think I lost about 4 pounds that night, last night, in water weight gain, but boy, it was hot. But it was a beautiful view, and hopefully the food was good, and certainly the comradeship was absolutely good. I haven't thanked all of the folks that have been involved in this, not the least of which has been Paul, who's just been working tirelessly on this for some time under short notice, as we normally make a little more, have a little more lead time than we had given the pandemic and the uncertainty around that. So appreciate all the hard work, Paul, you put into it, and Lynn, you've been a strong assist to that, as well as the Vogel folks. So couldn't make these things happen without a lot of help. Our next, thank you. And if you don't like anything, you can see me. Don't blame him. And our next session is going to focus a little bit on trade and logistics. And Lynn, I'm going to let you kick that off.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. And I am definitely not a proficient speaker on this subject. I'll start off by telling you a little story. There was a nuclear physicist who was hired to go do a series of college presentations, and he was going all over the country, and he was speaking on all of these great theories of nuclear physics, and he was doing it every city. It was the exact same program, and they had hired a chauffeur for him, and the chauffeur was following him from city to city to city to city, and finally they were getting to the last city, and the physicist said, says, I really don't feel like doing this one. He said, I'm just worn out from doing all of these, and it's just taxing my brain, and I just really don't feel up to it. And the chauffeur said, well, sir, said, I've listened to every word that you've spoken since we've been on this trip, and I think that I can do that presentation verbatim the way that you've been given it. He said, well, I'll tell you, I'm so tired right now, I'm willing to give it a try. So, sure enough, when they got to the last city, they didn't know what the nuclear physicist looked like. So they introduced the chauffeur as the nuclear physicist. And he got up, he gave the most perfect presentation. Everything that he said was exactly what the actual physicist had been saying. And when he got to the end of it, a 19-year-old in the audience who was very astute at what he was studying raised his hand and asked one of the most complex questions that he could ever ask. And the chauffeur stood there and he said, said, I am so disappointed in you, young man. Said, anyone who's studying in this realm at all should know that answer. Said, this is so easy, I'm going to ask my chauffeur to answer that question back there. So this morning I feel like the chauffeur, okay? The real experts on these topics are you guys. You guys are the ones who deal with this every single day. You know the idiosyncrasies of what's affecting your business. You know what's happening that's slowing down your orders. You know what's happening if you're a merchant with the availability of product and everything that's going along with it. So the thing that we're going to talk about right now is the whole supply chain issue and how it's been affecting your business. And we'll start with a recap of the print area that Don talked about last night. Now, Don brought you the meat and potatoes. I'm bringing you some cereal, okay? So the era of predictable unpredictability is not going away. And that's the verbiage from The Economist in December. And I think that we can all attest to that being absolutely true. So just a recap on some of the things that Don talked about. Paper prices are up by 20%. The demand's up by 10% for white paper products. Pulp prices are up 40% from 2020. The problem with getting loads carried out by the drivers, the ratios are increasing to 12 loads for every available driver. The crude oil prices keep going up, and that's killing everything. Container shipping costs are up by nearly 195%. 11 million job openings within our segment as of last October. And some European countries report that 40% of the paper that they need simply can't be found. So it's not just a U.S. problem, it's a global problem with all the paper stuff. Now, some things happened before the pandemic that we're already working on creating this problem. This isn't something that's uniquely associated with the pandemic, but before the pandemic ever started, as Don said yesterday, a few of the North American paper mills started closing, and part of it is just they couldn't compete. And then during those same years, they started converting their plants over to cover board stock and supported the growing packaging industry, and the result was a reduction in capacity. And again, all this occurred before the pandemic ever started. Now, this shortage was largely filled by overseas mills, and Don showed us yesterday just how much of the paper that we even consider U.S. companies or operating in the U.S. are really foreign companies, and the mills and the plants and the product source is coming from overseas or Canada or wherever. And so the best practices at that time were always calling for just-in-time. And so just-in-time works really great if all of the segments of the supply chain are working. But as we know, when everything went into shutdown during the pandemic, it threw the whole supply chain into total disarray. So after the pandemic shutdowns occurred, during the cycles of the pandemic, the focus was on how do we get this economy reopened. And the reality is that those plants and all the sources for the raw materials and everything else, they'd all been shut down. So they went from a total standstill in production to 100 miles an hour overnight. And they blew through their existing inventories, and the operations that provided the normal steady flow of raw materials, they were also at a standstill. And so many of those operations, they take a lot longer to ramp up than it does for a printing company to ramp up. And it can take up to 6 months for some of the mills to come back online. Again, Don, I'm just trying to embellish on the groundwork that you laid. I told them that you gave them the meat and potatoes. I'm bringing them a bowl of cereal this morning. So, but also what has been happening ever since COVID-19, it's accelerated the crisis because in a $188 billion paper industry, e-commerce sales have basically been booming, and the global paper output is expected to be 416 million tons this year, but that's still 4 million tons short of its 2018 level at a time when the market is expanding. So those pressures are going to stay there for a while. Paperboard is racing way ahead of the printing and writing papers. They have seen their worldwide output market share decline from 31% in 2015 to it's down to about 25% in 2021, and that's worldwide. Industry experts expect the paperboard to account for 2/3 of the global output by the end of this year, and that's up from 50% of it just a couple of years ago. So the market demand for cartons, paperboard, and all the other packaging stuff that goes along with all of the e-commerce and the product shipments and everything associated with it, that demand is just going up and up and up. And the paper mills and the merchants are allocating continued limited supplies all the way through 2022. So some of the key influences of the changes that are taking place in the supply chain in general, there's been a total shift in the U.S. remote workforce. A lot of people who have went out and started working from home, they don't want to go back into offices or plants or wherever, and people are finding ways to work differently. The global supply chain disruption is truly global, and it goes beyond just the paper industry. It's virtually everything that we touch and use every day. The industry response has been companies have been looking for new ways to reach their customers, so that's driving up the desire to use all forms of media, and print is a very strong one. We've heard about that yesterday. And the outlook for the remainder of 2022 is that the print industry will continue to adapt because the consumer demands are changing and the economy is very unstable right now. So again, some of the headwinds that are affecting every factor of business is inflation. The global shipping volume is expected to surpass 100 billion parcels in 2022. That's Pitney Bowes that gave that projection. 100 billion parcels. So the whole world is changing, and the way they do business is changing. The labor shortages, that's continuing to be a problem. And then the demand uncertainty is out there because we were talking last night at the reception about, what do you expect for this year? Do you think everything's going to cut back quickly? Do you think it's going to run through the end of the year? My personal opinion, I think that people are making their plans to go on into the holiday season under the most aggressive circumstances that they can operate under. But at any time, especially after the holiday season's over with, we could see a tremendous drop in change in the demand and everything else that's going along with it. So all of these are pressures that are working on your businesses, whether you're a supplier or whether you're a merchant. Then finally, there's been an increased awareness of the market conditions. So boardrooms now are focusing much more of their time on supply chain issues. Before it was about product and marketing and ways to increase margin and things like that. But really right now, they're just very heavily focused on this whole issue of the supply chain and how to do workaround. They're using increased analytics in order to be able to drive an improvement in the way that they are managing the supply chain challenges. And then there's also a pressure to become more socially acceptable as far as social responsibility. The green movement and the people who want to look at sustainable value as opposed to just looking at costs and things like that. So there's a lot of pressures against the way people have traditionally been doing business. So there are other areas where even I didn't know this until I started doing the research for this presentation, that there was a print and ink shortage that blipped just a little while back. I'm sure you printers know that more than perhaps the rest of us in this room. But it exposed a vulnerability to the production of inks and chemicals. There was an explosion at a Konica plant towards the end of 2021. Again, I hadn't heard anything about it. But obviously, just another increased pressure on the whole supply chain that involves print, ink, paper, and everything else. Then the printers are struggling as much with labor shortages as they are with missing paper. So, Rick and the guys from LSC and all of you guys, I'm sure the Quad folks can attest to the ability to get qualified people in there to work, or the people with the willingness to work. It's got to be a huge challenge right now. So then it's also a complicated issue that includes the fact that people want to work from home. A higher percentage of women are leaving the labor pool due to the child care issues and things like that. A lot of people went home and began homeschooling their children and things like that. Baby boomers, who I'm part of that lovely group, a lot of those people are heading into retirement, and they've given their best days to companies, and they're ready to go slow it down. So, and then scaled down trade school and college programs aren't really producing the skilled workers that we need for some of the specialties that are in this area. So close to 20 years, the industry's lost ground in attracting younger qualified workers. So there are also issues with the ports. I think everybody's heard issues about the ships out off of the coast of California and on the East Coast as well. But some of the statistics show that the flow of goods through the ports is improving, and some of that may be a sleight of hand as well. It's not the same as normal. It is improving. You can't look off the coast of California and see as many cargo ships sitting out there. But one of the things that they've done, they had complaints about pollution from the harbored container ships, so they moved them out 150 miles off the shore. So I'll go in here in a minute how long it's taken some of these containers to get here, but reasonable question the extent of the improvement in the flow of goods. I think if you've ever run down the rabbit hole that I have on Facebook, where I'm enticed by a cheap price on a product, and I order it and I pay for it, and then literally 3 months later it shows up at my house and I forget that I even ordered it. So, that's some of the types of things that are going on. So then containers. There's also news that there's a container problem on the other side of the Pacific. Everything from the China starting to shut back down again because of heightened COVID on their side again. And then apparently there's not enough containers and vessels to ship the materials that are being manufactured and purchased in the U.S. The Korean paper mills are producing at max capacity, but they can't find enough containers to ship their inventory. And then there's still ships out there waiting to be unloaded in Southern California and many other ports around the world. It's not just here, although we do a whole lot of importing, and it's not taking a short time to get here. Now, logistics is clearly an issue, and we need to remember that we're also competing with the big boys. You've got the Walmarts and Amazons and others like that. They've placed orders. And they carry a lot of clout on the pecking order of how it's going to be delivered, when it's going to be delivered, and everything else. So a lot of our companies can just get in line. So if you look at the container issues, the pricing on containers, it peaked out at about $10,300 just in September, I think it was. But it's down to about $7,600 now for a container. But if you look back at the start of this pandemic, or before the pandemic, it was running around $1,300 for a container. So it doesn't matter if you've got paper on there, if you've got clothes or whatever you've got a container. That's the price that you're paying for it up there right now. And then finally, the container turnaround times. It's an effect of the supply chain disruptions. Again, the ships that are anchoring out there outside of Los Angeles. And then the transit times from China to Chicago or Shanghai to Chicago, it used to be 40 to 45 days. Now it's 70 to 75 days. And that's if everything operates smoothly. So with longer turnaround times and a significant increase in demand, basically we've got more freight coming on less available containers. So those are some of the key pressures that I'm sure that you're all facing. And I know that it's got to be frustrating, but if it gives you any comfort at all, it's not just limited to this industry. It's not just limited to your specialty and your business operations, but it's basically running everywhere. Now, there are also other issues, and Samir is going to talk about those, that are more involved in the whole trade complex issue. The person who's over here, Samir Kapadia, he spoke a little bit yesterday. He's from the Vogel Group. You want to take it over here? Do you want the lavalier, or what do you want? Okay. Yeah, so Samir is the resident expert on trade. Back when things started back up in around 2019, and trade started taking on new tariffs and things like that. Samir and I worked with a number of the members to work on getting exemptions for their particular products from those tariffs. So Samir is going to be much more thorough, and he's going to give you more meat and potatoes than what I could ever give you.
Well, thank you so much, Lynn. And I can't say that we'll get a lot of clarity from what's happening in China. It is a very opaque system. In fact, I think the United States is getting more opaque in terms of what they're doing with trade policy, to be frank. But let's try to spend, 30 minutes unpacking as much as we can, getting clarity as much as we can, so you can go home and at least get a semblance of where trade policy is going so your business can thrive. So first, I want to talk about what currently exists. And how the framework really works in Washington. So you have the President of the United States. You have an office called the United States Trade Representative, USTR. You have another department called the Department of Commerce, and a variety of other cabinet agencies that all have a say in terms of what kind of tariffs we impose on countries and products, what have you. USTR is the main officiator and rule maker around tariffs with China. It just worked out that way. The U.S. Department of Commerce, they decided to take trade into their own hands by imposing tariffs on things like steel and aluminum industries that are really large industries in the United States. A lot of them are unionized. They pled with the Department of Commerce and said, look, we need to stop the imports of steel. We need to stop the imports of aluminum so we can build up aluminum facilities in the United States and build up steel facilities in the United States, and we want you guys to manage it. So Commerce took that on board during the Trump administration, and USTR was given this role to say, okay, you guys deal with China. And what they did is they created these tariff lists. As some of you know, there's list 1, there's list 2, there's list 3, there's list 4A. And all of them are subject to a certain tariff level, 25%, 7.5%. It depends upon where you kind of sit in that stack. And interestingly enough, President Biden was very much Trump without the tweets. He kept all of the policies in place. And one of the major kind of rationale for that was Catherine Tai, who's the head of USTR. She came from Capitol Hill. She actually was one of the key brokers of the United States Mexico-Canada agreement, the USMCA deal, the new NAFTA deal. And everyone said, well, she's a fantastic deal maker. And you know what? She comes from Chinese descent. So maybe let's put her as head of USTR to go deal with the Chinese. So she's been in this office now for about a year because it took her some time to get confirmed. But I can tell you she has not done much. One of the key sort of what she called negotiating strengths that she had and she continues to have is, well, I'm holding these tariffs over the head of the Chinese. And if they don't acquiesce to buy more of our agricultural goods, or they don't make good on these intellectual property issues, or they don't make good on these forced labor issues, or they don't make good on climate change, then I'm going to keep these tariffs online. And a bunch of Republicans were like, okay, so you've had about a year of keeping these tariffs online at the expense of the American company. What have you accomplished? Has China come to the table on any of these issues? And the truth is, they haven't. In fact, China's gotten worse on a lot of these issues around forced labor, for instance, around national security, aggression in the South China Sea, a variety of things that China is just basically saying, you know what, we don't care. In fact, one of the tenets of the Trump administration was this idea of what they call a phase 1 agreement, to say, after a certain amount of years, we're going to look at how much agricultural goods you bought from the United States, and it has to be like 80% higher than what it was 2 years ago, some kind of math. They did a review of all of that to see whether the Chinese made good on that deal. They came up 60% short. And the Chinese said, well, there's a pandemic, and we're going to continue to make our commitments and make good on them. But not to disparage anyone of Chinese descent, but knowing the Chinese government, they're playing chess, they're not playing checkers, right? And so for them to say we're not going to make good on that deal, they have some rationale as to why they're not doing that. So right now, Catherine Tai's at a bit of odds here because at one point she doesn't want to reduce the tariffs because she's like, well, that's the only negotiating position I have. Where we spoke about this yesterday briefly, just in the past 5 days, Secretary Yellen is saying reduce the tariffs. Secretary Raimondo is saying reduce the tariffs. Mr. Biden has had 3 meetings on reducing tariffs over the past 3 days because we're coming to an election, right? Inflation's at all-time high. The holiday season's coming, and they need to do something here. So what we're looking at here is this stubborn USTR position that we want to maintain our power. And there's a lot of different elements here to consider from a structural perspective. So lists 1 through 4A, and this is everything from candlesticks to widgets to knitwear, clock radios. I mean, it's everything, right? They're up for review right now. Now, I was talking with Philip Butler, who's one of the 2 general counsels of at USTR last week, who's a good friend of mine. I said, Philip, what the hell is going on with this? I mean, are you guys going to roll back these tariffs, or what are you going to do? And he said, look, Samir, here's what we're doing. We came up with the 4-year review of these tariffs. Right now, we're fielding responses from domestic manufacturers to say, hey, so-and-so manufacturer of this product, we put these tariffs online so people would buy from you, so that they wouldn't buy from China. Did that work out? Did people buy from you or not? And they're collecting all that information until August 27th, something like that. And then after August 27th, they're going to determine whether or not these tariffs actually worked, and then come up with what they call a industry by industry tariff reduction policy, maintaining the tariffs or increasing tariffs on certain things, right? Like in your head, you can see how they might do this. They might say, well, on the consumer goods industry, it looks like we put all those tariffs on knitwear. No real U.S. company captured more market share on that. It's a highly commoditized good in a sense. We really don't care if China is going to continue to manufacture knitwear. So we're going to reduce that tariff. And plus, that's what's going to hit the shelves this holiday season. And we need those prices to come down. So we're going to reduce the tariffs, if not eliminate those tariffs. Whereas they might say, well, on this specific aluminum widget, I mean, we've actually seen that factory in Guangzhou. Not only are the Chinese giving this factory unlimited access to credit at zero cost of capital, they're paying for all the labor, they're paying for all the electricity, and they're getting all of their ships and containers out first, and they're paying for the cost of freight. So that's a situation where we're damn well going to increase the tariffs on that, because there's just a structural inequity with the two products. So that's what they're doing right now. They're coming up with that math in their head to say where, from a consumer basis, are these products coming in where we can afford to say, all right, let's just call it a day. And we're the ones where we're saying, no, there's something structural going on here that we can't address through anti-dumping or countervailing duties. It's going to take us a year through the WTO and the ITC and all that jazz. Forget it. We're going to unilaterally take down 25% to 7.5%. We're going to take the 25%. We're going to make it 60%. I could definitely see them doing that. This is this economic impact piece. They want to understand whether or not there's been a positive outcome of these tariffs or there's been a negative outcome of these tariffs. And this is a separate track. So right now, any company can write a letter to USTR right now, and it's open until August 27th to say these tariffs have helped, these tariffs have not helped, get rid of them, don't get rid of them, etc. Now, this has nothing to do with an exclusion. The exclusion process is basically like, I'm importing these chairs from China. I used to pay $10 a pop. Now you're charging me 25% tariff. I'm paying $12.50 a pop. That's my margin. And because of that, I have to let go of 100 people, and you're causing me severe economic harm. Don't charge me this tariff. And then you give that case, and they say, well, Sameer's going to have to let go of all of his employees, and it's going to kill his business. Because that's his margin, and it's an industry that's very elastic when it comes to price changes. And so, all right, we're going to give him tariff relief. Take the chairs off of the list, and then finally I get my chairs in at $10 a pop. That's what the exclusion process is. This is not that. Right now, government has no structure or system for applying for an exclusion. If you're eating, a tariff right now, you're stuck with it. There's nothing you can do. What we want to see happen is after this structural review, where they hear from all of these domestic manufacturers and say, keep the tariffs, don't keep the tariffs. I can imagine they'd right-size their tariff list there and be like, well, we heard from these guys, they want to keep the tariffs on, so let's keep those. We didn't hear from anybody over here. So what are we going to do with those? Well, maybe we'll take some out, we'll keep some, we'll lower some, but these we're definitely keeping, right? Like they'll do that first. Then the ITC is having their own testimony process. Now, I've brought multiple clients in front of the ITC to give testimony, and a lot of those situations have been positive. But this is just a chance to go and talk to an interagency panel. So when you send a letter to USTR right now, that's just going to USTR. They're going to read it, and they're going to value it in some way, shape, or form. The ITC hearing is a little bit different because you are sitting in front of 8 different agencies. And that gives you an opportunity to talk to the State Department, the Department of Commerce, the Department of Energy. Maybe it's Health and Human Services, right? I mean, remember how much we were in such a calamity over PPE, masks, syringes, vials, nitrile gloves. That whole lobby went to USTR and said, dude, we're paying 25% tariff on surgical masks. Are you nuts? And they worked with HHS, and HHS called USTR and said, take them off. And USTR struck 95 different products that were about pandemic response. So you can see how the interagency process works, right? This isn't just one agency doing everything on their own. They listen to other agencies. So the ITC format is a format where you can go talk to all of them at once. I think that you should be participating. If you have tariff risk right now, and you're in a consumer business, or you're in some industry where you can argue that inflation is hurting you further, you definitely want to submit a letter to USTR as part of that phase 1 thing I talked about, and you definitely want to submit a testimony to the ITC, because right now government is sitting in a room and they're determining what they're going to keep and what they're not going to keep. It's happening as I'm speaking right now. So this is your chance. Get that message out. Very important to get that message out. Even if it's just one page, get that message out. Because if you don't have a seat at the table, you're going to be on the menu in this case.
Can the ACMA put together a sample of who to send it to, what points to hit?
Yep, absolutely. And Lynn and I will post this this event, come up with basically like a template, and we'll provide instructions and all of that jazz. So yeah, absolutely, that's really important, Linda. I do want to talk about Congress a little bit, because they make a lot of noise, and typically they used to hold all the reins with trade. They used to before Trump. Things like free trade agreements would go through the United States Senate Committee on Finance, the Ways and Means Committee in the House. That's how trade was done. It was done through Congress. And all of a sudden, President Trump came in and said, I'm just going to take all that power and do it through executive order, and I don't need Congress. And Biden was like, I really like that idea. And so now he's doing the same thing. And Congress is like, well, you guys don't really know what you're doing with China. And we're more important than you. And you saw a lot of that, right? I mean, a lot of the messaging and a lot of the big policies that President Biden wanted to achieve, he was unable, and he still remains to be unable, to get it through his own caucus in the House and Senate. Remember, Democrats control the White House, the Senate, and the House. Shouldn't they be getting everything done that they want? No, they're not. Because of folks like Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema and people in his own caucus who are saying, we're not going to do that, and we're going to hold up this whole process. So that created two different kind of tracks here. One, it created this opportunity for Mr. Biden to tell every single government agency, go nuts. That's the first thing that happened. Second thing that happened was Congress is like, we're going to do this ourselves. So they came up with this USICA Competes Conference. So USICA is just a long acronym for the Senate version of the China bill, where they're trying to boil the ocean here. They're trying to deal with Chinese surveillance and Chinese intellectual property and trade and forced labor and climate. They're trying to do everything. And I thought the Senate version was long, and then I looked at the House version, and I'm like, oh my gosh. There's such a disparity in these documents. I think it's about 6,000 pages of a difference between these two documents. And the House version, it didn't have a trade title. And here's what I mean by that. And when you look at a bill, it has different titles or different sections. You have your energy section, your tax section, or they call titles. And a trade title to say, here's what we're going to do about tariffs, right? House version didn't have one. Odd. You're like, how? The biggest issue affecting U.S. companies right now are these tariffs. And the House version doesn't have a trade title? Whereas the Senate version had one, and it was supported by Chuck Schumer and Mr. Crapo, and Mr. Grassley, and Mr. Wyden, and everybody. Bipartisan support to say, we need a trade title in the Senate version, and we're going to make sure that in this trade title, that USTR opens up its exclusion process. Enough of this send a letter and hope that it gets read. Enough of this, let's have talks about more talks. Let's get a process out so American companies can go and apply for exemptions on their imports, because right now there is none. So the Senate's like, we want to do that. The House version was like, no, we don't want to do that. And everyone's like, why? Like, what's the rationale here? And it's really at the request of Chairman Richard Neal of the House Ways and Means Committee, and folks like Mr. Blumenauer, and even folks like Speaker Pelosi. And the rumor that I heard was the reason why they're not including it is because the White House wrote it for them. The White House wrote their China bill. And I was like, okay, how do you get to that point? And they said, well, look how long it is. It took a very maximalist approach to policy. It was almost like a manifesto. They certainly didn't write that on their own. And it hits every single point of the economy except trade. But why didn't they put the trade title in? Because why would the White House write a bill that limits their own power? Why would they include a title that is a congressional clipping of the wings? They wouldn't. USTR has that authority. Why would they support a bill that says we're going to take our own power away from us and have Congress tell us what to do? It's not likely, right? So that's has always been, from what I've seen, and look at Build Back Better, right? The House Democrat version of any piece of legislation is the White House position. That's their default position. And then the Senate has a bit of a moderated bipartisan approach, more narrow. And then now they're negotiating. And they're saying, okay, here's what we're going to keep, here's what we're not going to keep. And this conference is basically a new thing. I mean, it's not a new thing. We've had it for a long time. But we haven't had a formal conference, like a formal conference with the pageantry and the process and everything you need to do in years, many years. In fact, I was having dinner with Senator Marco Rubio a couple weeks ago, and I was like, Senator, what do you think about this conference that you're part of? And he goes, Samir, it's 127 people. We're not getting anything done. I mean, this is just like it's a show. So a lot of people think that this is not going to happen. That even if it gets done, there's not going to be a trade title in it, and it might languish to a point where it just kind of fizzles and dies. Because they got a lot that they want to do. But at least there's some unified perspective in Congress to say, we can handle China better than the White House. And that might get them to a point. Timing. I mean, Mr. Schumer says he wants to get this fully negotiated by July 4th. That is laughable. I don't think that's even near possible. If anything, this might get done in a lame duck, which is that after the election period where, the election's over, okay, we've negotiated long enough on this, let's just get this out the door and get it done. So for right now, this is shrouded in uncertainty. From a trade perspective, it doesn't look like there's going to be a Section 301 trade section because the Senate is now, from what I'm hearing from the minority staff, they're willing to acquiesce and say, all right, look, if we don't get done this trade title thing, forget it. It looks like USTR is doing some review. There's something at the ITC. Mr. Biden's talking about reducing tariffs. Okay, we'll let this one go. That's where it feels like it's gone. And that's all the slides I prepared for today because I really wanted to use this as a discussion to figure out from a member perspective, what are the trade issues that you're dealing with, whether that's in your value chain or your competitive landscape or your ecosystem. I know I'm so thankful that Linda, you brought up the member participation piece. I think that right now is the time to do that, and you can do it in a really lightweight way. Where Lynn and I can put together pen to paper and come up with a template of here's what your issue is, here's where it needs to be sent, here's the timeline and cadence of that. That's one piece. The second piece is the ITC testimony piece, where you can submit written testimony and also give oral testimony. So if you really feel compelled, you can come down to Washington. I'll bring you there to this hearing, and you can give a speech in front of interagency panel to say how these tariffs and these trade issues affect you as a company. I think that's incredibly valuable. So I'd love to kind of begin a dialogue, and I'll just kind of do one last thing on timeline. If I were to kind of crystal ball out the rest of this year. All right. So in terms of USTR decision making, what is it, June 15th or so? Let's say they stay quiet until the end of August because they need to have their structural review, right? There's something called the Administrative Procedures Act, the APA, which is basically like the rules of how to communicate with public stakeholders if you're a government agency. So you have a comment period. There's 30 days of review. Then after 30 days, you can submit a response. There's like an APA kind of issue right now where I don't think USTR can get over its skis. I think they have to wait for all the comments first, and then they can say, okay, we reviewed all the comments. Here's our decision. So I think that will be September. I think September, first week or second week of September, you'll have 2 announcements. The first announcement will be, based on our analysis, here are the tariffs that we're keeping, here are the tariffs that we're getting rid of, here are the tariffs that we're reducing, here are the tariffs that we're increasing. There we go. Here's our new system of reality, first or second week of September. Then immediately following that, and here's our new exclusion process. So if you're on this list, or you're still on one of these lists, here's how you apply for an exclusion. I think that's a likely outcome for September, first or second week of September. Now, the only thing that could change that timeline, if inflation gets so bad or the PR gets so bad and President Biden and his team says we got to do something right now, like we can't wait until September. It's too close to the election. We need to do something now and have people forget about this thing. And that's just a news cycle thing. I'll leave that to the political operatives. I mean, I'm a political operative. I'm more of a policy guy. But they're the ones that will kind of determine the timing of that. But from an APA structural policy perspective, I don't see them doing this before September. And then on the USICA Competes Act, I think it's more of a lame duck policy that gets done because I just don't structurally see them having enough time to reconcile 6,000 pages of different material. How are they going to do that? I just don't see it. I mean, I know these people. I know these staffers. They have kids. They have jobs. They like to go have a beer on the weekend. Like, I don't see it happening. So to that end, I think we're in a bit of a period now where a decision from USTR will likely happen at the request of the president, and it will be that kind of new focus on, hey, for consumer goods, we're going to lower the tariffs, and for all you industrial parts and things where the Chinese government's literally writing your checks, we're going to increase tariffs over there. So I'll pause there. Questions?
One thing that I've heard a little bit about, and I don't know how it will actually play out, but that the use of tariffs was multi-pronged. One of it was, to encourage them to buy more from us and things like that. But one of the primary goals was to encourage more U.S. manufacturing. And that if they reduce it right now, the objective currently is inflation's so bad, we got to try to figure out some way to hold costs down for our consumers. But at the same time, it's going to encourage companies who have moved their operations overseas to leave them over there. So have you heard much about how that's playing out?
Yeah, this has obviously come from big labor and the unions to say, we need these tariffs so that we can protect American jobs and grow American manufacturing. That worked quite well within the steel narrative. It worked quite well within the aluminum narrative. It has not worked very well with tennis rackets and clock radios. That's where American industry is like, we don't even want to do that. Like, that's not what we're trying to do. Now, it was even a stretch for some people to suggest that the steel industry was a national security issue. I think steel is a national security issue. But that was a stretch for people to be like, how are we going to support this industry in the United States and say it's a national security issue? I think government tried to do that with some elasticity to say, well, now we're going to do that for all of these other, just look around the room, right? Chairs, tables, pens, silverware, jackets, speakers, lighting. It's everything. So how are you going to boil the ocean, right? It doesn't make much sense. So even labor couldn't really argue. They're like, well, there's certain things we care about, certain things we don't care about. So, but in terms of what I've seen in terms of domestic industry growing since the tariffs, that's what this review process is right now. And we'll see who comments and says, hey, this has been great for me, or it's been bad for me. Something that came up recently was building insulation material. Apparently, the building insulation material industry has seen a boon with the tariffs because obviously we use a lot of building insulation, not just for retrofits, but for new construction, what have you. And with those 25% tariffs, the industry has increased production of that and gotten more sales, and their pie grew. But that's just one example. So it depends, industry by industry, really hard to do.
Yeah, I guess the question I have is, I reflect on the beginning of Biden's presidency, and he had an executive order that can, put a war on the oil and gas industries. But he had an executive order that basically says, we'll just put the tariffs back to the way they were and sign it, and they're effective immediately.
So when you say put the tariffs back to the the tariffs are the way they are right now, the same as they were under President Trump. Are you saying that he would sign an executive?
Prior to Trump, yeah.
Oh.
Back to the way they were.
Yeah. Oh, to kind of default to no tariffs is what you're saying. Yeah. So there was none. Yeah. So prior to President Trump, there were no tariffs on Chinese imports. Zero. Well, there were tariffs, but they were in the form of anti-dumping or countervailing duties and certain, on a product-by-product basis, certain tariffs. But there were no List 1, List 2, List 3, List 4A, right? There was no kind of unilateral Section 301 investigation that put this kind of plus up on all of those imports. So I think your question is, could President Biden stand up and say, we're just going to delete this and go back to the original?
Right.
He could do that today. He could do that today.
Are pressures enough from his cabinet and from others that could force him to do that?
No. There's pressures right now to say keep some, leave some, reduce some, but nobody in his cabinet is saying default to pre-Trump. No one's saying that. And I think for good reason. I mean, they still want to hold China accountable on some issues. I actually think that Catherine Tai's argument about tariffs giving her negotiating strength is BS. I don't think they've given her any negotiating strength. If they did, there would be progress. There's zero progress. So this is just my opinion as a professional in the trade industry, having done this for almost 15 years. I don't see any benefit to these tariffs giving her any negotiating strength. I just don't see it.
Other questions? Comments, thoughts?
The one thing I didn't touch on is just how Democrats and Republicans view the trade issue, because it's evolved over time. Republicans right now are of the opinion that the tariffs are good so long as they support U.S. exports, if there's a quid pro quo. And they also see that if tariffs lead to severe economic harm, where you're letting people go and shuttering factories, that's not what this policy was intended to do. So we need to give relief for those companies. The Democrats, on the other hand, have been a bit flippant on the issue. Some believe that this is a Trump policy that needs to be completely reevaluated because it was done out of a reckless, arbitrary, and capricious agenda to kind of poke the bear of the Chinese, to tout his strength with no real end in sight, and that this was a foolhardy, over-aggressive policy. That is a Trump policy. It's not a Biden policy. And because of that, we need to change it. That's how Democrats look at it right now. And the Democrats also look at it as to say, coming back to the big labor and union issue, that we need to promote American manufacturing and American jobs, and because our compliance burden is much higher. You have regulatory compliance here. You have OSHA compliance. You have, EPA compliance. You have all of these. You have minimum wage. You have all of these things where your cost of production is just so much higher, right? And then you have a country that, say, has forced labor or no environmental compliance issues. They're getting free, low cost of capital. They're just benefiting from a system that does not have our country's values. So because of that, put on the tariffs, make them accountable. And so you can see how both of them make sense, right? It's just finding that sweet spot now as to where we can keep some tariffs on and lower tariffs in other places. And right now where it's leaning is that consumer products come down, industrial products go up, happy medium, and then we'll see what we need to do next year. I don't think I don't think the long game's been figured out here. I think we're doing this on 2-year tranches, 4-year tranches in an effort to just rebalance, the global supply chain and accountability around, being a part of the world right now. I mean, we care about new things. We care about the environment. We care about people's rights. We care about, free and fair trade. But right now, I think the United States, and for good reason, we're standing up for ourselves to a point here, obviously at the expense of some small businesses and medium-sized businesses that can't afford these tariffs and these distortions in the marketplace. But we're trying to do something, and I think Republicans and Democrats are hopefully going to work towards a medium where we'll find a new balance with China. But we're certainly working through it. We haven't figured it out.
Worse. I mean, it seems like removing the tariffs would be trying to, move that relationship another way. Yeah. But it just seems from, especially with the war now in Russia, China's sort of an ally with Russia. And it just seems like we're headed negative.
It's not great, and I think it has deteriorated. And I'm not going to cast any aspersions on their administration or the previous one. And just for the record, I'm a moderate. I work for Senator Mark Warner, a Democrat from Virginia, and I also work for Republican Congressman Frank Wolf. So I'm one of the weird ones that I didn't know really what a Republican Democrat. I didn't really know, but I'm a moderate. So I don't have a biased approach here. I think that the global order is changing. I'll tell you a quick story. So I went over to India in March and do a lot of work with Indian trade and companies over there. And it was just during the invasion of Ukraine. In fact, while I was on the plane and I woke up in the middle of the flight, the captain got on the speakerphone and said, we have to divert our flight because the invasion started. And all of a sudden, the flight map just went whoop, and it changed around. And we landed in India, and I was sitting there with some of my friends and colleagues in the Indian government. And I said, what do you guys think about this war? And they said, oh, you mean President Biden's war? And I said, what? And India's perspective on this was President Trump had kind of backed away from NATO and said, look, giving a lot of money to NATO, it's not really working out. We need some equitable sort of investment into NATO, so we're going to back off NATO a little bit, in his Trump way. And then when Mr. Biden came into office, he's like, that was really bad what President Trump did. We need to double down on NATO. We need to go recruit with NATO. So boots on the ground, let's get Ukraine into NATO. Let's just go and do this and make NATO really strong. And President Putin's like, whoa, what? Hold on here. And then India's perspective was that, and remember, India has a storied history of being at the receiving end of British colonialism. When they became an independent nation in 1947, this was the first time that they kind of shrugged off the British colonial jacket and said, okay, we're going to be independent. So they looked at this as American interventionism in Europe based upon their stigma and their kind of shell shock and whiplash of what they faced. Now, once again, I'm not endorsing any of these opinions. The thing I'm saying is that I think perspectives really matter in the global community. And right now, there is unified consensus around the world, whether you look at countries in Africa, whether you look at South America, whether you look at India, Europe, United States, everyone thinks China's the bad guy. everybody. How do we manage through that? Some would say keep them accountable in multinational type organizations like the UN. Some would say, no, bilateral, have it out with them, do some tariffs with them, do bilateral deals. I mean, everyone's got a different strategy with it. Some stay agnostic and what they call a non-alignment, right? India says, don't involve me, I'm not involved. So I think every country has their own way of doing it. But for right now, and we're figuring out our own way to do it. But to answer your question, have things gotten worse with China? I would think that they haven't gotten better. They have not gotten better. That's just the brutal truth.
The list 1 through 4A, when they were first passed, is there an expiration date on them? Would they sunset automatically? Do they have to be renewed, or if we do nothing, they just keep on forever?
So there is a mandatory 4-year review period, and currently there is no expiration date. They could very much keep on rolling if USTR deems that they should. There's a lot of uncertainty around the power in USTR to continue to have them without having public stakeholder comment. Which is why they're saying after 4 years we have to ask the public what they want us to do. The real points of contention around the tariffs aren't so much around whether they're going to stay, but on the tariffs that have already been paid, whether or not you can get reimbursed for them should you get an exemption, or what they call retroactivity in reimbursements. This is a really big deal. I represent a vaccine packaging manufacturer out of South Carolina, and they literally, they're Pfizer's packager of vaccines. And along the lining of the box are a certain kind of insulation material in these vacuum sealed packs that keep the Pfizer COVID vaccine cold at a certain temperature while it gets transported from point A to point B. It just so happens that vacuum seal comes from China. And we're getting that, or we're attempting to get that company an exclusion. But the biggest point of contention is, I remember John, I was talking to the CEO yesterday, he said, Samir, I don't want all my future stuff, I want all my future imports to not have tariff, but what about the tariffs I've been paying for 2 years? Like, I should get reimbursed for that. And government has a tricky way of doing that, and sometimes they go 6 months back or 12 months back. I think on the last iteration of the extensions of the Section 301 tariffs that they afforded companies, they went back to October of 2021. They didn't go back to January 2021, which kind of sucked, but because people had to face that. So the biggest question right now is, if they decide to keep the tariffs and you decide to give an exemption or apply for an exclusion, how far back are you going to get reimbursed should they grant you that exemption? And then also there's a new phenomenon around company-specific exemptions. So under Section 232, which was the steel and aluminum stuff, you could be like, hey, I'm Hamilton Steel Importers, and I want an exemption for me on this specific steel that I'm importing. And then only Hamilton would get that. Under 301, which is all these China tariff stuff, I mean, Lin could apply for a tariff exclusion, and whatever his product is, say Paul is also importing that, but he didn't apply and do anything. If Lin gets that exclusion, Paul gets that exclusion. So the whole industry benefits, right? So now there's a resurgence in dialogue to say, on 301, we need to do company specific. We need to do company specific. We can't have companies ride on the coattails of others, particularly if they didn't give any argument, they didn't do the work, they didn't ask for the exclusion. Why should they get it and not me? And that's just competitive jockeying, I think, right? Like, you don't want your competitors to get the benefit you're getting. Like, I can understand that. So those are some of the new elements that are kind of cropping up. Well, obviously a lot to talk about tariffs. I hope I woke people up at 8 a.m. today. That was my goal. And I'm sure Lynn and I will be in touch with you folks with some action items on how to get your word out effectively We can even schedule some meetings for you and just make you know, the ACMA voice heard on trade. I mean, you've heard about privacy and online sales tax and all these postal, all these other issues. I can tell you with certainty, and I hope you can hear it with my level of enthusiasm and focus in this area, that on a trade perspective, we've got your back in Washington. We're going to do everything we can to help you. And just thanks so much for having me this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Samir. That was interesting and helps us better understand what we may be facing. How many people in this room are importers? So a fair number. So it's, we'll continue to stay close to that and invite you all to participate in the process. As we've talked about, this whole place works due to our participation. So that's really certainly important. All right, we're going to continue on what to expect with the supply chain and the impact on printers and mail service providers. If I could have our esteemed panel come on up. Do people need a quick bio break? It'd be good. If you need a bio break, excuse yourself and come back in. We'll start in just a moment then. Yeah. All right. I've tried to adjust the heat a little bit in here. We've been playing with it. I know some of you are indicating you're cold. We'll see if it warms up. Seems to take a long time to adjust. I think we're all acutely aware of the challenges right now in supply chain production of catalogs and all the related issues we've talked about so far. What we really haven't gotten into too much yet is the printers and mail service providers piece of this, and they're seeing some stresses for sure as well. And I think one of the takeaways I've gotten in the last couple of weeks, really, maybe a month or so, is that there's so much uncertainty and so much change that it puts even more of a premium on all of us coming together as partners to work through issues, to communicate, to be flexible, to consider alternatives. And I know when I was buying from my suppliers, I really tried to be a good customer so that I could lower their costs, and then I would negotiate around that. And hopefully it was good business for both of us, and we would eliminate waste out of the relationship through that exchange of information and the trust, frankly, that is incumbent to be able to do that. So we may explore some of those themes as well. And delighted to have Quad, LSC, and Randall on our panel talking about what we're facing. And I guess we'll go ahead and give it a start. And please, let's make this interactive. If you want a mic, just raise your hand. We'll get a mic over to you. All right. Never do bad when other people are looking, right? Mark Twain. Do you want me to do this, or when you guys want to pick this up?
Sure, I'll pick it up. So I guess just an overview of what our panel will talk about is just some of the things we're encountering and what we know about the network, the integrated network from beginning of the supply chain to the end of the supply chain, which covers all the things that go inside the plant. But basically what we're seeing is we need to remain still and performing at a very high level and accommodating this chaotic availability of supplies and services that we do while still keeping all of our customers happy with a steady result. And I think we've been fairly effective at that. But as Lynn pointed out earlier, what we're seeing is the experts predict the supply chain crisis will continue, possibly for years to come. But as it relates to the paper allocation, you know, our experiences have been more of a deluge or a desert, depending on where you're at in any given moment with a particular customer at a given time, as well as what we have with our overall aspects of our inventories. And with that, one of the things we'll cover, Ham will be asking us questions related around 5 major disruptive areas or imbalance factors that we're dealing with within our companies. And we've kind of had a gamut of people talk to all of these issues as we go through them, but availability, paper and supplies, pallets we have noted on there as one aspect, but all the supplies have been challenging. Capacity, storage, demand and our production capacities, delivery, transport of land, air, and sea, all those are impacted. We all use those. Labor, obviously we talked about that a little bit. Shortages of that, quality of that, and where and when of that occurs. And then pricing, of course, postage, paper, and postage. So we'll kind of
That's
address
because
some of those.
postage is so important, right?
Yeah, there you go. So we'll address some of those concerns as we go through addressing our experiences and what we know as Ham addresses us.
Great. Paul, do you have, no? I don't seem to have my question list for this. Okay, fine, fair enough. And guys, help me out here. Make this interactive, okay?
Yeah, yeah.
They told me I'm Jay Leno up here. I said I don't feel like Jay Leno, but I'll do my best. So do you guys want to go through and talk a little bit more about paper, or have we pretty much beat that one to death? We haven't heard from your perspective about paper, so maybe we start there. Jeff, you want to start that up?
Yeah, I'll start that one off. Yeah, I think we've heard enough about the state of paper, right? Everybody knows where it is, but the impacts that we're seeing is the timing and availability. Things coming in late, things that aren't, are supposed to be there. It was great 2 years ago. You could order paper, 2 weeks later, you had paper. These days, for instance, in the first quarter this year, we lost about 10% of our production, had it scheduled, had people, but yet we didn't have the paper show up.
And isn't it a little bit like an airplane? Once the airplane takes off, once the time is passed and you're not running anything, it's just lost, right?
It's lost time, and obviously we'll get to labor, lost labor. So one of the couple things I think we can do, though, as an industry, we talk about the challenge, but what can we do? And Don hit on it a little bit yesterday. I think we need to make ourselves more appealing to the paper mills. And what I mean by that is, I can speak for Quad, these guys we have 7,500 SKUs for paper that we buy. We buy about 800,000 tons of paper. Add the customer supplied paper, we're at 10,000 SKUs. That's not appealing to paper mills when you have that many different varieties of grades, substrates, roll widths. So we're looking at things like, how do we work together? You hit it on the head, Ham. How do you collaborate to get that down to something that's reasonable? Maybe that's 500 SKUs, maybe it's 1,000. But those are the things that are causing those interruptions of, I can't just put something else on because it was a specific job with a specific, SKU out there. So I think working on that to come up with some more standards in the industry, and nobody's saying standards is everybody does the exact same thing. But I think hopefully we can agree 10,000 different SKUs is not appealing when we're going out and trying to buy paper. The other thing that we've been working on, and again, I think you're going to hear most of the same things from all of us, but is the visibility, the tracking of paper from order through the mills to the basically printer has not been good in the past because we had just in time. So it really wasn't something that you focused on. We're spending a lot of time, and we have a focused research group working specifically on that because now, if we can track a mail piece to the house, there's no reason we can't track a roll from the mill to us, but yet we don't have all those things in place right now. So I'll turn it over to you, Chris. Anything to add?
I would just say the theory of just in time has failed us greatly over this pandemic because of all the disruptions in the supply chain and deliveries. Rail's been unpredictable, over the road's difficult to get. So, to add on to Jeff's comment, that the process we've all been following with delivery needs to be reevaluated and make sure the paper shows up before the press needs to run. I mean, that's because it's lost time that we never get back.
All right, thank you. I used to, when I was buying paper, I used to give my mill a rolling 12-month forecast. I would guarantee 80% of it, but in return, I want to see when they're going to run my stuff, and I want to see their inventory position. I also want to see their insurance certificate and their labor contract renewal date, so that I don't have any disruptions. But I think we have to get that kind of creative in terms of approach. Do you want to add anything on
Well,
paper?
yeah, to add to that, I mean, everything you're saying is true, but, kind of one of the things we're experiencing was this deluge and desert aspect. When I look at what the conversion of the mills are doing, we had a lot of mills shut down, they're converting and going after a more attractive market, the paper board and the packaging market. And what that done is shrunk inventories, as we heard that occurred, but that shrunk our inventories. They used to hold 60 to 90 days of inventory of our type of paper on hand for them. That's gone away, and basically they've said that's up for us to do as printers to pick up that burden of carrying that inventory. I mean, most printers I'm talking to and different printers I've been into, we've got so much paper in our warehouses, it's unbelievable. But the point that Jeff pointed out is that there are so many varieties and SKUs of paper that we're sitting on it that our customers are actually ordering a lot of paper early. They're hedging their bets, so they're producing paper, but not all the paper's there because the way the mills work, they produce in lots, and there's less mills producing at this point. But so we have a lot of paper, but it's not the right paper at the right time necessarily. And we're doing a lot of efforts to manage our space around that, and a lot of public warehouses as well are also very full with paper right now. So
And
it's
just
not
full
that,
generally.
It's not that there's not a lot of paper. There's a lot of paper. It's just not the right paper at the right time. So it's managing that coordination of schedules that's coming in. So we've done quite a bit around that activity to try to manage that.
Okay, great. Any thoughts from you all on this before we move on? Let's talk a little bit about capacity then, and how you're managing capacity, and what you're doing to expand capacity, or maybe you're reducing capacity. I think my sense, and tell me if I'm wrong, is that we've taken a lot of capacity out of paper production. We've also taken a lot of capacity out of print in the last 10 years. Is that accurate? So, what do you do about managing capacity and short-term and long-term?
Well, for us, and I think every printer's trying to right-size the platform to make sure our capabilities and our capacity match demand. Very difficult to plan for what you don't know. Peak season's always a challenge for everybody in this room. What used to be a limitation in number of presses, number of binding lines, number of mechanical assets, really goes back to our labor shortages, and I know that's a later topic, but a lot of us have had idle equipment over the last 24 months because we just physically couldn't get people in the door to operate the equipment. So it's a tough situation. It's constantly changing. But yeah, that's our big challenge is people more than equipment.
How long does it take to get someone off the street with no prior background up to speed and competent in running your equipment?
A machine operator, like in the press room or bindery,
Yes, sir.
12 months to even get reasonably efficient, much longer than that to be really good.
These are high-skilled positions.
They're high skilled.
Yeah, I mean, an experienced pressman, you're looking at 4 years to be a journeyman to get there. They got apprenticeship programs they go through, typically 1 to 2 years, but they got a course they go through from being at the end of the press, a jogger, to being a roll tender, then to being a second pressman, and then a first pressman. So it really it's a years-long process to get to be a very experienced pressman to run this equipment. And unfortunately, the industry is not growing these people. If they were before, so the trade. So we're having to develop and come up with some creative ways to manage those programs internally with existing staff or incentives to try to create how we can move them faster. But you got to work with the union and different workforces that control that activity. So
And these are pretty good-paying jobs. These are not.
these are very good paying jobs. Yeah. And the same from a fulfillment side on the bindery side, in managing the workforce in there. Bindery operators not as technical and deep as a pressman, but they still have a course of activity they need to go through that takes anywhere from up to 4 years to get to be a very experienced bindery technician. But there's stitchers, there's perfect binders, there's co-mailers, there's cutters. There's a whole series of equipment they need to become proficient on. It just takes time. And again, the age of that category of people out there is probably in the mid-50s, so we've got a lot of work ahead of us to try to engage and move that workforce forward. And of course, you got the whole general labor workforce, which is a real challenge as we all probably encounter. Yeah.
Anything else on capacity, Jeff, that you want to add before we move on?
No, I mean, I think the guys hit it pretty well in terms of obviously a lot of consolidation over the last few years, then you hit the COVID years. I think we all probably have the physical equipment. It's getting that equipment up and running in and getting, people in to do that. We'll hit that more when we get to labor. But, and obviously it doesn't help the seasonality of certain things, right? Everybody knows when we're gonna hit, but you have to keep that labor force year round and get them up and trained. So it's the capacity's there, and as far as storage, looking at some of that, yeah. We were just talking, Chris and I here, we're almost going back 10 years to where you were inventorying paper, you're inventorying inks, where we got so used to just in time and that blew up. So now we did the same thing, at least on our side. We reduced a lot of that warehousing footprint because we didn't need it. Now we're going back the other way, going, okay, what do we got to expand to so that we have that materials available when that capacity is needed?
We're not going to change the peak of holiday consumer activity. Is there any way that we can level load some of the demand on the business side?
Yeah. Actually, LSE and ourselves went in and actually proposed to the Postal Service, because we had clients that we couldn't fit in peak of October, and we said, okay, can we basically get the exception for the 90-day, right? Can we print this in June or July? The customer was willing to do it.
They were
We
willing to be
do it.
ready early with all their decisions.
Yep.
Wow.
And which was surprising, but then we got rejected by the Postal Service because of we even went, okay, we'll put or current resident. So we're trying to be a little bit more flexible. I can say you folks, our clients are being more flexible. Now we're trying to work with the Postal Service to go, okay, how can we make this so that we can take advantage of the capacity out there during the slower times? The same way we're taking capacity from the mills, right? Your inventory now when you don't need it right now, but you're gonna need it in 3 months.
So this makes perfect sense. Why would they not say yes?
We got rejected twice. Once on labeling lists. Bob, you wrote the exception for us, and I know Deb was involved on the second round, so.
Can we give Bob a microphone, please? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, so we, actually Deb and I were working together on that, and because the initial request was denied because only Quad was making the request, and that would be showing favoritism to Quad. And so then we reached out to the industry and said, okay, is anyone else in a similar situation where they could take advantage of being, produce June, July, mail, October, November. And so LSC stepped forward, and basically then the answer was still no, because that would be showing favoritism to the large printers.
So why couldn't we make this available to everyone?
We should.
Yeah.
We absolutely should.
And the answer is? Can we get a microphone to Deb, please?
Yeah, he went over again that they really mulled it over quite a bit, and it was legal who came down on it. It wasn't PCSC. It was
Those lawyers
it was
stopping
the
things
USPS
again.
Legal stopping it and saying no, you can't do this. And the concern was, we talked about. Tom was asking, well, where does this turn down work go? Because we identified millions of pieces. Customers had brought us work saying, we need you to mail this, and we couldn't take it.
Did they indicate what the sales prevention department's rationale was for denying it?
Network changes is a big part of it.
Okay,
And
because
they're
there's a
gonna-
lot of moving pieces
there
right
is-
now.
They're planning to go faster than I think we're expecting
Okay.
on their network changes.
That's
I think.
both exciting and scary.
Yep. So it's the legal and not giving the advantage to the big guys, because there is a belief
Yeah, but that's
that
easily solved. Just make everybody have it.
that's what we said too. But you're making it unfair. This would be work that would go to a small or mid-sized printer. It's too much of a cost of management to split this across multiple, printers and try to get the same product in the same home in the same time. It just doesn't work. But No, they wouldn't budge.
Okay.
Well, that'd be a really good program.
Our capacity or theirs? No, he asked if Postal expressed any capacity concerns on their end, and no, none at all. They'd be fine with the extra volume then. It's,
Well, the network changes piece is resonating with me because we need to have them freeze label lists now when we do the production and then accept that and be able to handle it in their system. And if they're in the process of moving a lot of pieces around, you can see how that might be problematic. But is this a one and done thing? Is this a 2022 thing, or is this going to be with a, I mean, is this something we should work towards for 23?
This is something we should pursue for next year. I mean, it's an issue that would avail production capacities in our lighter periods in June, July timeframe, May timeframe. But part of that issue is they need to understand what that's about, and there's just not enough time to educate them. I mean, they seem surprised by it. But on the other hand, there is a lot of other pieces, moving parts that need to come together on our side to make that happen in cooperation with catalogers that say you've got to move your time frames up. Your paper's got to be available. Your list's got to be available. So there's a number of things that need to happen on the catalog customer side to make that happen. So it's not just something, because we've tried to accommodate this with a number of our customers as well, and they just couldn't make those changes because they didn't have their art ready, they didn't have their lists ready, and certainly their paper wasn't there. So as much as we wanted it, a lot of the customers just couldn't make that happen.
We did though have customers lined up with paper ready to take advantage of this, assuming that it was there. And the other thing, and while network redesign sounds like a valid, it also scares me at the same time to think that 4 months from now, they've already got this in their head, and it goes back to something you and I talk about all the time, Am, which is, where's the collaboration? Where are they telling? I mean, we're only talking 4 months. This isn't like, okay, what we're gonna do next year. So that, while I appreciate network redesign, and I think it's a good thing, the fact that we don't know about it, that's gonna happen in 4 months, that could blow this up, is also a little scary.
It is scary. I mentioned to Mr. DeJoy's staff yesterday, I got to sit down and talk through. I was going to cover some of this yesterday when he was here. We didn't get that opportunity, but this is really, really super important. We need to have a peek under the curtain earlier than just before it happens.
And actually, I don't think we need a change year-round. We probably need 90 days to be 120 one time a year.
Right.
That would relieve enough of this to help us get more product out.
Let's open this up to some of the merchants in the room. Is this a doable, operationally, can you execute against this? Is this something your company would be willing to do? We haven't talked about who has to pay for the inventory and the working capital pull that this requires, so there's that piece of it as well. Yes?
I mean, I'm Ellen from Gardens Alive. I think we could. It scares the daylights out of me that the post office is making network changes moving into the fourth quarter. I mean, they should have a freeze at that time of year that would accommodate this one exception to their rule.
Right. Well, that's a great point. We lock all our software systems down in peak season. We don't allow introduce any variables, and you'd think that they would be doing the same thing. I won't put our postal representative on the spot here to comment on that, but you're welcome to jump in if you have some insight on it. Other merchant comments on this before we move on? Something you're willing to do? Jim? Mic him up, please.
We actually did this last year. We printed in multiple facilities. We got files out very early. It was not ideal. We had inventory problems where we were featuring items that subsequently did not arrive. But it was better than not having books. Right. I'd pose the question, what's your level of confidence in your ability to deliver on the commitments you've made for Q4? 80%? 90%? And this really speaks to, assuming everybody can deliver paper on time, our biggest challenge has been hiring. And we tend to moderate our expectations anticipating a labor shortage. And I'm wondering, are you doing the same thing?
Great question.
I guess I'll start.
Yeah.
I'm more worried about paper than I am labor this year. Last year, I just can speak for, we got caught off guard. We knew it was going to come back. We did not see June all of a sudden turn on like it did. So I guess we're kind of segueing right into the labor issue, which is, so we've spent a lot of time, don't take this the wrong way, we're looking at labor like we do any other materials out there. It's part of the process, and you have to have it. In the past, we didn't start, you could get labor again, so you didn't start basically ramping up. We've gone into a perpetual labor hire that says right through the end of last year. Now, as printers, normally we don't in the first quarter, second quarter go hiring because that's the slower period, right? At least for us, we're just continuously hiring right now. And it is still hard to get. I mean, we're not short, but we're up almost 500 people right now. So that really gives us a lot of confidence going into fall, long as we can have those other things. As long as, transportation's there and paper. But paper's our biggest concern right now, is that will we have it there on time when we need it? Or do we lose, like we did in the first quarter, 10% of our productivity because paper wasn't there? Then, yeah, there's going to be some hits in fall if that happens.
Yeah, I would concur with Jeff is saying there. I mean, paper's a big issue for us, but looking at just reflectively our past year, which everybody had major struggles, we were very successful in delivering and completing all the products on a relatively on time and delivering all the product. And I look forward to this year. We're looking in pretty good condition. What we've done is we've actually taken scheduling in a very focused way. We have our senior management team actually look into this at the beginning of the year on a once a week, twice a week basis, because it's so critical with the paper coming in and how it's flowing in that we really need to look at our scheduling opportunities and see where we have these opportunities to make moves. If paper's not here, what can we move up? We talk to our customers, can you move up? And we're not talking months, we're talking days, so we can finagle the schedule a week or two, because paper is generally running anywhere from a week to 2 weeks late. So if your paper's running late, is somebody who's got paper, can they move up a little early? So we're really looking at schedules, and we've been very successful at managing that scheduling opportunities, and we've delivered. So while we see challenges ahead with the paper, we also are improving in our labor as well. We managed through labor last year pretty well, but we look for a better opportunity in meeting all the requirements that we have on our table.
It sounds like your processes are improving and hardening to deal with the current environment of uncertainty.
Yep.
Yes.
Hey, so Jim asked a question that I think needed a number for an answer, and I just wonder if the three panelists can put a number.
Okay, very good. Thanks for keeping us honest. Before I go to that, I'm just going to allow Chris, and the rest you can think of a number. Chris, do you want to add anything to that previous conversation?
No, I just think there's a new normal. I mean, we used to look at our equipment and we knew how many units it could produce an hour and how many hours in a month, and you can't schedule that way anymore. You've got to look at how many people do you have, which results in how many assets you can run. So there's a new normal, there's a new process. I think we were all caught off guard, as Jeff said. It came back so quick. Employees were at various stages of COVID recovery. Hopefully that's all behind us.
Okay. All right. We've been asked for a number. What's our degree of confidence that we're going to be able to deliver the orders we've committed to in the fourth quarter, given all the uncertainty and challenges? Who wants to go first?
Well, and knowing the paper market where it is, we can't control that, but assuming that we have able to manage it to the degree that we can, like last year, we met all our commitments last year.
That's 100.
So can we do that this year?
100 with a caveat on paper.
Right. Always. At this point, you have to.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say we're at the same point. I mean, we've got a solid plan.
My boss is coughing over there.
We're confident in it, but
You want to get him a mic, please?
paper is the unknown at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be a little bit more realist. I wouldn't tell you 100% in fall, even if it was everything perfect. But if you take the disclaimer of, okay, materials aren't a problem, we don't have another COVID outbreak, right? That all of a sudden you don't have the people in production, things like that. We feel really confident. I know, I mean, we spent $50 million just in labor this year to basically get people in and get them trained. So we feel good, in fact, in terms of having the ability to. But after the last 2 years, I'm not the guy that's going to tell you 100% because there's too many wild cards out here. Paper is the one that really concerns us, though.
Yeah, I think one of the things we did to make that commitment was our transportation side, because things are sliding, we get that. But transportation is where you can make up the difference, even in a tough market, but it's cost you. And we didn't want to let our customers down, so we did what we needed to do to make sure it was delivered. And that's critical to it.
I think we're all feeling a little snake bit at this point. That's normal. All right. Anything further on delivery before we move on? Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I mean, just on the, I just would like to add some scale to that, because we're talking a lot about the ports and the imports. I think it's interesting to note that, you know, that kind of wrangles up the whole transportation network when we're talking about delivery, the land, sea, and air aspect. And it, you know, our ports were backed up last year. They're still backed up, not as bad as they were with 100 ships sitting out there. But China's backed up. China's backed up with like 500 ships waiting to get in. So they're going to unload all the containers that they need to fill back up and bring back here. So we have a big balance in equipment, imbalance. So that creates a problem for the railroads, that creates a problem for truckers, that creates a problem for everything. But when those, when the quarantine comes off on China over there, and they start unloading those, loading those ships back up and bringing them back over, there is going to be a flood, a tsunami coming back into the marketplace. And if that happens over the next couple months, which I'm suspecting probably around September, things will start to break loose on us. That's going to, again, you know, we're seeing a lull in rates and carrier rates and things right now, just because that demand is sitting over there, hasn't come back here. When we get into September, second half of the year, rates go up, but when that tsunami hits, I think we're going to see the transportation rates again rise up to unimaginable levels. Also, in relation to that, you know, as the President Biden put out a executive order on oil and gas, which is creating a lot of problems we have now, he's also kind of waging a war against the shipping industry. In fact, he made some comments about that they're going to, he's tired of ripping off the country and the people, but there's a bill coming up that he's supposed to sign in a matter of a week or two that was going to take a lot of regulations onto the shipping community out there, and it's going to really cause a lot of disruption again in terms of how that's going to manage the ocean-going freight. So we'll see what happens with that. But I mean, if you just look at one vessel holds anywhere from 12,000 containers on average up to 24,000. Now, and those are, they go like 20-foot containers. If you string those along, that's roughly 40 miles of containers on one ship. And we had 100 sitting out there trying to get in. So it takes 14 trains of containers to unload and move out. But the time it takes to unload a ship is about 3 to 4 days. It takes about 4 to 5 days to load a train up, and you got 14 of those you got to come through. So there's a lot of time involved with that, and the labor shortages they have out there, and also there's a pending union negotiations out there. So I think there's a lot of things going on the ports, not to be a Donnie Downer here, but I just want you to be aware that these things are manageable, but I think they're going to have an impact on what transportation costs are going to be, and we all need to be aware of that it's no surprise, while we think there's a lull, I don't think that lull is going to last too long. So I just want to put that out there. Also relating to the air aspect, you know, there's a pilot shortage out there, and also the pandemic. They also tamped down and did early retirements in order to make sure that they could survive. So they did a lot of early retirements of pilots. There's a pilot shortage out there, so a lot of the equipment the airlines have isn't in force. So air cargo is very difficult to get. You may be getting it, but it's much more expensive. And depending on what kind of freight you want to move, because we ran into this challenge, particularly if it's mail, they really don't want to deal with mail so much because there's a lot of bad press with air transportation and the Postal Service, quite frankly. But so there could be some challenges there if you want to move things air freight, but there's just not as much equipment available in the air market as well. So just kind of want to put that delivery and that involved. So it'll be there. It'll just be more expensive, I think, as we go through.
So storms and all sorts of
There's all kind of things.
unknowns that are factoring in this.
Yeah.
I think that 100's coming down a little bit. Yeah, just there's. Well, I guess we don't know what we don't know,
Right.
so we don't know what we're going to be hit with next. So with the proviso that things are status quo, we're feeling good. If there's curveballs that are coming at us that we can't anticipate now, it may be a little rockier.
I've got a question, and this is more for the retailers than for you guys, but everything that we're talking about is expect price increases. It's, whether it's paper, transportation, postage, whatever. Okay, so I know that you guys set out budgets and plans for the year based on certain break-even points and all the things associated with the cataloger's decision on how much they're going to mail. Now, how volatile is that commitment to a quantity based on the expectation that there's going to be all these price hikes coming in between now and holiday season and maybe through holiday season? So is that going to change your plans? Do you have the ability to change your plans, or are you locked in for what you're going to do?
And it's a question to the merchants.
Yeah.
Hello, Angie Bickle from Blarty Wong. I think for us, we're actually encouraging our clients to sign contracts for paper on the higher side, and then if they do need to cut circ, we will have a ton of clients waiting in line for that paper. So I think that, we're definitely trying to err on the side of caution, and we are very confident we'll be able to use that paper on another campaign.
That does get back to the whole standardization question. If we have more standardized paper criteria, it gets a lot easier to start swapping those things out.
Yeah, we're definitely trying to move towards that in terms of, we're really forcing clients into just a few options with paper so that, if their paper doesn't arrive on time, that we can borrow maybe from another client who's using the same paper.
Yeah, there's a reason Southwest Airlines flies only 737s.
Mari, you got two ends of the spectrum there. Blarty Wong typically would deal with smaller mailers, I'm assuming. Not all smaller, but
Some of our larger mailers are still making adjustments to Q4 based on the costs that they're seeing. So, while we've had a plan for a while, there are some changes still coming for Q4, and I can see some circ cuts coming on more marginal circ if the costs continue to go up. So there's still room to make changes right now.
When do we have to lock in the fourth quarter production? When do you guys have deadlines? Date of last change?
Ask Don Bergen that question.
Yeah, the LDC date is kind of turned more into not can I increase quantity or can I change paper, but are we going to reduce quantity, I think is where the mills are looking at right now. But so it's the world's changed differently. Also, you got to order much earlier. So we're out 90 days to 120 days, but also by the same token, the mills are not going to let you put an order in until they're ready to take the orders. So it's kind of a challenging
If I may, we're
situation.
kind of on the paper side, we're the tip of the spear. I think we see the furthest out. So I'm looking into mid-2023 right now in terms of projections for some of those larger, clients that you were talking about. We're starting to see a little bit of softness, right? We're starting to see some things pull back. I do think and this industry has been under so much challenge. I have huge empathy for those guys sitting up there and knowing what you've been through over the last 18, 24 months. But I do feel like there's going to be some measured space in the supply chain moving forward, which I think is going to help all of us in the fall and going into next year. So that's just from the paper perspective, looking out, 6, 12 months.
Yeah, and what the consumer does, and certainly with the stock market and interest rates rising, it's fair to expect that we may see demand soften, and that'll affect all these things as well. Mari?
One of the things I think I'm hearing from everybody is some hoarding. And I think it's a little bit natural, but I think everybody's sort of holding on to their allocation or whatever the appropriate word for it is as long as possible. We did release some circulation recently for Q4 because of, price increases and everything that's going on. But from a paper perspective, it doesn't look like the prices are going down. So owning paper doesn't seem dangerous to us. But from a manufacturing standpoint and trying to be a partner to your print vendor, we have 2 SKUs for text. And I can tell you that when I meet with our paper vendors, the mills, in addition to Quad as our broker, but when we meet with the mills, being able to go in there and say, I have 2 SKUs, definitely makes us more appealing to the paper
ears perk up.
companies. Yeah.
Good. Okay. Thank you, Mari. Any other further comments or discussion on this topic?
One other thing though, that we could use your help with, that I don't think was fixed from last year, and we talked a little bit up top about pallets. The Postal Service had a significant MTE issue last
Oh,
fall.
yeah, that's for sure.
I mean,
Some of you guys had hours worth of inventory on hand.
when you're going through 40,000 pallets a week and you have, 1,000 pallets left, you get really nerve-wracking. And Deb's laughing because they were part of this. Now, I know there's a work group out there. They claim they've got this fixed, but I don't see them make any changes, so I don't know how they have it fixed. And this is just my perspective because we literally were fighting day by day through last fall. I think everybody wants. They were relying on a just-in-time model again. We ordered, then they would go look for the pallets, as opposed to the pallets are sitting on the West Coast or the pallets are sitting in the Southeast. It's supposed to bring them back to where the facilities are, the mailers are that are supporting that. I know there's, Bob, the dagger's shooting at you because I put you in charge of this for our group at least. I'm very concerned that we still have the same issue going to happen this fall.
I agree. We've been pushing on that user group that's been reactivated for Meteor and MTE, but I have no confidence that the Postal Service really figured out what the problem was last year and have made changes to make sure it doesn't happen again. We hear them say that, but when you ask them on what specifically are they changing or what specifically are they doing different, there are no details.
No.
Other than, it seems like the approach might be they're going to potentially purchase their way out of it by just ordering a whole bunch of new pallets, but
Well, they've been doing that, though. I mean, haven't they
Yeah.
been buying and increasing inventories? It's like there's a hole someplace all this stuff's falling into.
Well, I think there's a couple issues there which nobody factored into. And I've questioned a few postal people about this, but they're foggy on the answer. But I think they budgeted based on 2019 COVID or 2020 COVID numbers for 2021, which was obviously much less. Plus supply side, pallets in general, if you didn't have plastic, it's very hard to get wood, because wood, as you know, was a very big challenging thing. So even to get wood pallets, so in terms of sitting on the fence without plastic, it's hard to get a lot of wood and get wood pallets as well. And they were actually, the pricing on wood went through the roof. So I think part of that was caught up in where they were at, supply chain side activities, because a lot of the supplies, we all are sitting on more supplies. We used to sit on just in time 2 weeks to 3 weeks of supplies. Now we're sitting on anywhere from 30 days to 60 days of supplies, typically 60 days supply items. And that again takes up a lot of space in the warehouse. It has a lot of invested cash that's sitting there till you can use it. So it is a bearing and burden on all the printers right now in terms of all that excess material we've got to have on hand. But the pallets, I think that's the challenge there.
The pallets, though, at least what we're hearing, the OIG and we're working with, is 2 weeks supply. Now that sounds like a good supply, but when it's not basically replenished, it's problematic. And I'm hearing the same thing you mentioned in Hamilton. That's what we heard last year was, well, we're going to buy more pallets and we got it fixed. But to me, if you don't change the process, I'm not convinced that you've got it fixed yet. I do think there's enough product out there, MTE. It's not always in the right place.
Right.
It's not even close to the right place.
Right.
One of the things that they did share, the pollsters did share, was they stumbled across 11,000 pallets at a recycling center. And it's just like, okay, that's close to like 12 or 13 semi-loads of pallets. How'd they get there? And so one of the things, obviously as an industry, we need to be diligent about where they're being used, but how does something like that happen? I have no idea.
Did we ever hear anything further on the details of that one? Yeah.
No.
Yeah. What a head scratcher that is.
Well,
Can everybody hear? We need to get microphones out, guys, please.
No, I was just saying that's an occurrence that happens. It's a moneymaker, recycling those plastic pallets. And one of our drivers was going down near one of our plants and saw postal plastic pallets at recycle site. And we called them and
You did call the postal service.
yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love a business model where my cost of goods is free.
Yeah.
well,
They've had a lot of issues of the equipment being in their own facilities and not moving out of there correctly. That's been a big problem. And we've offered so many times, we've got drivers at these postal facilities every single day. We're like, let us put the pallets on our truck on our way out the door. You know, we'll bring them to our facilities. Nope. You know, they don't want to disrupt their process and their flow. But then we're sitting there without pallets when we need them. But I think one of the things that they're really trying to do with this work group is crack down better on the inventory reporting and how they're moving them through their own facilities.
And their contract transportation was also rocky. They were having a hard time, you know, they've locked in, if my understanding is they've locked in these transportation contracts a long time ago at then market rates, and the market rates have gone up a bunch, and so all these guys are trying to get out of these contracts because they can get more profitable loads elsewhere.
Yep, when you sign a contract with the Postal Service as a highway contractor, it's a 4-year contract. And you can't set it up with accelerators built in. Like you would think, oh, okay, well, you know, if this rises, I get that bump. They have to back out of the contracts. They have to give a certain amount of time. They have to back out of them, then they have to redo them. And so to me, that's just a huge cost to go through that process all the time. But last year, one of our sites where we were having a huge issue, and it was the contract carrier covering it, telling us at the back door he couldn't afford it anymore. And he was telling us he was only going to take 2 days. He wasn't going to take these other three days because it just wasn't profitable. And we kept on telling him, it's like, we know we're not going to get pallets because your driver's not going to come. Oh, no, it's scheduled, it's scheduled. He's telling me at the door he's not going to come. He didn't come.
I'm curious, just a thought came up. A lot of the equipment runs on postal transportation. And if they change this network going into the fall right now, is that not going to have some impact on availability of MT as well?
Well, I think the process they're thinking there is they're consolidating the network. You
Yeah.
consolidate the network, you're going to consolidate the supplies that happen. So I'm not sure that's a thought process they're thinking through, but that would be a natural impact.
Inventory grows or contracts to fit the number of warehouses that you have, right?
Right. So that would probably help the situation. Their thing is just being able to turn it and understand where it's at. Hoarding it is not a solution in their mind in terms of us. If they were to catch us, any one of those hoarding pallets beyond a couple of weeks, they would really crack down on us. So we have to be very careful about how we manage that. But on the other hand, we are reliant on them because that's their material, and we can't go out and buy it as theirs. We got to work with it. So.
Well, the other thing that's adding to the pallet shortage is our production cycles start earlier, which means the dwell time of product on that pallet is extended.
Good point.
At a peak season. So we hold on to that pallet longer, not because we're hoarding, but because it's got product on it that can't be released for 2 more weeks. So that contributes to the problem.
Good point. Okay, we're starting to really dimension this a little bit. I don't know about you all, but it's becoming a little clearer in my mind. Let's move to labor. Who'd like to start there?
So on the labor side, I guess, we kind of covered some of that. And,
We did cover some of it.
Lynn covered it pretty well in general, but I think on that side of it, you know, we're all encountering labor issues, everybody, so everybody has the same issues, so I'm not sure there's anything new there. The high-paid talent generally wants to work off-site, and for the most part, that's okay. Within a printer, we're a manufacturer, we've got to have people in the building, in the plant, moving products. So our challenge has been the experienced talent one, because it's a retiring workforce and we're not growing, but we're trying to develop that and change that. So we've been pretty successful at that from ourselves. But in the general workforce, it's just where do the people go? The general labor workforce. So we're doing a lot of things to compete with the surrounding industries with us for all the same labor workforce. But the quality of that workforce, where they're coming from, and their availability. So we're trying to be very accommodating with flex hours, work cross shifts, part-time, and we're also being very competitive with our rates. We've had to increase our labor rates significantly, obviously to accommodate the rate of inflation and activities going on there. But
okay.
Yeah, I would add to that, the old way of hiring people is gone. We've employed agencies to help us recruit through social media, through TV, through radio. anything we can do to get people interested in our industry, we're doing. As Rick pointed out, flex hours, higher wages. You know, we're providing transportation to and from work. 20 different languages in the building. I mean, you can imagine all of the challenges we're dealing with, but that's the reality of attracting people, you know, in a manufacturing process that's 24 hours a day. It's not extremely attractive for a lot of people, so we've got to make it attractive by offering all these incentives.
On-site housing?
Not yet, but it's now out of the question.
That's not out of the question because we actually do that up in our Lamira facility because we're kind of out in the middle of nowhere. So we actually do have housing up there for employees. But it's all the things these folks have been saying, right? And we were always known, I think those of you that know Quad, years ago, we were the 12-hour shift guys, and that's what we ran. We have everything down to a couple hours now. I mean, you take and build it into flexibility. Just like we're trying to be flexible with you as clients, we have to do that with the labor force. So it's everything that the all industries are doing, right? Signing bonuses, retention bonuses, training plans. We did all the way go to housing. Transportation has been a big one lately for us because of gas prices. People are, you know, they don't want to spend the $500 a month because, to Rick's point, they're coming into a plant versus that. So we're doing a lot with transportation, busing people in and out from drop-off points. So we're trying to be as creative as we can to basically, again, just like we want to appeal to the mills, we want to appeal to the workforce. And it's hard to do when it's a 7-day-a-week, 24-hour-day operation. But I feel really good about where we're at. Last year we were caught off guard. This year I think we're adapting to the new environment versus trying to use old methods and processes.
Okay. Any other questions on labor before we move on? Comments from anyone? Let's
slide, one more slide here.
I see that. Thank you. Let's talk about pricing. And of course, with we have postage and we have paper and we have postage.
So, interesting slide here. 2017 to 2022, 2007, I mean 2022. So 15 years in the making here. I think the slide is pretty clear and apparent what's going on. It's, you know, from our perspective as printers, and I think these guys would agree, we're absorbing lots of costs right now. You know, we've been getting from different suppliers, whether they're ink, whether they're solutions, chemicals for coatings, aqueous coatings, whatever, different supplies, binding wire, baling wire, stitching wire, film, all that activity. We've gotten increases from our suppliers, you know, every other month they're going up 10%, you know, so they're increasing quite a bit. But we got to hold the line with our customers because they're not, you know, typically that's where we're at. There's still some capacity, but so we're working with that. But if you look at the Postal Service, obviously in 15 years, they literally doubled what their slice of that pie is. We've kind of maintained, we shrunk half of what we were. We think the Postal Service has got a lot of ours. We tell them how to do a lot of things more efficiently. They never give us a break and pass it along to the customer base is kind of what we see. We've got a lot of good ideas with the people you're hearing from in here talking about postal, but they don't seem to pass along the benefit that we try to bring to them in terms of the efficiency we bring. I know you got a big flats effort. Hopefully they pass that along and don't raise rates. And even though we got another one coming along in January with the one that we haven't got yet in July, that's going to happen. Materials is mainly what I just said, paper, ink, and those kind of things. They're kind of holding their own. They've moved a little bit, but everybody's taking a big hit because the Postal Service is just taking more and more of the piece of the pie, which we know our customers have a budget. Obviously, inflation is going to increase it, but you're measuring what your performance is going to be based on what that budget's going to be and how much you're going to, you know, where that all gets spreads out. And what we're seeing is more and more is the Postal Service. Obviously, we can't deliver it, you know, if they're not there, so they're an important part of the piece. I get it. But somehow we need to somehow rein that in, and I just don't know how all the efforts we've been doing. You know, hopefully he looks at January after July and says, time out. We're building a Bentley here, but we don't need to pay for it all at once. I mean, we can wait because they've got big relief on the Retiring Health Care Act. They've got a $20 billion tranche of COVID money they could do with whatever they want. So they're sitting on quite a bit of relief. hopefully they would recognize that they've got relief, they need to give us some relief. So I think that's some of the ways we need to look at that. But I don't know if you guys have any comments on that, but that's kind of what we see. I mean, the carrier out sectional center rate, you know, that's gone up literally 50% in the last 10 years. It's just tremendous in terms of how much that's gone up. And that's where most of the mail is. And that's all underwater in terms of how they feel about it.
A lot of that's due to the PRC's urging or directives.
I know you have a lot to say about all of that.
It's a very frustrating situation. You want to jump in on this?
Yeah, I mean, this is an alarming chart for the industry. Over those last 15 years, we've all evolved and developed mailing strategies, co-mail, co-bind, you know, whatever mailing solutions we've all developed have helped offset that. But it all goes back to the work sharing discount, how rates are established, how those discounts afford us the opportunity to create a more efficient package. The creation of the 5-digit pallet is going to offer a little relief. But there's, you know, we've kind of gotten all of the value out of that we can as an industry. So it's going to be hard to make.
What do you mean by that? We've gotten all the value out of it.
Well, if the least expensive rate is high density and we're mailing there, there's nowhere else to go.
Right.
So unless the PRC makes changes in the way rates are structured and the value they put on those work sharing discounts, there's really nowhere else to go. So.
Jeff, you want to get in on this party?
I agree with what these guys have said. I mean, and actually Rick put this one together, but we're seeing the same thing. I mean, it was a third. We're actually seeing it actually up in about, if for efficient mailers, it's 66 up to 70% for some.
Yeah,
especially as the page counts are coming down,
Right.
actually delivery and freight becomes more of the piece of the pie.
Right.
We all focus on it, but it's really working out with the Postal Service, the PRC, and the different groups to get that work share discount up to a level where it makes sense for us. We've got, it's not related to this group, but nonprofits. We have some nonprofits that are actually mailing DMU because the share discounts and the way zoning's set up now doesn't make sense for us to do it.
DMU?
Local.
Just trying to make sure that the acronym is clear. Yes.
Origin mail. In other words,
right.
we have the Postal Service coming and picking it up at our plant, as opposed to co-mailing it and drop shipping it. And the Postal Service literally came back to us and said, well, why you guys drop ship everything? But what we're trying to get, and we've worked out a lot with Sharon and that group, is to understand everything they do for pricing directly affects what we do. And in this case, they literally priced that out where the work share wasn't worth doing it.
They change the economics and things change.
And
It's
it
just
just
how it
moves,
works,
so.
right? Okay, we're just about out of time here. I thought you guys have been terrific. This has been I've learned a lot. Let's give our panel a round of applause. Thank you for being so generous and sharing your knowledge. I really appreciate that. We are moving on in our supply chain what to expect series, and we're going to get right now a little bit of input from the co-ops and what impact COVID has had and the environment and all of this that we've been dealing with. And so if our next panel would join us, do we have slides on this? No slides, okay. Well, welcome, Jeff and Brian and Caroline. We haven't teed up any slides, so do you all want to moderate this, or can I? I am, okay. I thought I was going to get a break here. No, okay. So do we need to start with some basics, or is everybody in the room pretty familiar with what these folks do and where they sit in the supply chain? Yes, that's a yes from everyone? Okay. So I guess then we'll start with, if you will just give us a little bit of an overview of what you've seen in this period of travail and volatility. And have you seen it in your side of your business also?
Yeah, I'll go last, Caroline.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Brian.
we're teaming up on you over here.
Oh, delightful.
Guys on gal.
First of all, in case any of you are curious for the drama, we actually do like each other, except he was supposed to go first, and so he's throwing me into the grease. So thank you, Brian. I think overall what we're seeing for the past 3 years that business has been up, our households have increased, the average order has increased, transactions have increased for 18 months straight until about March of this year, and we saw things start to decline, not by double digits, but by about 2%. And then since then, because we base our stats on when our customers update their data, and it's not daily, but usually about a month. Oh, really? It feels like I'm about to swallow it.
She has never been accused of being quiet.
What?
What's that? Sorry?
So we don't have year-over-year numbers on April and May yet, but what I'm hearing specifically with the market that has a fixed income is performance is down, and pretty significantly. I was talking to Leslie about her Mary and Michelle customer. Mary is the older customer that she spoke about yesterday. And I don't see them purchasing in the markets in the categories that she did last year. But we do see her spending money on travel, which she didn't do that last year. So maybe, we were hoping, fingers crossed, that's hopeful, that in the fall she'll start spending on her grandkids and on herself again. But right now, that market is the first one that we see down overall.
And that's fairly consistent with what I'm seeing retail as well, general retail. I mean, is this market-wide, or is this more we're losing share from direct back to brick and mortar?
B2B and retail were the markets that obviously got hurt the most during COVID and coming back. B2B is still soft for us. Retail does seem to be coming back recently, and the travel market is back a little bit. So the markets that I guess we see the most are the direct-to-consumer that are a little bit down, and then what we call MCM, but some of the other retailers that have a large catalog presence as well.
Okay, thank you, Carolyn. Jeff, I guess you're next, according to Mr. Rainey.
Well, he's calling some audibles here, so yeah.
Just wants to keep it lively.
Right. Well, considering some of the panel discussions we've had previously and some of the news that everybody's been sharing, I'm going to be focusing completely on unicorns and rainbows. Just to try and lighten the mood a little bit. Again, I've never been accused of being quiet either. I'm going to echo a lot of what Caroline has shared. I will certainly never go and say that there were any real benefits or upside to COVID. I think we can all agree to that. However, I think it did produce some very interesting data that came into the co-ops. What we saw in the last 2 years, certainly from 19 to 20, was a real big influx of new buyers, new variables. Certainly, we saw a large influx of new buyers come onto the database about 13%, brand new to the database. And considering that our co-ops probably have 95% of all the mailable addresses in the United States, that's a fairly large influx of new buyers. For Weiland, just to give you a context, we saw this 13%, and of that 13%, about 43% of them were in the 18 to 35 age range. So, what was driving that? Well, we saw a lot of that come in from e-tail buyers, a lot of people that are buying in our e-commerce space, so a lot of our clients that have digital offerings or online offerings, they saw a huge influx. This was probably a migration away from big box because basically retail shut down for 2 years, for a year. And then we also saw that the COVID downturn didn't last as long as we thought it was going to. I think we saw it, 4 or 5 months was pure panic, and then there was that COVID bounce, and we saw it come right back up, and it came back up, and again, e-tail and digital and our other channels, and it came back in with a little bit higher spending. So consumer demand wasn't suppressed, but it just came in different channels, and it came in back in younger. So we benefited. Again, I caution that phrase. We saw a real influx of younger buyers. So when we look at what is the benefit to our clients and our participants, is that a lot of those those clients that had younger strategies, they were able to take advantage of that, and we were able to start modeling on that and seeing that benefit. And yet we haven't seen that abate at all. We've seen that nice influx. So we saw, 20, 25% increase of new to file over the last 2 years, and now it's stayed at that level. So that's the good news. More recently, obviously, we're struggling with a lot of our participants pulling back and cutting, not being able to make paper demands, not being able to get on press time. Now we're seeing the softness in the market of this spring, certainly starting in March. And Caroline's exactly right. We're seeing it in the older demographics, the fixed incomes, the ones that are really looking at their 401ks. As certainly as I do, and I start seeing the downturn and the tightness in consumer spending. Again, I want to go back and reference it, unicorns and rainbows, please, because it does make for the holiday planning. It's going to be a little bit more deliberate and thoughtful.
Jeff, it occurs to me in that period of time, we went from younger Americans, recent graduates, not being able to find a job anywhere to all of a sudden they're getting hiring bonuses, they're getting enormous pay raises, and we have stimulus money coming out also. I mean, my kids got stimulus money. It's like, really?
We were part of that. There is a hiring constraints and retention, and we could not find good talent. And when we did find them, we couldn't pay them enough. And then
but my point is, these people, the younger people who didn't have a whole lot of money, all of a sudden went to having money.
Yes. And more interestingly, of the 18 to 35 people that were new to the database that were coming on, they came on with a higher spend on their first order than we've seen in a long time.
Why?
We're still trying to dig through that.
Okay.
It's been super interesting. So again, really side benefit to the COVID bounce has been this influx of new to the database.
And that's great, because one of the things we were talking about not too long ago was the availability, the universe of available names.
Yeah.
So that's good that we're getting some new Americans coming into liking to get mail.
Yeah, and I still think, again, it's predominantly they've been big box retail, that just migrated to either the clients that we have that have digital channels, and they just went to those channels, or they migrated to a lot of our clients that they didn't know were available until they started shopping predominantly online.
Okay, great. Brian, get in on this parade.
And they were at home.
Yeah.
First, I wanted to say thanks very much for picking up my flight to come out here just to be on this panel and putting me in the presidential suite. That was really nice of you.
He's got a great fantasy mind, doesn't he?
Well, the rest of you speakers didn't get that?
I think Phil's going to give you a call later.
So we're the newest co-op on the block. We'll be celebrating 7 years this September. And COVID was very interesting impact on our business from about March through May of 2020. Y'all cut your circulation in half, and our revenue got cut in half during that same time frame. So it was pretty scary times. And then June, we started to see growth, started to see orders come in, and then, holy heck, you guys just started mailing like crazy. And our growth rates for 2020 were about 10%. Our growth rates last year were 65%. Our growth rates so far to date are 50%. Thank you for your business. A lot of that has to do with the investments that we made during the COVID process. So while we were in this funk of deciding how things were going to come out, we invested back in the business. We hired more engineers. We went to a different modeling platform. Again, we're on our third iteration. We went to a different data platform as well, all to invest in better response rates. We also invested in more salespeople to get more participants into the database. We're up about 1,000, which is at least half what these guys have today. So we benefited through the process. Like I said, like Jeff said, it's hard to say you want to benefit through COVID, but it has been amazing. Some of the things that we saw or we see right now, and talking to some of the CEOs that are here and prior, your COVID bump in your customer file and how that's kind of moving through. your own customer segmentation and what you should be doing about that, because your 13 to 24-month file may or may not be, it's been across the board, may be bigger than your last 12-month file, but they're still your active file. So you're getting great sales across that, but there's a group of folks in there that you're not quite sure about whether or not they're going to buy again. Rebuy rates are a little bit off, but not back, when we heard yesterday, not back to 2019 levels, but certainly not what we're seeing in 2021.
Yeah, one of the big questions in my mind, and one that I've talked to the postal folks about, is we saw this huge growth in direct-to-consumer demand. Is that the new normal? Would we fall back down to where we were? Or is there some place between those two? And one of the points I'm constantly making with the Postal Service is, we've got two sides of this. We've got the expense side and we've got the revenue side. And right now, mail metrics have been up so much, it's supported some of that price increases that we've seen. But to the extent that it falls back down to pre-pandemic levels, we're going to see huge circulation cuts because we can no longer afford to get to all those people that are not responding as well. So, and I don't know, maybe you guys have some predictions on where we're going to end up on all this stuff, but it's really an interesting time to see these changes. Do you want to start?
Yeah. So I've heard this across the board. A lot of the CEOs mentioned it, as well as some of the other paper postage people, that we're all benchmarking to 2019. We do as well, and all of our metrics from that benchmark are up. If you would ask me a couple of months ago if we would have been able to see this growth trend continue, I would have said yes. Now add the market fluctuation, add the inflation, add the consumer pricing going up, gas and everything else. Now I'm not quite as bullish as I was. We're still up. We had growth in Q1. We had like Brian mentioned, we had a phenomenal 2021. And almost all of our metrics are flat to 2021, which is phenomenal.
Yeah, right now we'll take that, right?
We'll take flat. We'll take where and now Q2 is a different story. Q3, because our Q3 is your guys' holiday in Q4, and like all have mentioned, we're being very thoughtful about the Q4, which is purely reflective of your businesses and your thoughts and your plannings. So I don't know if I can be quite as bullish, but to me, it's all tying back to the consumer spending and consumer confidence and those macro indicators. And it seems like more and more of these roadblocks. I just got done saying I was going to focus on unicorn and rainbows, but sorry, damn it. It keeps coming back to the roadblocks that get thrown into the economy's way. And so as we move along this, if inflation can come down, the Fed can move some things around, then I think I can be a little bit more bullish about holiday.
Okay. Brian or Caroline?
Yeah, well, it's like Path to Response, we invested in our modeling. We moved a lot of our efforts to machine learning, and it's given us a 5 to 6% increase in overall performance, which is great. But I had a client, not in this room, who I love, say, doesn't matter. I have increases in costs that are double digits. So I think Q3, I'm conservative like you. I think we're going to have to help our clients mail smarter and help them dissect those Michelles and Marys and try to help them test to see who is profitable within that buyer file that's grown. So I'd like to be bullish as well, but I think realistically, it's going to be a tougher Q3 and Q4 than what we've seen in the past year, for sure.
Okay. Do you have an
But
opinion?
I don't really have anything to add. We're starting to see some slowdown in June, but we're like I said, we have the benefit of being the new guy on the block, so we're still seeing pretty rapid growth.
Okay.
I'll add one thing to Caroline that she just added. So I think one of the things that were in the preface here, as far as how are we trying to benefit our clients and some of the things that we're doing, is we're trying to go back to basics a little bit as we're seeing some of the slowdown, some of the downturn, some of the challenges. And it's always tough to go back to our participants and say, always be testing, you should be taking this opportunity to test the segments, some of the new variables that we're seeing, some of the new models that we've been building that have been incorporating machine learning and some of the AIs and and things like that. However, and I think, Brian, you'd mentioned it, it's where are the segments in your file that you should be able to find more profitability? You should be more deliberate and mailing more effectively. So in that end, we're trying to use our house file scoring, use our retention models to help really find the profitability in your file and who to mail, who not to mail. Use our business analytics and our business intelligence tools to try and tease out more profitability and less waste. And then, use our data appends to glean out, more intelligence, more merchandise selections, things like that. Because this is when you do need to be a lot more deliberate in who you're mailing right now. And so, again, you have the advantage of the depth of data that the co-ops have against your house file to make those decisions.
Spray and pray isn't a great strategy, huh? Spray and pray is not a great strategy.
You just can't do it anymore. Yeah. I mean, it was smart to do it before. It's critical to do it now.
I'm still struggling with this concept. McKinsey said that e-commerce advanced 10 years and 3 months in like 21. Yeah. And it seems like we may be giving back some ground, or maybe there's just other externalities that are affecting the consumer behavior and, gas prices and stock market uncertainty.
Yeah, there's actually, in my conversations, think about a couple of verticals that have been impacted, like food delivery, whether that's meal delivery, groceries, or whatever. That thing got accelerated by 8 years, probably at least, right, in terms of adoption rates. Another thing that was going on, one of the speakers talked yesterday about the combativeness between the e-commerce teams and the catalog teams. Well, that same thing happens at retail brick and mortar stores between the retail guys, the e-commerce guys, and God forbid they have a catalog too, right? But what else got accelerated during that process is retail stores being used as distribution centers.
Yes.
Which I thought was kind of interesting.
And actually, the Postal Service is establishing infrastructure to allow, they call it USPS Connect Local, allow a store to enter packages in their local delivery unit and have those delivered next day by the carrier without having them going all the way through the entirety of the postal system. So they're establishing a direct-to-store capability, direct-to-consumer from store capability. Rather than pick up in store, we'll deliver it to you. And it's same day or next day. So that'll be interesting to see. That's all in test right now. It'll be interesting to see how that works out. But that would enable brick-and-mortar retailers to become more competitive with us. In some ways, it's not necessarily in the Postal Service's best interest to do this because, on the other hand, they're providing consumer choice.
And I think I can speak for all. I'm sorry, I can speak over all the data cooperatives too. We're one of the few groups that didn't give you guys a price increase, right?
We did.
Yeah.
Yeah, ACMA didn't either. Ken, do you want to get in?
Yeah, I was just going to chime in. I do a lot of work in the gardening vertical, and we did post-COVID research, and when we asked people, the new customers, why did you buy? A sizable percent said, I went to my garden center, it was closed. Or I went to my garden center, and they were sold out of what I was looking for. And so that's swinging back.
Right. I mean, it was just amazing. You couldn't get puppies and cats. You couldn't get plants and vegetables. You couldn't get anything. Posts. Okay. Yes, Linda?
All this discussion so far has been on the consumer market. We're B2B. And we struggled with, we mailed catalogs to people, to their offices, or in our case, schools, where everybody's working from home. And they'd say, well, I haven't been in the office in 2 months. Maybe there's a catalog there, I don't know. So what is a good strategy to get B2B catalogs to the right person when they're at home? All the mailing lists are office addresses. Is there an option?
Go for it.
Thanks, guys, again. You're really sweet. So my partner, Dave Shapiro, runs the B2B group, and I can get you in touch with him. But we do have a product that we're working on, I think in conjunction with Merit, where you can find the executive at home within a certain radius of their office. So meaning if I'm in Westminster, Colorado, if the executive lives within 30 miles of that office, we have a tool to help you find them at home. But it is tougher for the B2B mailers right now because people aren't fully back to work, and I don't know if it will go back that way. I mean, I can speak for our own office. I have more people in my home office right now. I have a family of 6 than I do at our work office when I'm in the building. There's more people at home. So we do have a program that we're trying to find that executive at home, and we can try to help you there.
Yeah. From a Wyland standpoint, we're still in the process of developing and launching our B2B offering, and so there's a lot of moving parts there. One angle that I know that we're trying to develop is to try and find those households that are buying like a business. That is addressing both the COVID after effects of everybody moving remote, but then also a lot of the Soho and things like that. I don't manage that piece of business, so I don't know exactly where they are in the development, but I know that that's a piece of it. And like, follow up with me afterwards, and I can put you in touch with our team that's launching that product.
You know, that's a great thought. I mean, we all moved to our home office, and so some of our business needs became home needs.
Yeah.
So, interesting.
And there was also an interesting conversation of, well, how many of the people want their business mail to get sent to their home?
That's probably a pretty low percentage.
I think so, and that was a very interesting discussion and consideration when they were talking about developing that part of the product, because that's creating associations in the database that, especially the B2B database, that maybe we don't want to create those linkages, just from a conscientious standpoint.
Right. Brian, do you want to get on this?
No, I mean, I've got a lot of B2B stuff, but it's predominantly from my prior days.
Okay. Carmine, are you here? Okay. I was just going to give him a shot at this too.
Can I go back to something that Ken had mentioned just about the gardening thing? We saw a couple categories that really popped from a new to file standpoint and a spend standpoint. And our home and garden, I think everybody knows this just from everybody going from being home all of a sudden. We saw from 2018 to 2020 or 2021, we saw a 14% increase in new to file in home and garden. That continued on into 2021. We saw another 12% increase in new to file on the Wyland database. Again, in DTC. Yeah, I want to say that correctly. Not at all surprising. We saw a 77% increase in food and beverage, so think Drizzly, and another 83% in 2021. So again, these things continue. Our outdoor rec and our outdoor recreation, that includes the home decor, outdoor furniture, and things like that, saw a 98% increase and a 151% increase in 2021. So those were the categories that saw just a huge influx of new to file buyers.
Ken?
Yeah, I'll just chime in, then I'll ask my question. What I saw new to file on the gardening side was they spent a little bit less, which we just figured they didn't know what to do, or I can't plant 50 onion plants type of thing. But the retention rate year 2 was the same as everyone else in their business, which was great for their business. A little off topic, but right panel. I remember back in the days of heading up marketing for Jackson & Perkins, doing a match back and getting 90% match rate. And we talked yesterday, or I mentioned yesterday, kind of SMS entering things, and it's a completely different, and there's a plug in here, there's a completely different path to response to getting people to your file. Can I have my money now?
Say that. I did not tell him to say that.
Was that paid for?
Yeah, can I have my money now?
Caroline, do you want to? Hey, Paul,
No,
thank you.
but the question, what's that? My flight's covered, thank you.
Order.
But let's just talk about attribution. I mean, what's it like today on your end of the?
Do you want me to do this?
Path to response,
Well,
baby.
you can start.
You've been called out.
Since your buddies, gave you a plug.
So, yeah, 20. Yeah, so attribution. I could be up here all day. Hamilton has already had to endure some of my conversations with him about this. The good news is, I think most folks in the room have been in the business for longer than 30 years, and that's good, because what I'm going to tell you isn't going to surprise you. In the good old days, we would have anywhere from 10 to 20% of the orders come in via pass along. Remember pass along? right?
Someone passed the catalog to a friend.
Somebody passed the catalog to a friend. And what did we do with those responders? We threw those responders against all of our lists in a proportional basis, right? That went away. I mean, I'm partially responsible for this, but that went away when we started doing matchbacks, right? And then those unknown orders that are coming in today likely get keyed into paid search or unpaid search because they don't match back to the mail file. And then people have their own rules associated with attribution. And I will just say this, because I won't go real deep on this, but if you're using last click or proportional allocation or whatever, it's really biased. It's probably hurting your business. It's really, really important to keep your promotional history associated with your contacts, because then you can look at a campaign and how much it costs to basically contact Jeff and find all the people that were contacted just like him within a time frame. Say in 30 days, you can say he got direct mail, he got 5 emails, and then you can say for that time frame that generated this ROI for that group of customers. And then once you start figuring that stuff out, you've got lifetime value at the customer level, which is really, really important. I just quick notes on that. The stuff I'm seeing on digitally acquired customers have a little bit lower lifetime value. Those customers who provide you an email have about a 20% higher lifetime value. When you think about it, somebody entrusts you with their email address and whatnot, you have a better opportunity to engage with that customer.
And they've indicated intent to continue to do business with you.
Intent. They raised their hand and said, yes, you can send me an email. So the old part of this business, the analytics piece associated with this, lifetime value, doing a really good job on customer segmentation analytics, is getting harder to find the people to do those types of things. But I really encourage you to take a look at your own businesses and particularly your marketing database on what it is doing, how you're keeping that data, and whether or not you can actually extract it for further analytics. That's about as far as I'll go on that.
Okay, great.
Every client does it differently, and I have an opinion on how they. Sometimes I think they do it well. Sometimes I think if it's last allocation, I have an opinion on that. I don't like that.
It being attribution.
Yeah, attribution. But so a lot of our clients use Shopify, and 2 of my clients recently, for new to file customers, after they've gone through the shopping cart experience, immediately afterwards they can put an app on, if you have Shopify, that gives a randomization of how you heard from us. So it's not always catalog first or web or, in their case, a podcast. So this customer, 2 of them, feel like that is a good way to understand how they heard about their business, and that is only for new to file customers. And it's pretty interesting to see, and they're finding that useful. But every client does it differently, and it's a tough part of our business.
I know sometimes with consumer response, they tell you what they think they believe, but not what they actually do. Mm-hmm. And so they think they saw you on X, but they actually were moved somewhere else or on Y. And I guess it's just, attribution, we could spend a couple days on attribution alone. I mean, I do think it's a meaty topic that needs continued exploration, because it's so important in driving so many of our business decisions. Mm-hmm. And we don't always have the best lens into, especially as we start adding channels, what's really moving the needle.
Mm-hmm. Just one quick note. I had a couple of conversations with major brands. You guys know these stories, but I actually had conversations with these brands as they were making a decision to walk away from the catalog. And it was amazing. In every case, they said, Brian, we have measured this. We've done holdout panels. I said, yes, but if you're using last click attribution, you're going to walk away from the catalog. It'll be the worst decision you've made in your business. They did. They're back in the mail.
Yeah.
I said yesterday, if you're using last click attribution, you're injuring yourself and you don't even know it.
Yep. I definitely have stories like that. And I agree with Carolina. Every one of our clients has their own attribution. It's just critical that your data partner, your co-op partner, understands that attribution, because we're modeling to it. Okay, we're going to model to your KPIs. We're going to model to your goals and your objectives. And so as long as we understand it, we may not. Let me just say, we may have opinions on it, because I totally agree. But we need to understand it. And we can also help with it. We can also augment it. We have a lot of different ways we can do the matchbacks for you. We can verify it, validate it. Wyland has 6 different ways that we have it automated and standardized to run matchbacks for you. So we can help provide more insight to it, but we just need to also understand it. So that's a critical component to it.
Okay, great. I think I've got everyone on that one. I had the next topic in my head, and I've just lost it. Let's go to some questions while I regain my composure.
I got one. Slightly off topic, but first of all, sincere apologies to Caroline Schaefer of Epsilon. We didn't really properly introduce you. You were a late replacement for Jennifer Kramer from Choreograph, formerly Wonderman, formerly iBehavior, which also leads me into, I'm wondering if you were all in the know on each other out there in that Colorado fraternity of yours. Can we, from what you've heard, explain what became of the iBehavior, or what's becoming the iBehavior co-op?
Sure. Yes, we all do know each other. Brian hired Jeff and I, if you're wondering first, so we've all worked together at one point. I talked to Jen, and then we have good friends that are over at Wonderman. I think it was, in my opinion, it was a business decision on their part. They are still keeping the compiled side of the data, but they didn't want to be on that first-party data and cooperative group any longer. I don't think it was as profitable as it used to be for them. And then on top of it, with all of the privacy rules, their parent company was just kind of uncomfortable with it. And that's fine. But I think it was just simply a business decision to get rid of that co-op division and first-party data. That's my take on it.
That makes me think of a question that may not be the most appropriate question, but it's still something that bugs me. I don't know how many of you see Bill LaPierre's blog that he puts out, but
I've seen it.
He
yes.
gives us acid about 3 times a month at least, and I just wonder how what he says in these blogs affects you, or not just your thought process, but how you look at what he's saying, and how do you deal with it?
Yeah, it's, to be honest, sometimes I read them and I kind of giggle, and I kind of then get a little, it depends on my mood, if I've had my coffee in the morning, I guess. But I don't hear a lot from my clients from his blogs. It doesn't create chaos maybe like it used to years ago. So it's not a huge component. He's opinionated, he's welcome to his opinions, but it doesn't create a lot of stir, at least at Epsilon.
I would say well said. The last blog, he gave a backhanded compliment to Wyland, and so we took that and kind of ran with it. Otherwise, it's Bill.
As an ex-Brookstone person,
Thank you. Well, also well said.
He's a great fan of ACMA also.
Yeah, real quick on Bill. So every time I sign up for his blog, he takes me off his list, which I think that's kind of funny. And I heard, but because I didn't get to see the blog, he didn't send it to me, but I understand his last blog was a compliment to you and to Epsilon, basically saying, and now there are 2. Right?
Hurtful, Brian. Hurtful.
So I was like, okay, path response isn't in the mix yet, and Oracle apparently doesn't exist either. So, but I found that kind of amusing too.
The world according to Bill. You did remind me as to what I want to get into with your last comment, and that's privacy, and how privacy is, how you're reading the coming changes in privacy, how you feel. I mean, some people I talk to say, there's way too much information about me out there. Do we think that the consumer sentiment's going to shift? Do we think that there'll be legislative shifts? And how are you dealing with that? And what are you noticing? And comment a little bit on that. Who's up first in this one?
I'll go.
Okay.
As you know, I participate in your committee, privacy committee. We take privacy very seriously. Our corporate counsel is leading the charge and has been a big advocate in DC for privacy. We have invested heavily in creating the infrastructure to conform to CCPA, probably over-engineered our response to it, but I think it's now been a good investment considering some of the new state laws that are being considered right now. We're very encouraged with the new bill that's being proposed out for over, I guess, superseding the state laws that could be in place. Again, I think
Is
we're in
this
a
the new
very
federal bill that just dropped, the draft bill that just dropped last week?
Yep.
Okay.
That's actually very encouraging for us. And I think we're in a good place because of the extra effort, an extra investment that we put in, just answering to CCPA. Interesting point that you made about how much of that is inside baseball versus consumer concern. When CCPA hit and we were ready for it and we were anticipating an influx of consumer requests for removal, and we had I think that first year, we had less than 100 requests. And we had created this amazing application or portal for people to come in and put in their information and drop downs and get all the information that we have on them available. Probably too much, but it's your information. We're just holders of it, and probably less than 100 people. And so I think this is, again, more of Congress and our industry that is overly focused on it, and rightfully so. We take it very seriously, versus this huge public consumer outcry. Again, opinion of one, but I would open it up to the room.
Yeah, and I'd love to have everybody comment on that. That's interesting.
Our CCPA, we saw the same. I think we were all so worried about it. We're like, oh my God, everyone's going to opt out, the first, and it was so minimal. Where it used to be such a big issue, I welcome the CCPA issue versus postage and printing. That would be great if it was our only issue anymore. So it hasn't been a big problem with people opting out at all. And in the absence, until there's something federally done, we're working, Epsilon has a VP of privacy who works with Brian and I think Jeff to work with Hickenlooper, our senator, to make sure that we are being clear and on top of our privacy laws. But, we're just doing everything from the CCPA level, which seems to cover everything for all the other laws that are out there, the Ohio, everything else. So we're just making sure we cover it in general, and we'll continue to stay on top of it.
There's agreements and contracts between the data cooperatives and our clients on what we will and won't do with the data, which is really important. I mean, at the end of the day, you're trusting us with your customer files. So we have to be at the utmost on the integrity level in terms of what we're going to do with that data. Accessibility, safety, security, privacy we take seriously. Because we're small, right? I still talk to people who call in and say, I talked to such and such a brand. They said that you sold me my name to them and mailed me this catalog. And I'll talk to them directly. I will talk them off the ledge if it takes 30 minutes. I will talk to them and I'll let them know that it'll never happen again, and I immediately take them off the list. And we'd like to have those kinds of interactions. We really do. It's painful, but I'd much rather be really, really nice and apologize 1,000 times to somebody and say I'll take good care of it than have somebody get another catalog and get really upset again, right? So,
Or worse, complain to Congress.
And the other fun thing, is all the co-ops used to use the DMA suppression file, still use the DMA suppression file. And those buyers, the 5.5 million people who really sincerely care and took the time to write into the DMA to get off the list, are some of the best mail order buyers out there. Now, never are we tempted ever to be able to use those records, but it's just interesting to look at all of their transactions associated with their record.
Yeah, I've heard that multiple times. So, and it may be that their mailbox is so empty that when someone does mail, they respond. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Loaded up with transactions. They get a ton of mail. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Other privacy comments. Consumer sentiment we've covered. The laws we've kind of covered.
On the privacy side, I would just say one thing. People that are in multiple channels, just make sure that your privacy policies are consistent. Right? If you've got retail stores, you might say one thing there. If you have, obviously, you have your website, your store's open all the time, you have a privacy policy probably in your direct mail pieces as well, maybe even in your emails, certainly as people come to the website. But the law is basically, whichever the one is the most egregious is the one you kind of have to default to for all media, all channels, all order channels.
Any comments from our audience and on privacy and where privacy is heading and consumer beliefs around privacy? Any feedback you're getting? Have you ever tried to mail the DMA Panda list and had a great experience? Guess I won't ask that question.
Don't ask that. Ellen?
Yes, could we get on a microphone, please?
We mail the people who tell us that they don't want their name to be rented to anybody else. And those people are gold. We can go back 20 years on those people and still make money.
Interesting. Interesting. Any other thoughts? Mari?
I mean, we do a similar thing. The people who are on our file already, opted in, who are on the Panda list, are awesome. Mail the hell out of them until they
So
say
they're
no.
getting stuff from you and not a lot of other people,
Yeah,
presumably.
it's awesome. You know, we own the mailbox because they're actively and you know, by their own choice on our file. So we mail them. And to your point, we can mail them all day long.
I'm like Brian. I have a lot of consumer interactions with people when they find out what I do, and they're like, "Well, I love the catalogs that I love, but I don't want all these other things." And I think there is some demand in the market for more control as the recipient over what you're getting, and I actually think there is an opportunity potentially for the Postal Service to monetize that and create a heads-up dashboard for mail that allows the recipient, if they want to more finely tune their communications and advertising.
Because we deliver the unexpected, I object to that as a mailer because they don't know what they want.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You know, you talk to consumers, you do a panel, and they'll tell you they don't shop from catalogs. I've been, you know, at Brookstone, I'll be like Bill, I'll quote, you know, ancient history. But, you know, we interviewed people, and they said, oh, we hate catalogs. We don't buy from catalogs. They were, you know, 8-time buyers. And we were mailing them, and they just don't, you know, they didn't think that because maybe they got a catalog and bought online that they're not a catalog buyer. But because they don't know what the content is, they don't know what they want. And we can still be profitable to people who think that maybe they didn't want our mail.
Interesting. Thank you. It's the internet is a lousy browsing vehicle. A catalog is a great browsing vehicle, and if you don't know if you know what you want, you can find it on the internet quickly. If you don't know what you want, good luck to you. Whereas a catalog is a very focused shopping experience.
I would add that when I try and explain, which is always a challenge for us at a cocktail party or whatever, what I do, people will say, "Oh, you're the reason I get all those catalogs in the mail." And I go, "No, I'm the reason that you get the fewer and better catalogs in the mail." Yeah. It doesn't always work because I can't even explain to my kids what I do. I was joking with somebody.
Neither can I.
And my kids call me Chandler Bing because they have no idea. I just, you know, work with Excel, and they still.
My kids think I'm a spy.
Well, that's much cooler than Chandler Bing.
But I think, Mari, to your point, the do not rents, other clients, that's consistent with what I see. The do not rents, Ellen and Mari, they're very profitable, always. So they are great. And then what Brian was saying earlier, and to your point, Mari, is that the people don't know what they want. The people that are on the do not mail file truly are the most active people on the database consistently. So
Interesting.
I've always thought that it was their way of trying to stop purchasing and control their spending.
Maybe it's the husband trying to control the wife.
So,
or the wife trying to control the husband.
Yeah.
Linda?
For our customers that say do not mail, they say, do not mail. I already have you. You're bookmarked on my browser. You're a vendor in our database. We're going to buy from you. Just don't mail us the catalog. So,
Save the waste.
right. They really, we're environmentally conscious,
I've heard that also.
But they already know us. So,
Mhm.
I mean, that makes sense. That's why they're the best customers, because they don't need the catalog.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm preaching to the choir, but having talked to a bunch of investors in my prior life, there's a bunch of 30-somethings sitting out there saying, you're a dinosaur, catalogs are going to go away. I'm like, no, you don't really understand shopping, do you? You think buying is shopping. You need a blue shirt. You go buy a blue shirt. You have 5 options online. You bought a blue shirt. Congratulations. That's not shopping. Go to a retail store, witness shopping. Understand how people browse through catalogs, the process that they go through, the sortation, the tearing of pages, the year markings, and then going to the website and making transactions. That's really how shopping's done.
Yeah, great point. Okay, any further questions? So I'm going to go into a wrap up here and ask for you all to share your final thoughts with our audience. And Brian, you've been last most of the time, so I think you should go
I just
first.
didn't want to steal all their thunder.
Oh, well, that's very generous of you.
I will say this, that in this environment, like I mentioned earlier, if you've got these 13 to 24-month buyers that are kind of floating through your customer file, understand that as we enter into the darkened times we've been talking about for the last 2 days, recency is going to be super important, right? Understanding whether or not you're using a co-op to identify people that are recently in market is super important. There's data that's happening on your own website, site visitors, really, really important at this time. Just knowing that somebody is in market versus, okay, I'm out, I've spent my stimulus money, I'm out, I'm not going to buy anymore. Really, really important at this time.
Thank you.
I would just, like I mentioned earlier, and I think everybody's already doing this, is try and bring in as much data as you can to make really good strategic and thoughtful decisions about your mailing and your marketing campaigns. I would also look at if you're already spending on your direct campaigns, try and integrate some more digital, bring in extend your direct into the digital space, into the Facebook, so use it as co-targeting. That's just a slam dunk. I always say if you're not doing it with us, you should be doing it with somebody. That just extends, it's a multiplier for your direct to make your direct work better. So just be thoughtful in those ways. And like Brian said, recency is key. So making sure that you're looking at all your house file segmentation decisions and being very, very deliberate about that. Because I do think it's going to get a little bit worse before it gets better. And this fall holiday is going to be very interesting and challenging. And hopefully, after we get past some of these things, it's going to get a whole lot better. And we'll hopefully we'll have learned a lot during these times here to get us ready for 2023. I think I was joking with somebody earlier. I said the best thing I've heard among these panels is that this year is going to end, and then we're going to be in a much better place. And I maybe don't want that to be my final words. But
So much for unicorns and rainbows.
Wait, let's go back to unicorns and rainbows.
Caroline?
Maybe because it's my first conference or just all the challenges that everybody is facing right now, I do feel like I'm drinking the Kool-Aid a little bit and getting the word out about the ACMA. We had 200 new clients last year. I am positive that a big percentage of them don't know about the ACMA and the challenges that we have coming up with postage. So I think I'm going to try to be a little bit more of an evangelist for that, to teach them.
Thank you.
And then it's so good to see the people, to see you all in person and to talk to each other as well. I mean, I think I would like to get some of my newer clients in touch with people like Ellen and Dana, who I've known for years, that need the help from other CEOs and that type of community. So,
yeah, I'd like to follow up on that and say, we're data cooperatives, but this industry is founded on cooperation and collaboration. If you think back to the old DMA conferences and just being able to sit down with your competitor, share your list, talk about ideas, think about what we talked about today and yesterday in terms of ways that we can collaborate, competitors working together, cats and dogs. Pretty amazing industry that we have.
Yeah, that's a great point, and we certainly need to help to get the word out, and there's so much opportunity, and we've proven that we can move the needle, but it takes action, and we need more people taking action. Sales tax is absolutely there for the taking. It's going to be a fight, but we can get it. Privacy is there for the taking, and we're going to come back at Postal and take another hopefully another tranche of that. So, well, thank you guys. You've been a great panel, and appreciate all your sharing and willingness to.
thank you.
We are going to go into a refreshment break. I want to thank Bilardi Wong for underwriting our breakfast break, and this break, I think, is Linda Meyer Central has underwritten the current break, and we're going to get back here for a discussion on all the changes happening in the package world at 11:15. So please be back in the room at 11:15. All right. Getting towards the home stretch, have some really interesting and important stuff still coming up. We've got a great presentation we're going to hear about in a minute. And then after that, we have, as you know, we had 2 hearings yesterday, one in sales tax and one in privacy. So we're going to have report outs on those hearings and what was said and what some of the conclusions were. And we also have 2 senior staffers coming at different times, one from Senator Carper's office and one from Representative Comer's office, Ranking Member Comer's office, to talk to us, hear from us on postal, interested in our perceptions on postal and what we're seeing. As I think you both know, both Mr. Carper and Mr. Comer are Senate and Representative, House of Representatives, respectively, very active in postal and offices that we definitely want to keep in touch with. So look forward to that, and I think we'll probably have you out of here a little early. No, maybe not. Paul's shaking his head no. So we'll see how that works out, but there will be interesting conversations. Next up is a gentleman I've worked with now for, my goodness, quite some time in various incarnations, and Paul Kavlakis is with Pitney Bowes, but he is also the chairman of the Parcel Shippers Association. The executive director of the Parcel Shippers Association, Jim Cochran, who many of you know, was going to be here, unfortunately had a scheduling conflict and then delegated upwards. And Paul was nice enough to jump in the breach. Paul and I have worked together on postal policy for some time. Well, and the PAEA as well. You were the CEO Council, and you were there when Mike Critelli was there. And so we've done some damage over the years, and there's a lot happening in your corner of the world, and we're really delighted you're here to share that with us. So, Paul, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thanks, Hamilton. Yeah, Jim sends his regards. Obviously, he would have loved to have been here. I think he had committed to be here, and then something had come up that he needed to attend. So he asked me to step in and shared a lot of his insights. So a lot of what you're going to hear today, or what I'm going to be talking to you about, is really are his insights augmented with some of the information that Pitney Bowes has, and so I'm going to share that with you here today, and hopefully there's some insights there that you'll find valuable. I'm going to get started here. So just a little bit about Package Shippers Association. We consider ourselves the voice of the package shipping industry, impacting the lives of Americans every day. We represent the complex $170 billion plus shipping industry, an ecosystem made up of shippers, vendors, retailers, third-party logistics providers, software providers, and more. Through PSA, members have access to postal and legislative leaders. We provide support to members to help them be successful, and we work to foster competition in the package delivery market. We promote world-class package delivery services at the lowest possible costs. We provide legal and political representation, encourage technological innovation, connecting our members with networks of members and non-members. At the end of the day, we are here to ensure that commerce is delivered. So I just wanted to, that's our spiel. Just some of the members, some of our members, I think are represented here in the room. I think Colony, I saw Colony was here. There are some of you are here. But we represent a lot of the e-commerce ecosystem, shippers, consolidators, carriers, technology platforms. So you kind of get an idea of who is at Package Shippers Association. So we're going to talk a little bit today. I went backwards. There we go. Oh. Yep, we're going to talk a little bit today about how the pandemic drove disruptive change in the small package shipping market. A lot of this, you'll recognize a lot of the same sort of macro factors that have been affecting other areas of the supply chain, and some of the conversations that we've had, what's actually been happening, and then how we've all been responding to it may be different. But hopefully this will provide you some insights and help you navigate it. Some common themes. So let's, yeah, so, Postal Service 70 pounds and under, but let's say 10 pounds and under, primarily, when we talk about small package shipping, that's what we're talking about. So not freight, not big stuff. But again, the vast majority of, for example, Postal Service's volumes is 10 pounds and under. And there's a slide later on, I'll show you some of that. So let's talk about the years leading up to the pandemic and then getting into the pandemic. We saw tremendous growth in e-commerce, and then COVID brought some disruptive change across the industry and many others. Labor and supply chain challenges combined with the remote work arrangements, more people working at home. Some were working at home before, some relocated to home and have stayed there. Businesses had shut down through mandates or choices, and so this kind of necessitated a migration. And then some folks had also migrated from the urban areas out to the rural areas, because if they were going to be working remotely, they could work from anywhere, and some of them have stayed there. And these are all some of the things you may have heard about before. But what it did is it created a bit of a supply and demand imbalance, and then there were also some changes that were happening in the delivery, final mile delivery carrier industry. You had some leadership changes. You had leadership changes at the Postal Service. You had leadership changes at FedEx and UPS as well. And their focus is, with new leaders come new strategies, right? We've seen that, I think, most recently at the Postal Service, most dramatically. Their focus has been with the Delivering for America plan. Certainly at FedEx and UPS, their focus has really been on revenue quality. It's a term that they both use when they report out, and I think we all understand what that is. It's primarily just making sure that the revenue that you're getting is profitable revenue, and so it's been a lot of what's been driving a lot of their actions, and improving their yield per package or revenue per package. That's been a big part of their focus. And when you look at what the Postal Service has been doing in response to the actions in the industry, they've been pricing to compete. And it's as part of its USPS Connect strategy. We'll talk about that. I'll touch on that as well. Hamilton mentioned it before. It looks to capitalize on the micro-fulfillment opportunities. And what we talked about a few minutes ago, the consolidation of the facilities, 190 facilities, possibly to consolidate where those are and the number of them, that plays into that strategy as well. So as we got into the pandemic, we were seeing double-digit annual growth in e-commerce for several years. The bulk of the last mile delivery was being handled by 3 major delivery companies, plus Amazon. Regional and final mile carriers had a small share of the business, but certainly not what they started to become in the last year or so. And market expectations with respect to transit times were generally being met. This is coming into the pandemic. This is before the peak period where I think all the major carriers experienced some challenges that were brought about by labor and transportation and such. And the pandemic really kind of changed by necessity the way in which consumers and workers, employees who were working from home, purchased their goods and services, and that kind of fueled the e-commerce growth. This is an interesting statistic. I think Hamilton, you referred to it, the McKinsey statistic that noted that the increase of e-commerce as a percentage of retail originally was projected to reach 24% by 2024, and it reached 33% in July of 2020. So 6 months worth, or 10 years worth of growth compressed into 6 months. It was equivalent to the growth seen over the prior 10 years, and it's really kind of staggering. We started to see peak season volumes throughout the year, no longer just during the peak. It ramped up early into the pandemic and pretty much was sustained throughout. And I think we're starting to see some of that fade a little bit as businesses open back up, as people return to brick and mortar shopping experiences. But the carriers struggled to keep up during the first peak season, and transit times became unreliable. And while service and reliability it's improved, in this new normal, the big carriers have all the power, and at the Postal Service, NSAs are being terminated for non-performance. So they're drawing the line, they're holding the line. So similar to what we see at UPS and FedEx, revenue quality, it's a focus there at the Postal Service as well. And they're offering NSAs as, take it or leave it, because rather than enter into an NSA where your chances of being profitable are not as good, they would rather not offer the NSA. And I mentioned before, other carriers prioritizing revenue quality. Revenue per piece is one of their most important metrics. So let's see, UPS, you had a new CEO. Again, we mentioned that before coming in. She sold the freight business to focus on the small package business. I think the mantra there was better, not bigger. So they're focusing on the small package market, and the focus has been on profit, revenue per piece. Here you'll see the improvement in the revenue per piece over the past year in the chart on the upper right. And then they increased revenue on a reduced volume. The average daily volume was down 3% from Q1 last year. This is their most recent financials. Most of that decline was driven by B2C and wasn't by accident. They fired business customers or increased prices to improve the quality of their revenue. And it's showing here in these statistics. It's all about profit, and they're going to continue to shed customers for as long as it makes sense for them to do so. And here you see the improvement in profit. They claim, they said in their statement, productivity improvements, and again, it's a focus on revenue quality. So that seems to be an underlying drive for these carriers. So it would be amiss not to talk about a major factor in what's driving that revenue quality metric up, and that's fuel, the rising fuel costs that major private carriers are passing on to their customers. So in this example, you can see this goes back to December, March, and then here most recently in April. There was a base price increase, a rate change general increase I think it was in December for going into January. That has not changed, but the fuel surcharges have changed 3 times since that time. So in the last 6 months, 3 times. It's gone from 11% to 16.75%. So what you'd pay grew 14.5%, even though they didn't change their prices, right? Fuel surcharges over that time increased 52%, 11 to 16.75%. And then at FedEx's recent earnings announcement, they also highlight a focus on revenue quality. You'll see it in the statement below. I forget who it's attributed to, but like UPS, FedEx is driving their revenue per piece up by jettisoning business that's not profitable, doesn't meet their objectives. And their ground business saw a 14% rise in revenue per piece. So this is a similar slide to what you saw before. Again, they went from 12 to 18%, a 50% rise. And if you look at the retail price of gasoline and diesel, I think it's pretty close to that, but it might be 1% or 2% less. Both of the surcharges are in line reporting to ahead of the increase in the retail gas and diesel prices over the same period. I think if you look at the last couple of months, I'm sure you guys, anybody who drives and fills up their tank, notices that in the last couple of months, it's really kind of skyrocketed since then. But if this is going back to April. And then just taking a quick look at the Postal Service's recent results, you'll see revenue is also up on down volume again, driven primarily by base pricing. Currently, the Postal Service does not have a fuel surcharge, at least not yet, or a residential delivery surcharge. That's one of the things that the other carriers have carried for many years. Some number of rural zip codes carry a surcharge, so that's another thing that's driving some of their revenue per piece numbers. As for the decline in volume, the Postal Service cited increased competition from aggressive pricing in the market and the diversion of final mile volume by some of its major customers. So think, Amazon, UPS, and FedEx, who used to rely and still do to some extent, varying degrees, on the Postal Service's final mile network for delivery in some of those rural areas in particular, where it just doesn't make sense for the private carriers financially. The equation doesn't hold up for them. They can't do it profitably, so they hand it off to the Postal Service. Some of them are diverting volume back into the networks to build density. So I wanted to just kind of take a step back briefly for a broader look at what's happening in the U.S. market. So I'm going to show you a few slides here from the Pitney Bowes Parcel Shipping Index. This is a report that we issue on I think it's every quarter. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. But we also, I'm going to be sharing with you some box poll data. That's a weekly survey of consumer attitudes towards a number of different things in the area of e-commerce, and I think you might find some interesting insights on that. Looking specifically at 2021, parcel volumes were up by about 1.5 billion packages last year. So the growth slowed to 6%. When you look at last year, it was 30% in year one of COVID. And the average number of parcels per person rose from 61 to 65. That's an annual number. You look at carrier parcel volume, you can see the, let's say, 4 major carriers and then others. Others include some of the big box stores that are entering into final mile delivery or venturing into it. And most of that is regional carriers. And I've got a couple of slides on regional carriers and what's happening there. But each of these carriers, UPS, Amazon, and FedEx, brought that used to go heavily with the Postal Service for their final mile. I think Amazon is still 40% of their volume still goes to the Postal Service, at least last year. That's what it was. Many of them are bringing volume back into their networks. Let's see. You can see UPS, Amazon, FedEx. Their volumes went up. Postal Services declined. Market share by parcel volume, again, USPS declined slightly. UPS was flat. FedEx, Amazon, and the others were up slightly. Yeah.
Could you give us a sense of what this market share looked like in, say, 2010? My impression was the Postal Service had a much smaller share. Has taken a lot of share in that period of time. They seem to be losing some share now.
Right.
Is that accurate?
That's pretty much accurate. I can't quote you what the exact market share was of Hamilton, but yeah, that's very much so. Yeah, that's the case. So we looked at market share by volume. This is market share by revenue. Ranked, they're pretty similar there. The magnitude difference there is the USPS revenue because of the fact that they're basically being paid on the final mile. So that volume that comes from those other carriers who are charging what they're charging their customers, and then handing off to the Postal Service, paying them for the final mile delivery, which is at a discounted rate. So that's one of the reasons why you see that. So that's from our parcel shipping index. Yeah. Yeah, please.
If the 2 major carriers, publicly traded carriers, are focusing on quality of earnings and quality of revenue, aren't they then by default handing off the least profitable work to the Postal Service?
Yeah, that's a good point. So and then it would be up to the Postal Service then to decide whether or not that's business. But what we're seeing now is that the Postal Service is emphasizing profitable revenue as well. But that's exactly right.
But they have
Hamilton.
to accept all revenue that's presented to them, so really their only tool is just on price
Right, that's right.
to control that.
That's right.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yeah, and remember, this is competitive volume, so they've got some room to maneuver when we talk about discounts, right? So the next couple of slides are from our box poll, BOXPOLL. Again, it's a weekly survey of customer attitudes, and this is one that started looks like in August of 2020, so very early after COVID. What we did is we asked customers each week whether or not they were concerned about the pandemic. And what you see is that in August of 2020, 83% responded that they were concerned, and the percentage gradually, as COVID waned, as things improved, and then you can actually see some spikes along the way, it's declined where recently it's at about 60%, 61%. So what does that mean? Well, it means if you're less concerned about COVID, maybe you're more willing to go out and go shopping in stores. And here's another metric that kind of correlates with those concerns. We asked consumers if they did more or less shopping online, or about the same, when you compare to how much you did 3 months ago. And you can see that fewer consumers are doing more online shopping now. More respondents are shopping less online. In fact, more shopping is being done in store, right? As consumers and businesses get back to normal, more and more shopping is being done online. So, I mean, it just kind of visually confirms that. This is another metric that we've been tracking since March of 2021. I think many of you will probably find this one interesting. We tracked how much consumers, on average, are spending each week while shopping online in several categories, and each category is down when you look back to what it was in March 20. Again, all this is very consistent with what's been happening, but the total spend when you shop online is down $128 to $74. And if you're interested in particular, I was mentioning this to Paul and to Hamilton, there is a study that we did about a year and a half ago, specifically focusing on catalogs. I have the URL, I don't want to read it out. If you Google Pitney Bowes box poll catalogs, if you Google that, it'll probably be one of the first two things that show up. But you'll see in there some trends and insights on consumer attitudes related to catalogs, broken down by demographic group. So I just wanted to share that with you. But you can see, again, one of the biggest things that popped out at me, which again makes sense, is when you talk about home decor, the average spent went from 35 to 9. Those tend to be higher spend items. But again, universally, all of these items, all of these different categories went down. So I'm going to take a little bit of time to talk about what's been changing at the Postal Service. I think there was an announcement yesterday. A new C-level position, Isaac Cronkite, was elevated to the Chief Logistics Officer. Should be a really a great role for him to step into, especially given the nature of the changes that the Postal Service is about to embark on. But we're going to talk a little bit here about what their strategy is to compete for business in the small package segment. So their strategic direction for the next 10 years was all laid out in the Delivering for America plan. For those of you that were in the MPF, you've learned all about it. So many of us that are in other industry associations have had a chance to study it for quite some time. And it revolves heavily around shipping. We're seeing the Postal Service move more towards building direct relationships with the shippers rather than going through intermediaries. That's one of the things that they've been trying to do, to create a direct relationship with the client when it makes sense for them to do so. They launched a series of offerings under this USPS Connect brand. Connect Local gives local businesses same-day or next-day service. Hamilton mentioned this earlier. If you induct packages into the destination delivery unit that delivers those packages, they'll deliver them either that day if you bring them in early enough, or next day, and those packages never leave the delivery area. They've also, it requires an agreement and gives you access to discounted pricing. They've also launched a regional version, USPS Connect Regional, and a version of it called National, which is really more of a branding of existing products. So if you look at your sectional center facilities, that would basically be your regional USPS Connect regional entry facility. And the requirements for that are the same as they would be if you were bringing in SCF entered mail or packages. Integrators and consolidators have the critical mass often to get to the best prices at the desired service level. So you kind of have to take a look at if you're looking to take advantage of these products, these new products, you have to understand whether or not it makes sense. Do you have the transportation? Do you have the density to take advantage of these new programs? Or does it make sense to use a consolidator or an integrator? USPS is also chasing the revenue per piece metric. They would, I don't think I've heard them refer to it as such. But when you look at the NSAs that they're negotiating and the number of NSAs that have been terminated for non-performance recently, if you watch that, if you see the PRC announcements about terminated NSAs, you'll notice it, at least I've noticed, I haven't done the analysis yet, but I've just noticed that there's been an increase in those, so they're drawing the line there. One thing to note, this is an interesting item because I think it surprised many of us. When you look in the integrated financial plan, which is something the Postal Service is required by regulation to submit annually, it shows a decline of 700 million packages this year. And they claim it's in part due to customers bringing back volume into their networks, as well as a return to pre-pandemic norms to some degree, including behaviors like in-store shopping. And they also cited the competition and the effects of price increase. So they've been increasing prices to maximize revenue, and in some cases that's chased away volume. So one of the things when we look at that 700 million package volume decline that was forecasted, if you look at the last 8 years at the Postal Service, package volumes grew by at least 500 million packages each year. So the forecast, like I said, it was a little bit of a surprise, but when you look at what we've seen through 2022, it's generally consistent. Through 6 months, volumes for Priority Mail was down 113 million, and Parcel Select was down 105. So it's 320 million over 6 months. So it's pretty close. They increased prices, shipping prices in January, and introduced some price changes to drive the launch of their USPS Connect regional products. While some of the increases were significant, there were some reductions, and it was really to drive the business, the USPS Connect Regional. DSCF prices were decreased by 10%. DNDC prices decreased by 23%. Not universally across everything, but I'm going to show you on the next slide. And then a new rate for containerized packages that aren't sorted to 5 digits. So if you manage your own freight, it might make sense for you to take advantage of those rates or use a consolidator that has the density to get to the better rates. So just real quick. So this slide just kind of highlights, I know it's probably an eye chart for many of you, but if you look to the right, you'll see for under 10 pounds in the DNDC zones, you'll see anywhere from this is an eye chart from up here. 40, yeah. Out in zone 5, there's about a 48% discount for anything under a pound to zone 6. Down to 7% for a 10-pound package in a local zone. So, you can see the magnitude of the price reductions. 10-pound or under is the vast majority of the volume that the Postal Service gets for Parcel Select. They made the huge reductions to become, as they said, they wanted to be more competitive in the marketplace and support the regional launch. And they also introduced some fees that on oversized items. So if an item is larger than 22 inches, there's a $4 fee. Larger than 30 inches in length, there's a $15 fee. And the idea there is while it generates some additional revenue, what it does is it gets the undesirable, the unprofitable packages out of the network. And that's what's been happening. I think many catalogers who are aware of this, probably many of you who carry those types of SKUs, had to take actions to manage the inventory of the items that would be subject to those charges, because maybe they're not as competitive, or it doesn't make sense financially and as much as it used to. So let's take a look at what's happening elsewhere in the market. I want to talk about, this is an interesting study. American Eagle, a retailer, taking an interesting approach. They acquired a fulfillment company, Quiet Logistics, and then a middle mile company, Airterra, and now they're approaching some of their competitors and talking about it in terms of co-opetition, about handling their fulfillment and middle mile to create some critical mass to be able to take advantage of for example, the USPS Connect regional centers, maybe some DDUs, and to use regional carriers. And we'll talk about regional carriers in a second. They don't have the types of volumes that Amazon or a Walmart would have, or a Target, but they're not just standing pat. They're taking action, and they're and those are some of the things that they're doing. So I'm going to talk just briefly about regional carriers now, and just to give you an idea, this is 2019. I think it's actually, yes, it is 2019. So this is what the map that's taken from Parcel Magazine looked like in 2019. You'll see basically where each of these regional carriers are located, and on the far right you'll see the states where that they service. And just before I'm going to jump to the next slide, just take a look at that, because visually I think it's pretty surprising. And the icons are a little different, but there's a lot more of them. So, and then if you take a look at the list of providers on the right, you'll see some consolidation. LaserShip acquired OnTrack, so now they've got coverage on both coasts. There are parts of the middle of the country that they don't service, but they've got an East Coast presence and an East Coast presence. And Capital Express and ADL have merged under new holding company funded by private equity. Again, they're an increasingly important player in this space, but still a very, very small player. I think if you looked at the other slide, I think they went from 200 million packages to 400 million packages in the past year. So again, still a very small, but some folks are looking at regional carriers as an option now to help manage their costs, given what's been happening in the market. So that's regional carriers. So just some final thoughts, some things to think about, some additional trends. And this is where I think a lot of Jim Cochran's insight here I'd like to share with you today. So when it comes to managing delivery costs, retailers want to compete with the big box stores and Amazon. One way to do it is to have operations near a USPS Connect regional center near one of those facilities. There's about 190 of them, and I think at National Postal Forum, I think the PMG shared that he'd like to reduce the number of them, make sure they're in the right places, and then he'd like to have people that are going to be injecting volume into the network located close to them, take advantage of the Connect service. You may have farther to go because there's only 60 of them, but you'd have fewer centers to go to sort to. And the last mile is almost half the cost. I think depending on who you talk to, it's anywhere from 40 to 50% of the fulfillment cost. Last mile of the e-commerce fulfillment cost. So you have to look at how you're doing it. Do you want to use a consolidator or direct entry to one of these centers to get the best price? Does it make sense? Do you have the logistics to support access to the regional centers? And regardless of whether or not you take advantage of Connect or regional centers or regional carriers, sortation is going to be essential, and there's a significant investment that goes along with it. Do you get the density that makes it make sense for you to give you an acceptable return on the investment for the sortation capability? Because it's not just the equipment; it's also the people. Last mile is a crowded space. Packages, groceries, food, medicine, Uber. There's a lot of delivery services, and it's not always a truck or that's coming in or a branded vehicle. Amazon's been using flex drivers. So what I've noticed, there's people that pull up to my house. There's all kinds of packages in their car, and they don't have a uniform, but they deliver a package, an Amazon package, and Amazon claims, I think they make anywhere from $18 to $25 as a flex driver. And sustainability is also becoming more of a concern with businesses and citizens and consumers as well, municipalities. Do you really need 10 different trucks coming down the road, driving through your neighborhood? During COVID, some municipalities actually limited how much you could charge for delivery of food, pizza, for example. I think part of that was to make sure that, companies weren't taking advantage of the fact that people had limited choices. But do you really want somebody regulating what you can charge for delivery? If somebody's willing to pay for it, do you really want it to be regulated? That's something to think about. And as you look at the final mile, part of the population relocated to areas and have stayed there. They're often more expensive to deliver to execute the final mile, and some carriers are charging more for it, or just not doing it and leaving it up to the Postal Service to do it, because the Postal Service is going there anyway. When it comes to last mile, it's a big basket. What was once a handful of large companies is now a crowded space with different approaches and partnerships. Innovative delivery startups are popping up. They're finding it easy to get funding. The whole idea is it's all about increasing revenue per, pick your unit, per piece, per hour, per mile, whatever. When you're not delivering food at around, lunchtime or dinner time in between, there's time to be delivering other items. So some of these folks are, not just delivering one thing. They're going to be delivering more items. And then for last mile providers, increasing revenue per piece is a focus, but also is reducing the expense side of the equation to maximize their profits. For shippers, this massive growth has impaired their ability to rate shop, because you used to be able to put out an RFP and you'd get back a list of prices. You'd choose the best one, whoever wanted that business the most. But basically, the carriers are now basically saying, this is it, take it or leave it. It's more of a take it or leave it posture, because they have all the power. The good news for all of us, there is good news, is innovation. It's driven by capital investment, and when that happens, it usually rises to meet unmet demand. One interesting question that we need to ask ourselves is, at what point does all this investment in innovation, automation, and technology deliver a final mile experience that delights customers and e-commerce consumers? And that'll change the game. So those were just some of the thoughts and insights that we wanted to share with you today. Hopefully that's given you something to think about, and I think that's it. I don't know if you have any questions or comments.
Paul, thank you. Is this on? Okay. Paul, thank you. That was very interesting, and I have a bunch of questions, but I'm sure some of you go.
Going back to the earlier slides where you showed the market share, let's go where we see the market share and we see by volume and then by revenue. I think it may be one before. There we go.
Yeah, either one. Yep.
Yeah.
This
yeah.
one?
Yep. Just thinking about all UPS's claims of the Postal Service subsidizing their packages with the market dominant cost. You could see USPS, has higher volume but much lower revenue.
Right.
Do you think there is, something to that, or is it really they're just kind of trying to break even? They're not building in a profit like a UPS or a FedEx would have to do for their packages.
Right. So there's several elements to the response. The first being that by regulation, they're not permitted to offer a product that doesn't make money. They can't lose money on it, and that's reviewed every year. Even the NSAs are reviewed by the PRC, and consistently every year they might find one or two that don't break even or make a profit, but those are usually ones that the Postal Service has then canceled or has adjusted, renegotiated. So that's one, they can't. The second thing is that they have to contribute a certain percentage towards the institutional costs. And I think that number was well over 20% last year. The institutional cost being,
Well, by statute, it's a lot less. It has been historically well over about 25%.
that's right. It's not required to be
Not
25.
required, but
I
there's
think
a minimum requirement, about 8%, I believe.
it's about 8%, right? That's the statutory requirement. It's about 8%. It changes every year. There's a formula that they use to determine it. But again, it's been surpassing it. So you couldn't do that without making money off of the packages. That number, I think I mentioned it. Maybe I need to be more clear. When you look at the revenue for UPS and FedEx, a lot of their, even Amazon, what people pay them to deliver the package is a price, and then they take that out and they give it to the USPS. They recognize that as revenue. Then they take that piece out and they give it to the USPS for final mile. They pay the USPS much smaller, less. It's parcel select pricing. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's more of a fulfillment charge, shipping charge, end-to-end charge up here, and then basically they take it through the middle mile, and so their numbers, their revenue numbers are going to be smaller.
Is that volume then getting double counted when we're looking at the parcel volume?
It's a good question. I think so. You know, if you look at the total dollars, I think that's what you would see in terms of revenue. But again, they recognize it as revenue, right? And then what they pay the Postal Service is an expense, right? So.
Yeah, but I'm just curious on the volume numbers, where you say this number of parcels are shipped in 2021. If FedEx is counting it and then they're handing it to USPS and USPS is counting it, are we counting and inflating these
volume-wise.
these volume numbers too?
Volume-wise.
Just curious.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah,
And
I don't know how they report out. I'm just off the top of my head. I just don't know. Yeah.
And I just have one other, on the regional carriers, do you think that they handle a lot more of the over 10-pound? I mean, have they found a niche there and growing in those packages that UPS and FedEx and USPS just don't do as well or don't want?
That would probably make sense to me if just because they have to move it over a shorter distance, it would make sense to me. I just don't know. I can't say.
Yeah, my sense is they are double counting. I was curious as to the Postal Service is reporting declines in package volume, and I thought maybe the entire ecosystem was declining because we have more consumers going back to stores and less direct-to-consumer demand. But I thought I saw a slide that said it's still continuing to grow.
Still continuing to grow.
So
Yep.
that does mean that the Postal Service is losing market share, which you just have 1 year on there. But if you look over several years, I guess it's looks like it's a several-year trend. I'm just wondering what the reasons for that are. Because I know the Postal Service has taken price, so maybe they have come to price parity.
It's a combination of things. They've admitted it. Some of it is they've lost some volume due to aggressive pricing actions to maximize revenue. That's part of it. The other part of it is that some of FedEx and UPS. FedEx is very small. I guess I'm not even sure if they do much with the Postal Service anymore. But UPS and certainly Amazon may be diverting more of their volume back into their networks as they build out their final mile network. But the other thing, the interesting thing, if it's 320 million packages they're down in the first 6 months, there's 200 million COVID kits that are in that number. You know, it's first class package service, I guess, is the way it goes. But that number is in there, so if you take those out, it's an even bigger decline. So now it's 520 over 6 months. You know, it's probably around 700 million packages as they forecasted. So might be a little more than that.
That's all right. I'll get over there and give you a microphone. It's a little hard to hear in parts of the room.
So I'll probably get some laughs of why I'm asking this question of you, but do you ever see a time where Amazon Logistics goes into delivery for other merchants?
Yeah,
Great question.
Yeah, I think, is it Home Depot that's doing? No, Walmart's doing that, right? I think they're doing that for Home Depot in certain parts. Freight.
So Amazon already has a LTL service, or maybe even truckload service. So
I think He's talking about final mile.
Right, no, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm saying they will probably do that, but they do freight now.
That was actually one of my questions. Everybody's trying to get rid of the heavy, the odd shape, the odd size. Who's going to do that stuff?
Who's going to do that? Yeah. Yeah. Maybe that's an innovation. We talked about it before. Where there's disruption, there's innovation. Maybe somebody will figure out a way to do that.
FedEx is doing that. FedEx has something called FedEx Final Mile, and they're the biggest LTL carrier in the country now, and they've got that service is for large packages to the home, including white glove. So
Do you know price-wise, just magnitude-wise, what the difference is? I mean, is it a premium or?
it is premium service.
It is a premium. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And didn't they make another change also? I mean, those are all contractors, right? Those are not FedEx employees.
No, they're all FedEx. We were one of the 9 companies they started with to develop the program, and
Dana has a lot of odd size stuff.
Yeah, we're outdoor
Heavy.
furniture.
Yeah.
So we now, I think the program has, I don't know, 500 to 1,000 companies, but we were one of the first 9, and it's their employees. It's FedEx employees. They bought smaller trucks for all of their hubs around the country, and you've got tracking all the way through. Yeah, because it's always a much worse experience when a carrier hands it off. But that's what they've done. They've tried to come up with this network. They don't reach the whole country yet, but it's up to, I think, 90% of the zip codes. So, yeah, it's grown a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, the Postal Service, they'll still process those items, so you're just going to end up having to pay a lot more. And if you've got a $10 or $15 item, you have a broom or a mop, you're not going to spend $30 to get a $10 mop.
This is bigger than that. These are things, sometimes 2-person deliveries.
Yeah.
A sofa.
The white glove, like you said. Yeah.
One of our merchants and maybe more, is in the process of actually redesigning products to be able to be in a smaller form factor and be able to
that was one of the things that I thought would really happen. It might take a little bit of time for it to happen, but I kind of figured it would happen. We talk about, again, innovation, innovation driven by disruption. In this case, charging more than what it makes sense to charge for something to be delivered.
Any other questions? Final questions for Paul? You want to talk a little bit about the outlook for price? It used to be that, or let me set it up a little differently for you.
Yeah.
Pre-pandemic, it looked like we were moving to 1-hour delivery, or overnight delivery, or next day delivery, or same day delivery. It was time based, and now it looks like that has shifted quite a bit. And so, what is the outlook? What do you see the outlook for the future? I'm going to ask you to.
Yeah. I wish I had an answer. I can tell you, it's interesting because I experienced it myself. As we get into the pandemic, we started to have this expectation of same day, next day. I'm an Amazon Prime guy. When my kids are home with me, there's usually 7 or 8 boxes in the front step almost every day. It just seems like it. I kind of figured that, at some point, the delays would become almost like expected. It's almost acceptable that there would be some delay, understandable due to the supply chain. Bear with me for a second. I went to dinner with 4 of my college buddies a few days ago. We were all celebrating Father's Day. We sat down, we ordered a cocktail, we started talking about all our children because it was Father's Day. What's going on with your kids? What's going on with yours? One's graduating, one's getting married, one's getting a job. It was great. And then we said, you know what? Let's order a bottle of wine. Somebody's having seafood, somebody's having whatever, meat. Let's order a Pinot Noir. So I looked at the menu. I recognized a Pinot Noir, reasonably priced. I said, that's the one we're going to have. The guy comes over and says, sorry, I don't have that one, but I have this one from the same vineyard. So my first question is, well, I've never had that one from that vineyard. How much is it? Is it more? And he goes, oh, yes, it's more, right? So I'm like, okay, he just tried to upsell me. So we went through, we picked out another bottle. And this time the sommelier came by and he said, listen, I'm sorry about this. we don't have that bottle, but we have this one, it's similar. And I said, I know that one, what's the price on it? And he told me the price, and I said, okay, that's the same price as the other one I was going to order. Now here's the thing, it's the supply chain impact, and that's what he's quoted. And what he said is, listen, supply chain that you've been hearing about, the problems that everybody's having getting all this stuff, we're having the same issue getting wine into this place, and the place was known for their wine list. So again, I say that because it's almost like when he said it, I'm like, yeah, I get it, So I think there's almost, I don't want to say an acceptance, because I think, there's still a market and a need for that, same day service, next day service. The expectation is there. It'll probably come back eventually. And I mean, that's the way I see it.
But we've had a bit of a reset.
I think so. I mean, how do you guys feel? Let's ask this group. I mean, when something doesn't get to your house on the day, unless it's really important to you, if Amazon says it's going to be there in 2 days and you get it the next day, or if the Postal Service says they're going to deliver it by 12 and you get it at 4, I mean, if it's not something urgent,
Well, they're extending their delivery windows. They're moving everything to 6.
Right.
To
They're
give
doing
themselves more tolerance.
That's right. Because I think what they're doing is they're prioritizing reliability over speed.
Right.
So, if you can be 90% sure that you're going to get it in 4 or 50% in 3, which would you rather have? But seriously, let me, if I could just ask, so how many people feel like they're more tolerant of just generally receiving, if it's not something that you urgently need, right? Yeah, see, that's what I experienced, It's almost like if it comes, it comes. If it doesn't, okay. Unless it's something I need. I'm traveling. I'm going to speak at the ACMA, and, I need a new pair of shoes, and they didn't come, So I'm wearing my old shoes.
I think there's more tolerance. I looked at your shoes and they said, well, he probably didn't get his new ones in, so that's okay. At least he's here.
They're the same color, Hamilton. That's a victory.
Paul, thank you for filling in for Jim, for sharing your knowledge, for jumping in. It's been great to have you here. I'd love to see more of the Pitney Bowes data that you do on catalog, and I don't know if it would be acceptable to Pitney Bowes for us to share some of that inside our paywall for members.
Yeah.
We'd love to do that if that were authorized, crediting you, of course.
Yep, I will. That's something I'll take back. And then I do want to offer up one other thing, because I checked with our folks. At some point, we might want to do more about consumer attitudes towards catalogs, and so maybe that's something we can collaborate on.
Yeah, and we'd love to. And the Postal Service, and we have been doing that. We haven't done it in a while, but we've done it 2 major surveys that we helped with them. They underwrote the cost of it, and we're always up for those sorts of collaborations too.
Good.
So, great. Let's give Paul a round of applause. All right, we have right now about 20 minutes, 22 minutes to get some food and start eating, and then we're expecting a couple of staffers to join us, one at 12:30. We'll have a review of one of the hearings. Following that, another staffer, and then another hearing review, and then we'll be done. But so we're getting on the home stretch. Thank you for staying and participating. And lunch is outside in the hallway. Right outside. Same place as yesterday. And hopefully it's warmer in here now. Just in time for the end, huh? So I'll start here while we get the rolling mic back, because this next section is specifically designed for audience participation, and we are honored to have Jackie. I'm not even sure I can pronounce your last name, Mufuchi, with us. Jackie is a senior staffer with Senator Tom Carper, who has had a long history of involvement in postal affairs. Thank you. And she is specifically interested in what you're seeing with regards to postal matters, and is looking for input. And so please share. I know a couple of people I think are still going to come back into the room. I hope they do, because I know they've got a perspective. I know you've got a perspective. I know actually several of you have a perspective. So anything else you want to say in terms of opening remarks, Jackie?
Yep, here we are. I just want to say I'm really thrilled to be here. I was just saying my boss, Senator Carper, is such a supporter of the Postal Service. I've heard many of his stories, but I think certainly the one that always comes to mind whenever I'm working on postal issues is his memories of being in military service. And the important role that the mill played in just making sure he had that touch point back home. And that really is what drives his commitment to continuing to make sure the Postal Service is thriving and delivering for generations to come. So I'm just really thankful to have this invitation and to be here with you. Just to give you a little bit more on my background, I'm a senior policy advisor for Senator Carper. I came to his office in December, and prior to that, I was working on a subcommittee under the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, which is their Government Operations Committee. I've really been diving into postal issues just since starting in the Carper office, but certainly 3 years on the subcommittee under his GAC. I have been around the postal policy portfolio for quite a while. So I am happy to hear from you. That is really what I want to do today. But also, if there are questions you have for me, happy to at least try to address them. And if I can't, to follow up with you after the fact to make sure I can get questions answered.
Great. Well, thank you for listening, and thank you for your interest in postal. And who wants the mic? I will start then, get you guys going. I really want to hear, I know Jackie really wants to hear from you, but I know this is an issue you have. We've talked about it. They're getting ready to make some major changes to the network. We think that's both exciting and terrifying. The excitement is we know that there is opportunity for improvement. The terrified comes in that we're not a part of those discussions. And they're talking maybe 4 months from now even making this happen. And we haven't seen anything. And we have lead time and associated changes we need to make. We have businesses to run that have bankers and shareholders that don't really like negative surprises. And we have customers that insist on getting good service and are expecting it for their business. So I had hoped to say this to the PMG when he was with us yesterday, but he got out faster than I could ask the question. When do we get to sit and review, and would you please not hard bake it and then show it to us? Soft bake it, get our input. You can throw our input out and don't do anything we ask you to do, but at least you'll know where we're coming from. They don't know what they don't know about us, just like we don't know what we don't know about them. So that's a major issue and major opportunity. I just hope that it's done properly. And Mr. DeJoy sometimes doesn't seem to believe that customer input really has much value. So that's been our observation to date. We realize he's got a lot of things to do. He's got a lot of challenges. God bless the man. It's hard to do what he needs to do, but he does need to involve us. And so I guess I'll start with that one. Hopefully this is not the first time you've heard this. You seem like you'd run into this one before. Okay, very good.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I think, one of the interesting pieces in play right now is that we do have 2 new members to the Postal Board of Governors, and how that is going to impact the interplay with the board itself and how it does business. Is to be determined, but certainly we have really great relationships with some of the board members as well.
He did say that the board members aren't a rubber stamp, but there's no foregone conclusion. He's getting some hard questions. That was my impression of his comment on the board.
Yeah.
Was that accurate? Is that what you all heard? Okay. All right, come on, guys, don't be shy. Mr. Shimmick, I knew I could count on you.
So Bob Shimmick with Quad. Definitely appreciate the postal reform bill that was passed and the relief that it provided to the Postal Service. Unfortunately, the Postal Service is not passing any of that relief on to the mailing industry. They are, using every bit of rate authority that they have available to them. They've stepped up their price increases to twice a year now. It's having a negative effect on the industry. So even though the Postal Service finances look a lot better, there was no relief provided to the mailing industry.
No, I appreciate that comment. And one of the challenges I think we have with the Postal Service is it is very much an independent agency where you've got the PRC, you've got the Board of Governors that are PRC making recommendations, the Board of Governors making changes. I am aware of some of those concerns, and that's something we can certainly take back and have some conversations, at least with the committee. I very much recognize that the bill that we passed is an important step. The senator recognizes, and I recognize that's not the end of it, right? There's still a lot more to be done. That was a really important step in getting the Postal Service on more stable financial footing.
A little nice about it. I'll be coming back over those grounds and with stamping my feet a little bit more. This twice a year price increase is really disruptive.
Yep.
The PRC's additional rate authority is really disruptive. You remember PAEA's goals and objectives of predictability, transparency, and stability. When you have a density adder, which, oh, by the way, rewards the service for losing business. Did I say that right? You get a price increase and you lose business? That seems sideways to us.
Yeah.
But when you have this density adder, which is not known to us, when we're doing our budgets in the fall, it's really hard for us to manage our postal expense. And then when we go to our executives and they say, why are you over budget? Well, we couldn't plan for it. We had no visibility. Well, get out of the mail then, because this is just terrible. I can't put up, you get that sort of response. Yeah. It leaves a bad taste. It's just not good business.
Yeah, and I think this goes back to the point of not engaging the stakeholders during the process, right? I mean, that seems to me to be one of the major fails here, is that as the Postal Service is moving forward and making decisions, that they don't have their stakeholders at the table to be able to give that feedback. Huge problem.
There's a concept in business called voice of the customer.
Yeah. Yep.
And we're missing that.
Yep.
And then the other piece, since we're catalogers and we're underwater, we get a 2% additional surcharge every 6 months, which of course gets compounding. So we're really being discriminated against as a mailer because we're the only one that's applying to. I think. Am I missing anyone that else is having to pay that? And we are very sensitive to price as an input to our circulation decisions. And one more factoid. The reason we're underwater is because the reported costs of flats have gone up at 2.5% the rate of inflation. I'm sorry, 2.5x the rate of inflation for the last 32 years. And I'm happy to show you my data source. We filed it with the PRC. Nobody's taken us to task for being inaccurate, which they would. So we'll accept it as we think pretty accurate that the reported costs of our mail have gone up at 2.5 times the rate of inflation for over 3 decades. No wonder and we're the ones that have to pay for that. Oh, they're getting rid of the FSS. Guess who had to pay for it? So I want you to feel a little sorry for us when you leave. So I had to put that out there, but it's a struggle for us.
Yeah. No, I definitely hear that. Thank you. This is the information I want.
Come on, guys. Jump in the party.
Hi, I'm Ellen Pullman with Gardens Alive. I've been a catalog mailer for 36 years. I listened to Postmaster General DeJoy yesterday, and I never heard him mention the customer. I never heard him mention mailers as customers. I never heard him mention the mailbox as the customer. At Gardens Alive, our vision, our mission is to produce a wow experience to our customer. And we measure every decision we make against that standard. When we invest in infrastructure, when we take marketing risks, everything is measured against that. I look at the post office, it covers every inch of this country. There's so much infrastructure, there's so much expense to that infrastructure, and there's a certain amount of volume that's mandatory in order to substantiate that infrastructure. And as Postmaster talks about all that he wants to do to clean up inefficiencies and to be operationally smarter and more nimble, and as he continues to raise prices, do we have projection models that show us what's going to happen to the volume as these increases go on, and at what point it's no longer going to be a viable institution? Because it makes no sense. Looking at it from my perspective, I just don't understand the vision. I understand cleaning up operationally. There's so many opportunities. He's identified many of them. He has a vision. He wants to do them all at once, and seemingly with no focus on the customer and the viability long term. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think that's an important point. And certainly that's something, those are conversations we've been having with the Homeland Security Committee that has jurisdiction over the Postal Service, particularly as we're looking at the 10-year plan and implementation of the 10-year plan. Our job in Congress is to understand where that comes from and to understand the projections, right? And I will say candidly that is still very vague to me. It's been quite a while since we've had an opportunity to have that level of a briefing from the Postal Service as a committee. It's something that certainly warrants more visibility.
My name is Ken Lane. Oh, can I go?
Go.
Yeah, my name is Ken Lane. I do consulting for mailers in the industry. This is not an original idea, but I tell my children I do math for a living. And the math of the Postal Service is that it's a flawed business model. It's not the fault of that. It's the fault of changes in society and such. But it's flawed. And so any volume is good volume. And so the unoriginal idea is this prospecting rate. Because when people prospect, it's a significant amount of mail versus their house file mailings, which is what they do today. And then it just generates packages and other residual revenues and such for the Postal Service. So I don't know how we get that back on the docket in some way, shape, or form, but it's a potentially big number for everybody.
The background here is we have talked to the Postal Service about this, demonstrating what Ken just said to be true. When I said to you, if you really understand how our business works, you'd let us prospect for free because of all the additional mail that will create for you. Now, obviously, that was a non-starter, but because we're in this underwater status, perversely, reportedly, and I don't know that I agree with the numbers, I could get into that, but because we're underwater, then they don't want to have more of our stuff, they want less of our stuff. And that doesn't make any sense in part because they're not looking at their variable cost, they're looking at their total attributed cost, which has a lot of stuff stacked on top of it, which they're going to pay for whether we're in the mail or not. So if we don't pay for it, someone else is going to have to pay for it. So they really need to be looking in this decision at their variable cost to deliver. They also need to reduce their cost of delivering our stuff, which we are working on. It's on a pause for the network redesign to take hold. But I think Ken makes a great, all of us in this industry, we want to mail, and books in the mail means sales for us. And so, yes, I'll let you react to it, but that's the background.
No, so this is definitely an area that I'm not as familiar with, so.
Down in the weeds for you, I understand.
Yeah, exactly. So, but this is great, right? Because this gives me something to kind of connect with you, to know, to have more conversations
Right.
about.
Okay.
Can I ask, given that, I mean, it sounds like a lot of the conversation here has been, there seems to be some conversations you are able or you have been having with the Postal Service. Certainly that communication can be strained at times. So can I get a sense more of how that back and forth happens and what opportunities are available to you all to engage with the Postal Service?
Well, pre-to-joy and post-to-joy, we need to look at that because it's changed a bit, and it depends on who's in charge, and it's a very CEO, PMG-driven culture, and so it's what the big guy or big gal says we're going to do. And there's been periods of a lot of engagement and periods of relatively lack of engagement over the 30 years that I've been following this. We also tend to engage not at the top level, we do that, but also at the next 2 levels or 3 levels down, and those are the people that are actually doing the work. Unfortunately, we haven't had access to those folks the way we used to. We're actually located in this location. As you may have noticed, we're pretty close to L'Enfant Plaza. And the reason for that is so we could have a lot of those interactions. And unfortunately, that we've never been told officially, but that doesn't seem to be being encouraged right now. I think there are times where we've had wonderfully open, productive conversations and made a lot of progress. And then there's times where we really have been not really communicating, kind of going crossways. And take flats, for instance. We had a group that finally, I asked Megan Brennan when I visited her the first time, I said, get rid of this FSS and let me do some downfield blocking with Congress so they don't cloud up and rain on you about it. And she said, no, it's off the table. We're not doing that. I don't want to discuss it again. And I said, well, how much does it cost to sort on the FSS versus manually? That's a fair question. We'll get it to you. Never got it. We reverse engineered it and came up with 6.5 cents and 20 cents. And so 3.5x the cost for automation. Wait a minute, I thought we were automating it. And that was never confirmed and denied, but we think it was directionally correct. Finally, this PMG has eliminated the system as more costly than valuable. So that's all great. We talked about making some changes in products, prospect rate. We've done a lot trying to get them to understand why we're important in the mailbox, why we're important in the mail moment, that we ship 1.3 packages for every order we receive, so we're not just shipping catalogs, but if you've ever bought from a catalog, you know that the more you buy from a catalog, they multiply. They're like little gerbils or something inside your mailbox, and you get more of them, and that's because you're a buyer, and we want you to buy from us, and so do others. And mail begets mail in our segment, and we're also driving consumer interest in the mail. I think the pandemic has made us all acutely aware of the value of direct-to-consumer purchasing and having that available. But in rural America, that's really the only game in town. Or if you're shut in, or infirm, or an old age person, or a single mother or father that's got a family and you're working and you don't have time to shop, or dual income family. So for a lot of people, the catalog is a great solution, and it works. We're committed to it, but we've got to have it affordable, and it's become increasingly unaffordable. Guys, help me out here. Jump in.
Hi, I apologize. I came in the room a little bit late. Was enjoying the sun and the heat. So I don't know if I'm going to repeat anything that was already said, but one of the biggest angst right now for us is this twice a year. The ability for that to compound over again, especially on the flats there, the carrier route. We're already making it as fine a sortation as we possibly can. And 2%, 2%, 2%. We're going to be 20%. I mean, in the last 18 months, it was 21%, our increase. So that's painful. Going back to the DFA, there's a lot of things that I like, and I think we all do, about what the PMG is doing and a lot of the direction there. But I still need to question some of the forecasted numbers that were put in there that are used to be able to support this need for these increases. And I think several of us have asked for more information about how do they forecast those numbers and those losses that they're projecting. And I haven't seen any kind of clear response. To me, that seems like a showstopper. Either you need to report that information out, or you can't continue to take increases. Because if you're working on bad math to start with, it's just going to get worse. So that's, and sorry, Dean, but I do like the PMG very much, but one of the things that he does seem to forget sometimes is that he is a civil servant, and talking about his 600,000 plus employees, he forgets about the 7 million that are in this industry. There's so many people employed in this, between the mills, between the printers, between the catalogers, the data guys. We're all dependent on the mail, and it's more than the 600,000.
Right, great point. Thank you, Deb. Deb DeMore from LSC Communications.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, I just wanted to add the one word. I was talking to someone from the PRC last night, and the one thing that the PMG needs to be is just a little bit more flexible.
Yeah, I'd argue maybe not on that one. I think one of my criticisms of the Postal Service is they never said no to anyone. And it was always yes. And they ended up with such diversity that it became unmanageable. And so I'm glad that they're thoughtfully segmenting out what they will and won't do, the customers they will and won't sell. I think that's good for us long term. Was there something specific, Jim, that okay, yeah, that more customer centric.
Feedback from the customers to be sure what your linear projection is in fact valid.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
One other point I would make is that when we put catalogs in mailboxes, we introduce the customer, the recipient of that catalog, to product that they might not have thought about. And then they often go online. We're in the middle of doing a study right now to understand how much our catalogs create sales of our product on Amazon. But there's a whole hidden piece here because, I mean, if you think about all of the purchases that are influenced by a catalog arriving in somebody's mailbox and then what happens from there, it's really got a huge amount of impact.
No, that's a great point. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Linda. I'm from Illinois. I don't know the postal stuff like these guys do. I kind of work in a different area. But it seems to me that the goal of all of us, including the Postal Service, is to increase the amount of mail sent to then increase the revenue and cover some of the costs. And it also seems to me that we have so many ideas on how we could send more, but we're prohibited by things, usually cost, but sometimes other things. For example, I'm in the B2B market. We sell office and school furniture to public agencies. A lot of the promotions are dealt to consumer mail. And making the Postal Service promotions appeal to wider group. I know that if we got for example, the informed delivery, the new informed delivery that is so hot right now, it doesn't work if you're mailing to a business, only to consumers. So that's a great promotion, but it doesn't appeal to everybody. So for me, I would like to see more promotions that have input from industry or just more target more areas. I mean, why can't a promotion be for all catalogs? Why does it have to be catalogs that do the specific thing? Or something like, last year we sent X number of catalogs. If we send 1.5 times that amount next year, the additional spend, the additional cent, whatever, if we sold 1 million, if we spent 10 cent, we sent 10 million this year and 15 million next year, the 5 million additional would have a lower cost because we're increasing our cent. Things like that, and I think that as an industry, we hear about the promotions when it's too late to change how we're going to send. I mean, we decide now how we're going to send next year, and we might not be able to take advantage of some of these things. So I just think there's so many ways we can encourage sending more. And we have such great ideas, as do other trade organizations. We'd love to share those ideas. And
If the PMG were here, he'd say, we've tried a whole bunch of those and none of them worked.
Well, and sometimes, like I said, it's just timing. You know, I don't see the promotions until it's too late for me to incorporate them.
And we have talked to them about trying to release that earlier. They have a regulatory process they have to comply with, but that doesn't mean they can't give us early notice of what to expect so we can start doing some pre-planning.
Right. It's 18 months out. And then also things that are specifically targeting increasing the number you send.
Right.
I would be curious if they are aware 18 months out that this is something they're going to do.
Our planning horizon is so long because we're ordering merchandise often from overseas. We have to have the merchandise in hand before we can mail the catalog because it creates all sorts of problems and otherwise. And so, yeah, we really need a longer planning horizon. We've asked them for forward guidance on rate changes, which they've started to give some more of, which we appreciate. Dean, do you want to comment on any of the things that just were said, or will you take that back around the planning horizon to Fody?
I have no idea who Dean is. So I work for the Postal Service. Why, thank you. Hold on, let me get you another piece of that delicious pie. So I've taken a lot of notes, and like I told Deb, I haven't written any names down, but I have taken a lot of notes. I will take a lot of this back. I work in industry engagement and outreach, so we're under corporate affairs, and Judy DeTorek is my vice president. She works directly for Mr. DeJoy. She was here yesterday, knows that I attended the whole conference, so how far it goes, of course, you know, but I just know that I love you all, and I'm really sorry.
We appreciate that you're taking some of this abuse. I think you know where we're coming from. We love you too. We want you to be successful.
I keep yesterday after
it's like an old married couple. Sometimes we're going to fight a little bit, okay?
Right. Yes. Yesterday after DeJoy spoke, it he's very rambunctious and excited, and I said to Paul, I'm like, it's going well, and then by lunchtime I'm like, okay, I feel like the enemy again. I'm sorry, but thanks.
I come to this conference from a postal end of perspective, but what's always a good takeaway for me when I come here is all the other things I learn about that impact catalogers, specifically around the tariffs and the sales tax and the remote sellers, all these other issues that are going on. And so it's a great learning for me, but then at the end of it, we sit here and we look at what's the cost of the catalog, and the postage part of it has just increased exponentially. You know, and they've got all these other issues they're tackling, and then we've got this one that just continues to grow and grow. I don't know if this needs to come from the regulators or if this needs to come from Congress, but I would like to see the Postal Service more engaged in trying to pursue NSAs with market-dominant mailers. There hasn't been one in probably 6 years, I think, since Discover and Potpourri. They turned down the last Discover one. And that's a great opportunity to grow the mail. They do multiple NSAs with their competitive products and do contract negotiations there. But in the market dominant, it's a great resource for them to do that because they can make these agreements and contracts of increasing value, more certain sortation levels, things that would help them. I'm sorry, a negotiated service agreement. So it's a contract. And it's a private, so with market dominant, everybody has the same rates, they're all published, and that's what you pay when you pay your postage. Competitive, they have competitive rates published, but on all of those, the larger people who are shipping more than 1 to 5 packages a week have a contract with the Postal Service for a lower rate. And they have available to them to initiate these with market dominant products. So with a cataloger, with a letter mailer, that they can get a different agreed rate if they agree to different terms. And they haven't done one in, like, I think about 7 years. And it's a good opportunity for them to grow in an area that they may say, oh, well, we'd really like to see more of this type of mail in this area, or prepared this way, presented. They do a little bit of that in incenting certain kind of containers and with their work share discounts, but I think they're missing some opportunities there. And I don't know who it is, whether it's the regulators who need to keep on reminding them about that, or whether it's Congress, or...
Yeah, graphically behind you is a representation of what Deb was just talking about. And the change used to be a third, and now postage is actually, for the most efficient mailers, postage is 65, 66, 67%. So it really is becoming the rate limiting factor in our ability to send out and reach consumers. So that's what...
That we have no options.
That's right. We're captive customers. We can't do anything else.
We're held hostage.
Right.
You know, I mean, the other option is maybe we open up the mailbox.
Right.
And we let a whole bunch of players get to compete. But right now, that's not the case. And it's just like this enormous weight that is just sinking us all down. And the number of jobs that, if you look at this catalog industry and the number of jobs that are impacted by the catalog industry, it's enormous.
You know, it raises, just building on Ellen's point, it raises, you know, it was great. We've got a public utility that's paid for by ratepayers. I mean, how beautiful is that? But it's getting to the point where that's not going to be a reasonable alternative. And we've just codified into law 6-day delivery, 161 million delivery points. And yet our ability as mailers to pay for this infrastructure is really declining greatly. So at some point, I think the universal service obligation is going to need to be a publicly funded vehicle if we want not to adjust anything else. Because we're not going to, you know, we're not going to be there to support it. And we are seeing continued mail volume declines and accelerating declines. One thing that supported this with the direct-to-consumer demand we've seen, the metrics of mail have improved since the pandemic. So while we've had all these enormous rate increases in postage and paper, we're getting them everywhere, we've been able to offset that by performance. Now the metrics are starting to return to not pre-COVID levels, but lower than the heady levels they were at in the 2020 timeframe. So I think you'll see us starting to pull back mail as a result of that if the prices keep going up. So I don't know the answer, but I did want to tee that up because that's something for greater minds like you and Senator Carper to figure out. I know there's an R and a D split on that issue, and I know that some of the R's, as I've actually, in trying to get postal reform done, I actually offered myself as a sacrificial lamb to 15 or 20 conservative think tanks in town and got filleted in a few of those meetings, as you might imagine. And we really, that's going to be one of the next pieces. I think there's some intermediate pieces in legislation that we could do. You tell me if they're realistic. You know, move the Treasury return of the $300 billion that we have and a 2% Treasury rate to a thrift savings plan type vehicle. Enough, if not all of it, you know, enough of it, and start to get a return equal to the actual growth and actuarial need. Because right now we're putting that money over there, and every dollar we send over to Treasury for prepayment of retiree health benefits and pension, we're losing money on. We'd be better off keeping it. The other is a return of the OPM's regular overcharges on CSRS and at times FERS. We need Congress to say, hey, guys, stop the nonsense. Don't do that anymore. That's our money, not their money. It's not government money. And unfortunately, politicians do like to tax those that don't vote for them. Well, this is a great example of taxation without representation. So those are some immediate things that could be done. But longer term, I think Congress is going to have some decisions to make. And probably better to make them before we all exit the mail and there's total travail. And to get out ahead of it. And we don't want to exit the mail. And as Deb's pointed out and others have pointed out, 7.4 million jobs 2 years ago across the broader mailing industry. And if you haven't seen it, we've got exactly how many of them are in Delaware. Okay, I can get that for you.
The other piece is that we're all friends demands of the post office. I mean, we prepare our mail to their specifications for their automation with their barcodes. Like, we're the customers that the post office wants.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
we're the least expensive customers to take care of.
Other thoughts? Other comments? Yeah.
Just from a government perspective, what else should we be doing in terms of advocacy, from a, constituency perspective, obviously sharing information with you, but if you could walk us through that, I think that would be important.
No, so I think, that's always an important question. Certainly, the Committee of Jurisdiction, Homeland Security, to the degree that you have individuals from the states of representation on that committee, that's going to help even more. But talking to the members who are on Homeland, and particularly the chair and ranking member, Gary Peters and Rob Portman, their staff, a lot of what you've outlined today, I'm taking mental notes, going to take physical notes in a moment as I ride back to the Capitol. But those are conversations that I'm certainly, I'd like to talk to them about as well, because ultimately they are going to set the agenda for how oversight of the Postal Service, to the degree that we have some, recommendations for legislation. Those are great conversations to have in and outside of the committee. So talking to members of the Senate and the House who particularly who represent you and where you're at, and then more broadly, again, talking to Homeland and the Government Operations Committee on the House side. And those are the people that are really, they're engaged in these issues. So those are the people who are going to be able to most effectively bring these pieces forward, whether it's a piece of legislation or it's outreach to the Postal Service, conversations with the Postmaster General. Not everything we do is legislative. So the more that those pathways of communications are open and you're having those conversations, you're having those meetings, that can be another way to help integrate some of this message and get some work done at the Postal Service. I mentioned before, one of the challenges we have as a Congress is that there was a very purposeful decision to make the Postal Service an independent entity. And so certainly what that means for us is Congress has oversight for sure. We can pass legislation that impacts how the Postal Service operates, but it's not as straightforward. I feel like that's one of the lessons I've learned as I've worked on postal issues, is because of the nature of the independent agency. One thing I personally don't want to do, and I try to do this in all of my portfolios, I, as a policy advisor, generally tend to shy away from telling someone how to do their job. But we also have a role to critique that work that's being done, and if we need to help direct the work in an appropriate manner. So that's often what we're thinking about, I think, as we are moving initiatives forward as individuals who work for Congress.
We probably don't want you to be too specific.
Right.
There's
Well, and
unintended consequences.
If you ever read a bill, we're never that
Yeah,
specific, right?
You set broad
Right.
strokes and then let the experts figure out how to get that done.
Right.
And I don't have the most recent. In 2012, there was $4 billion of generated economic value in Delaware and 26.2 thousand employees employed in the mailing industry. I can get you updated once I will.
I'm going to jump topics a little bit. The ACMA has three main policy strategies that we're working on. The obvious one is postage. Another one is privacy, and another is remote sales tax and taxes in general. We are a unique industry in that I'm an Illinois business, but my customers are all over the country by virtue of the fact that I mail them catalogs. And so a lot of these issues that are regulated by the states are a particular challenge because all the states are different. The privacy being one where every state has their own privacy laws and they all are different and they contradict, and yet I'm an Illinois business, a small business with only 30 employees, yet thinking of how to address all of these. And everybody else here is from a much larger area. There has been some recent legislation, a draft legislation for privacy, and that is great, and it's a good start, and progressing on that. We're still stuck on remote sales tax. I don't know how familiar you are with the remote sales tax issue.
So I know about it. I'm not the point person in our office. Our tax guy is handling that.
Okay.
But I am aware of the issue. I know, I think Senate Finance just had a hearing
They
around
did,
this, right?
yesterday, yes.
Right? Yeah, so certainly something we are aware of.
Okay. So the big issue of what we're trying to do is not to roll back the Wayfair Supreme Court decision and say that we don't have to collect sales tax anymore. We're trying to simplify it to something that all businesses can do that's not an undue burden on interstate commerce. And we have drafted legislation that we have shared with those on the committees that are interested, but what we're trying to do is just make it so that businesses can do this without getting slammed. Simplification such as one rate per state, a single point of filing, make everybody use the same exemption certificate. We don't have to have 50 different ones. And my congressman, I'm in Illinois, my congressman says that Congress works in reverse dog years, which should take 1 year, takes 7. Well, okay, so we're now 3 years into this, so still got a little ways to go, and I think we are making some progress, but I don't want you to, I want you to hear from as many people as possible that this is an issue affecting a lot of people. I'm not sure if you hear from a lot of constituents on this, and I think it's because most businesses aren't even aware that even 3 years into this, that they have to do this. So we're trying to be the canary in the coal mine here and bring it to attention and get some solutions in place before sales tax starts putting people out of business.
No, I will definitely take that back and chat with our tax policy advisor. I haven't had a chance to download with him on the hearing yesterday. He and I split the finance portfolio. He really does tax and trade, and I cover down on retirement and pension. So, yeah, I'll get that download from him and see where we're at.
Just real quick, full disclosure. Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Steve Esfogel, I work with Holly. Appreciate you coming in, so I do tax work for ACMA. We had spoken with the senator's office, and we'll follow up after the meeting as well.
Perfect, thank you.
I'm just curious because I work with Hamilton at the ACMA, and I've been for over a dozen years. And Senator Carper addressed our group back in something like 2014 in one of the auditoriums on the Hill. And one thing for sure, and of course going back to the Reform Bill of 2007, is his passion about the Postal Service. Is he still very passionate about it these days? Does it come up a lot in your offices?
Yes. In short, yes. Well, and that's probably, so right now, where we are and what we're focusing on with Postal Service in our office, certainly the Reform Act just got passed, so the committee is interested in kind of the oversight process, so are we. We want to make sure that bill gets implemented, executed well, et cetera. But even as soon as, well, before the signing, but at the signing ceremony, if anybody watched it, so my boss, Senator Carper, and President Biden had a little bit of an exchange over the the vehicle fleet modernization, right? And that has become very much the priority for us. So for those who may not be aware, Senator Carper is also very passionate about the Postal Service, also very passionate about the environment. He's the chair of the Environment and Public Works Committee. He speaks frequently about his concerns of climate change and making sure that we're leaving a planet that is going to be safe and thriving and healthy for grandkids and great-grandkids and so on. And so we have been very much focused not just on the Postal Service's fleet modernization activities, but really their plans to integrate electric vehicles into that fleet. So a lot of my time, and when I say a lot, I mean, I'm speaking with the senator on a regular basis, specifically weekly, few times a week, on the fleet modernization efforts for two reasons. One, the electric vehicles. Two, because the vehicles they have are just really problematic and very old and outdated and all of that stuff. So from a worker standpoint, we've been really concerned about
We
that.
talked a little bit with the PMG about that, and he seemed to be softening. He seemed to be willing to go electric as fast as he can get there, but his concern was the infrastructure that he has. He said, I've got buildings I wouldn't want to plug a toaster into, much less
Yep.
an electric vehicle.
Yeah, so we've been having some conversations with other entities, other groups, private companies that have been doing some of this work as well. And I think that's the message we've been getting as well, is the infrastructure piece is a really challenging one for a number of reasons. One, to your point, if you've got older buildings, they need to be retrofitted and upgraded and all of that. But beyond that, we have hundreds of utilities that are in charge of the electric grid. So just the coordination to get to a place where you have the electricity to support these vehicles can be very, it's not impossible to do, but it's a lot of work to get there, to get that cross coordination. But those are some of the pieces that we've been certainly focusing in on, recognizing too that the Postal Service does seem, and the PMG does seem to want to do this. There's, one of the messages that we keep getting is it's very cost prohibitive. We get that. We do think that in the longer term, there's cost savings to be had. But so those are conversations and work that is still ongoing, but certainly that is a priority given that the fleet modernization project is happening now.
And now's the time, since
Now is the time.
we're buying new vehicles.
Correct, and those vehicles are going to be on the roads for another 20 years. So if we don't get it done now, we're not going to get it done.
There's an opportunity.
It's absolutely an opportunity. Yeah.
All right, other,
A number that I was told last night by, I think it was one of the people from the USPS, was that they bought 10,000 EVs and 40,000
Correct.
motorized.
Yeah. Yeah, so the current contract that they have is for a minimum of 50,000 vehicles, 50,000, to be delivered over the next 5 to 10 years. And yes, the breakdown of that is 40,000 are meant to be internal combustion engine, 10,000 electric vehicles. We are pushing for more. We think that, that contract too, just so you all are aware, it's a minimum of 50,000, but a maximum of 165,000. And so we've continued to have conversations with the Postal Service and with others about our concerns that 10,000 is not enough and that the Postal Service really needs to continue relooking those numbers. We have some...
Feedback that that's what they were actually doing.
What's that?
I was getting feedback that
Yeah.
that's what they're actually trying to do.
So that's what our understanding too is, that they are trying to, especially now with the cost of gas at $5+ looking at the initial analysis that they did, where I think the cost of gas through that analysis was in the $2 realm, right, or just under $3. So, and because that happened 2 years ago, or this was a few years ago when gas was less expensive. The challenge is that you can't really predict gas prices. And so that is one of our concerns when they're looking at the cost benefit, is that they have a false assumption there about the cost of gas. Now, our understanding is that they are relooking and reanalyzing and reconsidering as gas prices change. Certainly not day to day, but they are doing reanalyses. So every year they are going to make another, so they've got 50,000 total. A certain number, I think 5,000 are meant to be delivered this year, and then it's 15,000, 15,000, 15,000.
Well, they could shrink that 5 to 10 years down to 5, is really what you're looking
So yeah, so as they place new orders, our understanding is they are continuing to reanalyze to understand the affordability of an electric vehicle. But we definitely want more of a commitment than that.
And as they shrink the number of nodes to fewer, it'd be easier to modernize the infrastructure.
Yes.
The other thing is, I mean, they're only driving 4,000 or 5,000 miles a year.
Right.
They're not driving a lot of miles a year.
Right.
And electric makes sense, really, if you're driving, my own calculation, if I were going to put 75,000 miles on a vehicle in fairly short order, not 1 year, it makes great sense. If we do it in a year, it makes
Right.
total sense.
Yeah.
So there's a payback issue there because of the nature of electric vehicles.
Yeah, the Postal Service Office of the Inspector General put out a really interesting report where they kind of looked at the purchase of EVs as a case study. So they did an analysis of where the Postal Service is right now. And one of the things that I found interesting, I think the Postal Service found this too, somewhere around 90% of their routes would be appropriate for electric vehicles.
Okay.
So, you know, knowing that, we certainly want to see more vehicles.
And they are
electric
talking
vehicles.
about moving to super delivery and sort centers. And so instead of the DDUs hosting the outbound carriers, they'd move to common locations.
Right.
So presumably some of those would be further away from the addresses they're delivering to.
Right.
So the mileage is going to go up. So all those things will impact the calculus.
Yeah, I had an interesting conversation with a company a few weeks ago, and they basically said, at this point in the game, the vehicles themselves, we pretty much know what we need to know about the electric vehicles. It's the infrastructure piece that
Right.
is posing more of the challenge.
And what is the senator's position on helping to fund the incremental cost difference between
Oh,
the electric
we
vehicles?
we want to get electric vehicles into the fleet. So in Build Back Better, for example, there's funding in that. I think it's the $6 million.
Is there any Republican support for this at all?
For
your, you know, we're obviously concerned that we're not subsidizing the cost of a premium vehicle for the Postal
Right.
Service. We'd love to see it become electric for all sorts of good reasons.
yeah.
But is this doable that Congress might
So
make up that delta?
We recognize that if Congress is saying, like we as an office, and Senator Carper recognizes that if we're saying you should have electric vehicles, we need to make sure that they can afford them. But as you said, there's a challenge in getting that agreement in a bipartisan fashion.
Right.
Right. So Build Back Better has a provision that would allow for this, that would get the Postal Service to 70% electric by 2030. But it's still to be determined what provisions, if any, within Build Back Better even can move forward, you know, this year.
Right.
So.
Okay. Any other thoughts for Jackie?
I'd just like to point out on the slide there, on the supplier side, while we've moved the dial from 70% to the post office. It says 60, but it's really probably closer to 70. The jobs lost on the production and materials side is enormous.
Yeah.
The number of plants that have been shuttered, the equipment that has been shuttered is enormous. And we're at the point now where every time that shrinks, there's no coming back. You know, before, you know, you saw the slide from Dan Bergen yesterday that when, you know, they lost a paper
machine.
paper press, it was a blip on the radar. It's the same in the print side. But today, you lose a paper press, you're shuttering 5-10% of the marketplace. And that's just that much less volume that's running through the post office.
And John, just to make sure that it's clear, we're pulling that volume out because of the decline in mail volume. Right. Okay. It's being driven by postage change. Okay, thank you, John. Anybody else have any final thoughts for Jackie?
Great. I love repetition is great.
Yeah, it sticks in the head.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
When we go to these twice a year rate increases, to me it's just anytime somebody raises your prices, it's the opportunity to look for another supplier. And there's going to be people who are going to pull mail out and test with other mediums, because while the Postal Service thinks that it is a monopoly and we're not going to do anything else, we have to mail. There are alternatives. There's only one to the mailbox, but there's other ways to get the marketing message out. So there's going to be pieces of mail that will pull out and go to digital, will go all different directions. And every time somebody tests, there's a portion that's never going to come back. And they're just making it easier for us to do that when they do this twice a year. That's the most unsettling, well, other than the dollar amount, but the frequency is just incredibly disruptive.
Along that line, PEA was set up to control costs by controlling revenues. That wasn't executed against well, and then there was to be a 10-year review, which was 14 years, and we had this new rate authority. But our understanding was, should circumstances change, the PRC would be obliged to re-review what they've done and say, does this still make sense, business sense? And so we are very much interested in another review, taking into conditions all the things that have changed since legislation, COVID funding, mail volume changes and mix changes, and as you've heard, this is a huge pain point for us.
I know, and forgive me, this might show a little bit of my ignorance in the finer details of the weeds here. I know that the Reform Act had a few different studies that the PRC needed to undertake. Does that not cover?
The Appropriations Committee passed in their, not the law, but the reporting, the bill's reporting, so it doesn't have the force of law, that they wanted the PRC to get input from the industry, which they have just served notice they're doing. But it's not docketed, it's not on the record.
Got it. Okay.
And so it's not a clear outcome to us. We're actually, to be honest, debating, should we, empty our gun or keep dry powder available for when they do go on the record. Right. That's point one. Point two is the law also did request a PRC review of flats, which is a 270-day review. To be completely candid, the PRC has not been particularly effectual in regulating. They have been rubber stamping prices, but they're not getting to root cause issues. And they've asked a ton of questions on flat mail over probably 5 or 10 years now, and the value of it is nothing. Nothing has changed. Nothing's been elucidated. It's all we've done is create more regulatory framework that ties up the Postal Service more, and it drives costs, but it doesn't drive any outcomes. So there hasn't been a complaint case in front of the PRC. Nobody uses that mechanism. There's never been a subpoena ordered by the PRC, which they got that power in 2006. There's never been hearings on trying to get to root cause for some of these things with tough cross-examination under oath. That is their, they could make a heck of a lot of stank around this, and we've seen costs only go up while mail volumes have gone down. And I know this now starts to get to a DR issue. It's 80% labor, and are these people overpaid? I don't know, but we do know this: we can't continue to underwrite this system the way it is now. It's not working at all.
Yeah, well, with the PRC, I don't know if this is going to be helpful or not, but there are two positions that are going to be expiring in October. So
Yeah, we'd love to see some industry experience there, and
Yeah.
some people that are bulldogs that ask some tough questions. We'd be happy to offer candidates to the White House.
please, if let's talk
follow up
about
on that.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's follow up.
Because I think we really, and I know at least one of the people that is retiring, and he's a great public servant and means well, but we need to get tougher.
Yeah.
I mean, they're a regulator. We are captive customers. We have no protection except for the regulator. And you can't have an unchecked government monopoly.
Right.
Even the Democrats totally agree on that. And Republicans are foaming in the mouth on that issue, of course. So, yeah, we'd love to see some changes, and would be happy to help in that process.
Great. Perfect. All right.
I just want to thank you for coming. It's great to come back here in person. See people on the screen.
Yeah.
And it's hard for us to go into the offices, so I appreciate you coming.
Amen.
Of course, yeah. Well, thank you all for having me and for your ideas, your thoughts, your sharing. I, of course, didn't bring any cards because that, why would I? But you all have my information. Please share it. I encourage you all to reach out with follow-up or whatever, what have you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve to come up and summarize the sales tax hearing, and Ali, when he comes back, will summarize the privacy hearing. We may get interrupted at some point by another staffer, but that's okay. You're welcome. Either this, that, whatever suits you.
Want to take that?
We'll get a little cozier. I don't know. Feel free if you got to run to. I take no offense. So, but as we discussed yesterday, and as was just pointed out a little earlier, Senate Finance Committee had a hearing yesterday. Was actually a great hearing. We've gotten a lot of great press out of it this morning, actually, in a lot of the DC and Capitol Hill publications. So that was really good to see. A lot of people, a lot of those articles actually quoting our member John Hennessy. Sorry. A lot of, I'm standing right there, so it's like, it sounded really loud, so I apologize. So we got a lot of good press out of it, as I was saying. A lot of the press actually quoted some of the things that our member John Hennessy had to share about the impacts on his business, which was really awesome to see. So Chairman Wyden from Oregon opened up the hearing and definitely came out swinging that things need to change, and that a bipartisan solution had to be found. He actually mentioned that he looked forward to working with the 5 panelists to come up with some solutions. I'll take a step back. We were hoping Jay from Senator Hassan's office or PJ from Senator Daines' office would be able to be here with us today, but unfortunately they both had to staff the senators up on Capitol Hill for different meetings. So they apologized on that front. But so Senator Wyden, the chairman of the committee, came out and definitely laid the groundwork from the opening that he is looking to find bipartisan solution to this issue, knows it's a big issue. Senator Hassan actually came out swinging even harder towards the end of the hearing, saying that the Wayfair decision needed to be overturned.
and Senator Daines actually mentioned some similar things. So the three things to keep in mind there is that Senator Wyden's from Oregon, Senator Hassan's from New Hampshire, and Senator Daines is from Montana. Each states don't have sales tax, right? So none of the businesses in their states that they were hearing from ever had to collect sales tax before the Wayfair decision. So it was an absolute disaster for those companies. And they have taken that to heart, and all three of them definitely want to find solutions to that. As I mentioned, John did a really good job. A lot of the questions were actually targeted towards him, and then the other small business owner who was from Montana. I think she was in the compression pants or socks business or something like exercise for people with issues. Had very similar things to say as John did, which was good that you got kind of a two people saying the same story and sharing the same issues. And then the other three witnesses were the gentleman from the General Accountability Office, who we talked about yesterday with Brad, who's been doing the report on the impact on small businesses that Wayfair's had. His testimony was kind of bland, to be honest with you. Most I've found smart people that spend a lot of their time writing reports for the government tend to be kind of bland. But was good that he was able to kind of talk about their research and confirm the huge impact from a government side report on small businesses. So while it was bland, it was still good to kind of plant that flag. And then the other two witnesses were the executive director of the streamlined state or sales tax, which is 24 states. And then the other was a woman who's a CPA who founded a software company that deals with a lot of these issues. And I think it was mentioned that she's actually on one of the boards for SST as well. So those two kind of were trying to pitch how awesome they were and what kind of solutions they could provide. And then on kind of the other side of the issue, was Ranking Member Crapo, who definitely understood the impact that it was having on small businesses, wanted to find a solution, but he is a very strong proponent of protecting states' rights. And so wanted to make sure that in any solution that, you know, the autonomy of the states was protected, which could be some hurdles for us, but I'm hopeful that Senator Daines and some of the other Republicans on the committee will be able to talk to him. But it seemed like from his line of questioning, some of his thoughts were down the road of, and we actually, we had been talking with John leading up to the committee hearing, and just kind of what he was going to talk about and things. And he said one of the questions that they already prepped him for and said, you're going to get asked this, FYI, was, you know, what his thoughts would be on mandating that all 50 states had, had to become a part of SST, which is a streamlined sales tax. I think John and I think her name was Michelle, the other small business owner, did a pretty good job of answering that and not kind of stepping into a landmine. But you know, Paul and Ham and I have talked about some of the issues that we would have with that. And so that's, as we move. What'd you say?
George Isaacson as well.
Yes, and George. And so I spoke with Brad last night, and we talked about just kind of some of the things we need to do to follow up, and some of the education that we're going to follow up with every single office that's on the committee. And be able to kind of proactively push back on some of the ideas we don't like and throw out some of the solutions that we don't like, just to keep the momentum going. You know, as Brad and I were discussing last night, and I talked to Paul and Ham about this as well, we've been working to get momentum on this issue for years. We finally have it. We want to keep it going. So now's the time to kind of strike while the iron's hot and get our voice engaged there. The outreach that we did to help get the hearing on the books, but also just kind of re-educate offices after COVID kind of took all the oxygen out of the room on this issue, was really helpful and appreciated. So I think we have a good opportunity to keep the ball rolling in the right direction on this. But we'll continue to keep you guys in the loop, and love that you brought it up. Would love for you guys to, you know, as we talked about yesterday, if you'd be willing to touch base with your senators and House members on this, you know, let Ham, Paul, and I know we'd be happy to help, you know, set that up and be with you on the call or in the meeting if you would like, and would love, just as I mentioned, keeping the momentum going on this so we can hopefully turn it into a solution.
We haven't issued a call to action on that, but we could. Maybe we should talk that through, and especially any companies that are in committee members' districts, or in this case states, to really leverage it. But so we should talk about that.
Yeah, perfect. Look forward to it.
Did they get into the income tax and the retail delivery 27-cent fee?
Yep.
Kind of stuff?
No, we prepped John on that, and so that was definitely something that came up, and a couple of the senators asked questions related to that as well. But John did a really good job of highlighting in a very short amount of time all the different issues, and you know that people are. I mean, he called them out and said they're going against a federal law that was passed that protects us from income tax. We're starting to get, you know, California is starting to beat down our door, and we're talking to lawyers because they're going against federal law. And then he even brought up the fact that, as you guys know, unfortunately for small businesses, and he used a different example actually, there was 3 states that were, I think, hitting his company for retroactive taxes, and he said to the legal fees to try to fight those were actually more than they would have owed in the retroactive taxes, so they just settled. And so he was able to say, you know, if we go after California, it's going to be, I mean, if we go to court, it's without doubt over $100,000 for us to try to fight it. And so he did a really good job of highlighting how small businesses are put in a box and starting to get hammered on all sorts of different issues. So it was a great forum to highlight all the issues, not just the sales tax stuff. And he hit on the Colorado
27 cents.
27-cent delivery fee as well. So.
Was it recorded?
Yeah. It's on the Senate Finance website, and I think they even, if you prefer, I think most of the committees, if not all, now have YouTube channels as well. So you can just go look at you. Yeah, we can send you the link. Yeah. So, go ahead.
It's collected by the merchant at time of checkout per order, not per box, and for anything that's delivered within the state of Colorado by motorized or electric vehicle. And you just getting into the nastiest part of it, you have to line item it on your invoice and your billing statement. And this is with 30 days notice. And it's just, yes, state action. Well, you can't eat it. You have to remit.
It actually did not go through the state legislature. The whatever organization does it, I forgot.
I would have to go go
like
back
the
and-
Department of Revenue department passed it or implemented it without legislative approval.
So the fee was authorized the fee was authorized in 2021, but then they didn't have regulations setting the fee, determining how it was going to be collected, all of that. And the Department of Revenue just came out with regulations, just a couple weeks ago that said, okay, it's going to be a 27-cent fee. You've got to have this line item. This is how we're going to do it, effective, July 1st. So.
Is this meant to be like a carbon tax or?
What? Yeah, it's intended to replace the revenues that are going missing from the highway tax. So and the 27 cents is broken up into a number of a dedicated funding source for a number of different funds. There's the Clean Fleet Fund, the Bridge and Tunnel Fund, those kinds of things. So they all will go. The idea is to kind of impose new user fees on different users of Colorado infrastructure because, cars are more efficient, there are more electric vehicles on the road, et cetera. And so the retail delivery fee was one of several additional fees authorized in this legislation in 2021. Others were an increase in the gas tax, there's an increase in the car rental tax, there is an increase in the electric vehicle registration fee. So it's part of this comprehensive scheme. But for purposes of retailers, you've got this 27-cent fee per transaction, regardless of how many shipments it is, incidentally, that has to be separately stated, and it's more or less a Boston task.
Just real quick.
For transaction. So if it's
It takes 3 shipments to fill an order.
120
127.
120 exactly. And if it's a $100,000 transaction or a $1 transaction, it's a 27-cent fee.
And just to clarify real quick too, if you end up talking to your legislators, one of the things that I think is a really strong story to tell is putting on my former staffer hat. If you guys came in and were sharing your consternation on this, I would say, well, you're already collecting sales tax, so what's the problem with collecting 27-cent stamp or 27 cents extra, right? Like, what's the difference? And the fact that, Brad was explaining to me how much money it costs to change their invoicing and their systems for tracking all that kind of stuff, and it blew me away. So that's the story to tell, right? Like, sure, it might be easy, but it's going to cost us a ton more money to actually do it. It's going to cost a ton more headaches because some customers aren't going to pay it, and we're going to have to eat it, and et cetera, et cetera. So,
Major sales tax companies are equipped to calculate it or mitigate.
right.
There's not a
It
company
also
in America that can do it right
That's
now.
right. And it's not.
Can't do it because it's totally contrary to the logic. Right now, you submit your product data to this engine, and it deciphers what the taxation is based upon what each line item.
I think that we've heard from that Avalara has a sort of Band-Aid workaround that they're just rolling out. We heard this yesterday, where they're going to have some new $0 SKU that you put on, and they'll assess 27 cents on that. It's just a patch, and it's a mess.
And will it cost extra?
Well, it's a separate return, so I would assume they're going to charge extra.
Right? So, right. So that's the story that we need to share, right? And tell. This isn't an easy fix. It's an expensive fix.
And the amount of money they're collecting is ridiculous. So if you're a $300 million merchant, you're talking about $8,000 a year. So and frankly, $8,000 is nothing in programming time. And programming time is one of the scarcest resources we have.
Well, and it might not even fit on the invoice that you've currently
You may have to redesign your whole business process.
in order to fit that.
Yep.
In
Good
our
point.
world of horticulture, we collect the money when we take the order, and then we ship when a grow zone opens. And then if somebody has a failure with our product and we go to refund them, the state tax laws change so quickly that what we owe them back is different than what we collected from them. It's insanity.
Yeah.
And a lot of states won't let you credit on a future month. They want you to go back and amend your previous month returns. To do that, you're amending 30, 40, all states will be amended all the time. Sorry.
That's okay.
why would a state insist on itemizing a particular tax separately? What would be their motivation for that?
So my understanding in Colorado, at least, is that part of the motivation is that it's technically, right, so per Colorado, it's not a tax, it's a fee. And it's a dedicated funding source for these several different state enterprises. So the 27 cents breaks down into, 6.5 cents for the clean fleet, something else. And I think that it has to do with a number of things, including politically, Colorado has got spending limitations in their constitution. And so if they want to spend more money, they have to find a way to sort of get different funding sources that don't count as taxes.
Taxes have to be approved by the voters.
I would also argue on the
Fees
political front, it's a lot easier for elected officials to go back home and say, yeah, I voted for a fee because it's going to electric vehicle charging stations and it's going to fix that bridge that you bitch and moan about every year to my office and all that kind of stuff, as opposed to you raise taxes, right? So.
If every state all of a sudden decides to create fees that we're all then going to be responsible for.
Well, they've been doing it for years, so it's they're tricky, honestly, and that's when I mentioned yesterday to make sure these elected officials know we're paying attention. That's the type of stuff that I'm talking about, right? Because they know, well, yeah, okay, we passed a 27-cent fee, and we got people to believe it's going to electric vehicles and bridge repair. Yeah, let's do a fee over here, and no one's even paying attention, and we'll just collect it. So.
The only saving grace on this one, if there is such a thing, is that it also applies in-state. So if you're a pizza place, we are already registered to collect sales tax, and someone comes and picks up the pizza, there's no fee, but if they have to deliver it, now they have to line item it. So all of the constituents within Colorado will be complaining about this, as well as affects the rest of us, but their own constituents will be complaining.
Yeah.
So, and the short time frame is just insane. So, if anything, my guess is that they will just extend the deadline to January 1st and give you some time to implement it. But it's not, whereas some of the other issues only affect remote sellers, but this one is going to affect in-state as well.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. Any other questions? So I thought the hearing went great. I don't know, Nat, if you watched it or not, but Brad thought it went pretty well as well. Thought we got some good hit points in there and some good education points from John and the other woman small business owner, and look forward to taking that and trying to run with it into the end zone. So I will just laying it out there for you guys, and appreciate you guys sticking around and listening to this. And in terms of timing, right? We're right in the middle of primary season. There's a lot of members that are sitting members of Congress on both sides of the aisle that are getting primaried either from the far left or the far right for various reasons. And we're very quickly going to jump into general election time, campaign season. So the potential for this to get done by the end of this Congress, I say, is probably an uphill battle. But it's laid the groundwork, I think, for continued discussion and action here in the very near future, depending on what happens in November. So just want to set expectations. Campaigns tend to take all the oxygen out of the room.
That's
to
true.
my point yesterday, they always like getting reelected, so not
Well,
necessarily always
Steve,
fixing solutions.
thank you for your efforts in making sure John was well equipped.
Yeah.
There's certainly been folks at ACMA and Vogel Group that have worked really hard on trying to make sure this was a great outcome, and it obviously was, and it's great momentum, so thank you very much.
That's what we're here for, and glad we were able to do it, so thank you.
Cool.
So I think this is when Ali and I do our duet to make sure you guys are still awake.
So, just a couple of updates from me. We are still waiting for Congressman Comer's staff to walk in, and I was going to talk about privacy, but I may cut it short just when the staffer walks in to be respectful of his time. I prepared a deck, but I'm going to keep it really concise. Again, to recap on our privacy efforts, at the beginning of the year, we were doing a few Hill meetings with Energy and Commerce folks, Senate Commerce folks, to try and understand what the outlook is like on a federal data privacy legislation. It is something that we and several industry folks have been waiting for, I think, close to 20 years. At least something that's bipartisan, maybe bicameral would be great. And what we understood immediately was that both committees, Democrats, Republicans, were not really talking to each other. It wasn't really a priority. And I'd say around May, we pivoted our efforts completely to start talking to state-level folks, just to try and understand which states were likely to move a data privacy bill. There was, we registered to lobby on behalf of ACMA in New York, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. They had active privacy bills out there. The goal was to understand, what the likelihood is of these bills moving forward, just so that from an ACMA perspective, from a member perspective, we can tell you guys these bills are going to pass, you should be ready. We've had several conversations. The consensus both in all three legislatures is it's an election year. The likelihood of a bill moving forward is almost slim to none up until next year. In the middle of this, while we're having these conversations, just last week, the House Energy and Commerce Committee and Senator Wicker from the Senate Commerce Committee dropped a bill, bipartisan, bicameral bill, the American Data Privacy and Protection Act. It's sponsored by Congressman Pallone, chairman on the House Energy and Commerce Committee, ranking member Kathy McMorris-Rodgers, and on the Senate Commerce Committee, Senator Wicker. Most notably here is Senator Cantwell, who was not part of the bill, which tells us that in the next couple of weeks, she is likely to introduce her own set of provisions to try to beef up the existing bill. A couple of additional items. Yesterday, there was a House Energy and Commerce Committee hearing to examine this very bill. They had about 6 witnesses there, several different groups. They had someone from the App Association. They had someone from the Digital Justice Initiative, the Future of Privacy Forum. Several folks who have traditionally been engaged on privacy issues were there. They talked about the bill, offered different insights. I think any time, as Steve can also attest to, we had the remote sales tax hearing. Any time that Congress holds a hearing in the middle of a busy legislative session, that tells you that it's piqued their attention. They're now paying attention to this issue. From our perspective, I think that is terrific because we have been yelling that Congress needs to get something done on this for a long, long time. I want to talk about just what the dynamics look like in Congress. I think that's helpful for you guys. We are late in the year for such a big bill to be introduced, let alone passed. As we've seen with Postal, all the stars have to align. We need a few miracles in place, and then we can finally get a bill done. It'll be the same thing here. Hopefully, I hope it doesn't take this long, but it's also a broad sweeping bill that will have consequences for almost every industry out there. Why is this bill important, and why is now the time that a few members may think, this is our shot to get this done? A couple of things. Senator Wicker, he's the ranking on the Senate Commerce Committee. He has worked on this issue for a long time, and he may actually be leaving next year after the midterms. He may go on to serve on the Armed Services Committee. Who knows? Senator Cantwell may be on the minority side, and Senator Cruz may end up actually as chairman on the Senate Commerce Committee if the Republicans have majorities. Senator Cruz is not going to focus on data privacy. I can tell you that for sure. If he does, that would be terrific, but it's not the top item on his list. He would be more interested in regulating big tech and making sure there's no disinformation and censorship and things like that. I'm going to walk you guys through some of these other dynamics, but I do want to pause, and I apologize. I just got a call from the Comer staffer, and I want to make sure you guys have the benefit to hear from him.
you stand behind the speakers, it doesn't feed back as much either. The streamlined sales tax is really, there's no industry vote, there's no check and balance. They can change those rules and have, and they start off with a very pure intent. And if you look over the years, they've gotten less and less pure in an attempt to draw in other states, accommodate their objections. And so they've watered down their simplification and standardization quite a bit. But beyond that, there's only 24 in there, and none of the big guys are in. So if the big guys come in and make unbelievable demands, then they really cannibalize their simplification, standardization. And it can be changed at any time by vote of this group of basically revenue agents for each state. So we don't have any protections. So while the simplification that Streamline offers today is better than nothing, especially the product lookup and the standardized definitions, it doesn't really offer any real protection for us long term.
One point, Ham, and I missed the beginning of the question, but I think I got the gist from Ham's answer. Another thing, and we've seen this in other government programs, another one of my client is working in Medicaid issues, and the federal government mandated that all the states do X, Y, Z with their Medicaid programs. It took numerous, and 5, 6, 7 states just kept ignoring the federal government mandate, and it took numerous threats, ultimately the federal government needing to say, and this was actually through Congress, Congress needing to say, if you guys don't get on board and do this after all these years, you're going to lose your FMAP match, which is a huge source of revenue for the states. So that's another thing. So even if Congress comes together and says, we think the perfect solution is to mandate all 50 states join SST. As Ham mentioned, it's a dangerous thing just because we don't have a voice, but at the same time, you guys are still going to be dealing with 8, 9 different systems and things, while a lot of those states just drag their feet and tell the federal government to go pound sand. So it's not really a viable solution, right?
SST doesn't say one rate per state, a single point of filing. They just say you all use the same code, you all use the same forms. But you still have to register in every single state and do all that. They really didn't simplify it. In fact, we've been pulling out of the SST state as we can because most Department of Revenues don't like working with them, and the data gets submitted separately, differently, and they say, I don't know, you gotta talk to our SST people, and it goes nowhere. And we've pulled out of filing the SST form and gone to the standard forms in any states that we can. Because it doesn't simplify. It worked before Wayfair. It kind of got some basic simplification, but they just do not. Now, if they had some teeth to them and they could really make some changes, but they don't really simplify things. So I guess, one of the things we're asking for is a single point of filing. So if they are going to be the single point of filing, then that's fine, but they're not right now. That's not part of what they do, so it doesn't really help.
One, and to Ham's point too, one of the current states, Tennessee, I forget the term they use, but they're like an associate member or something like that, right? So they're completely different than, because they were like, well, we're not going to join unless you give us, autonomy to do whatever the heck we want on these issues. And SST was like, wow, okay, we'll set up a new membership level and you can just come in and not have to deal with any of that stuff, right? So it's a complicated system. So yeah, right? It's all about power and money, unfortunately.
It's a great concept.
There's been a lot of great government concepts that end up not working, so in my opinion.
Well, and that's it. It's not a government. They're
Right, well, right.
They're a third-party entity, so they're not accountable to anyone.
So I'm based in the state of Maryland, and in Maryland, our local taxes are we pay just to the state, but then they distribute them out to all the different levels anyway.
going.
So could that be done at the federal level? Just pay the feds and the feds distribute the money?
I could not see that going anywhere, man. It just politically speaking, I would not see enough members of Congress signing off on that one. But we have Bill here, who's been on Capitol Hill for many, many, many years. So we'll be able to provide some good insight for us. And we'll turn the mic over to him.
You want to do your own introduction? Sure. All right.
I'm Bill Womack. I'm a heck of a guy.
A Vandy grad, too.
Yeah, I did go to Vanderbilt, believe it or not, and even graduated. So appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Hopefully I can answer questions and tell you things you don't already know. If not, just kind of play along with the whole thing and make me feel good about myself. So I've been on Capitol Hill. I have been on for a number of years. I've been back on Capitol Hill for 2, almost to the day. I'm a senior advisor to Mr. Comer, who's the ranking member of the House Oversight Committee. In this tour of duty up there, I led the Republican House staff on the postal reform bill, which we were able to get signed into law, which was a lot of fun. And before that, I spent almost 12 years, I round up to 12, in government relations at Deloitte. Prior to that, I was on Capitol Hill. For 9 years, I was the legislative director and chief of staff and a committee staffer and all sorts of things for Tom Davis of Virginia, so the representative who wrote the 2006 postal bill. Prior to that, I was an officer in the Marine Corps, and sometime way back in the past, I went to college at Vanderbilt. So, look, I'm grateful for the chance to talk. Given to understand. Oh, I want to also introduce Andrew Lim. Andrew's with us for the summer at Elon. Boom. But has been very helpful to us, and I thought I'd take him on a field trip today. So get him out of the halls of Congress for a rare opportunity to see another aspect of the fascinating world in which we ply our trade. So I've been given to understand this is a fairly free-flowing opportunity. I do not have prepared remarks, nor do I have a PowerPoint. But if folks in the audience, one, have any questions about who I am or what I've just discussed, happy to start with those. But if you'd like to share some insights and observations from the industry, we can certainly start there, and I can respond to those or react to those, whatever seems like it would be the best use of time.
Bill, to start with, I'd just like to thank you. I think we'd all like to thank you for all your hard work on getting Postal Service Reform Act done. I was in a 15-year run-up to getting that done myself. I was also active in 2006 run-up. I actually heard your boss pull us into a room and dress us down. I don't know if you were in that room. It was about 30 CEOs at the time, mailing industry CEOs. And he did not pull any punches, let me put it that way. He's quite a guy. But we've been working hard to try to correct what hasn't been working. It took a long time to get that done. We finally did. We really appreciate all the support of your office. You guys were instrumental in that. We have some members who have plants in your office, in your district rather, and you guys really responded. So we just thank you so much for that, and it was great.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Mr. Comer, obviously Mr. Comer was I don't know why, all I can think of is the man. He was the man on that, and he made it very clear to us that he wanted to do what I think it's fair to say the conventional wisdom in Washington, D.C. was that postal reform was impossible, that there were just too many competing interests, too many reasons not to do it, but when he makes his mind up, then things tend to happen. So we always are highly cognizant of where we fall on the political leverage totem pole, being the House minority, but nevertheless, having that be a bipartisan effort on our side,
don't think it's too much of an exaggeration to say it wouldn't have been possible if we had just decided to throw bombs at it and not participate. So, I would be remiss as a staffer to not at least address Mr. Comer's background to a slight degree, at least. I mean, Mr. Comer comes from Kentucky. His district is in the western part of the state. So he's highly attuned to the needs of rural postal issues, not only by virtue of the fact that he's represented that district both in the State House and now on Capitol Hill for quite some time, but I believe it's his grandmother was a rural carrier. And so he literally did grow up with postal issues and the very clear and present picture of the importance of the Postal Service, and it's not an exaggeration to say that it is in his blood. And so while on the Oversight Committee our legislative jurisdiction is relatively narrow, Postal Service is the most prominent aspect of it, and he wanted to take advantage of the situation, and we're very pleased that he was able to do so.
Well, thanks again. It was really his participation was critical to getting it done. It wouldn't have happened had he not led some Republican folks down the path and into compromise and common sense solutions. So we'd love to get some comments. Anybody ready? Ellen, you ready to say something?
Sure, I would love to. I'm Ellen Pullman with Gardens Alive. We're out of Tip City, Ohio. I'm 36 years in the catalog industry and a big customer of the post office. And I listened to the Postmaster General yesterday, and there's so many good things he brings up about efficiencies and operational challenges and where he's putting his energy. And at the same time, he's continuing to raise the rates at a twice-a-year clip. For those of us who are, big customers of the post office, we know that the volume is only going to decrease as the rates go up. And I'm trying to understand the projections when you look at the infrastructure that the post office has to support, and you look at the rate that the rates are going up. It doesn't seem sustainable. It seems that the volume is going to decrease so dramatically that there's nothing that's going to then support this infrastructure. And so my concern, my question is there a way to focus on improvements like the postmaster is doing and keep the post office viable and vibrant for those customers throughout rural America, for the mailing industry, so that we can continue to serve the public?
So I hope so. This is how I'll address that question and that issue. Our understanding is that the majority of the rate increase still reflects CPI, and inflation is killing everybody right now. So there's that aspect of it. If we're talking about the additional price cap authorities that the PRC gave to the Postal Service, that is something that we're certainly aware of. I think on the business side of this is where we stand. That with the passage of PSRA, the way that I look at that is another attempt to make the current model work. Because we know the old model of the Postal Service as a government agency did not work. And it did not work in large part because you had 535 Postmasters General getting into the mix of things, telling them how to do any number of different things that come into the postal operations category. So for the time being, Mr. Comer would very much prefer
opportunity for Postmaster General to do what he says that he can do, which is make this work through his Delivering for America plan. When it comes to rate increases, they do have the authority. We know that he's aware that when you raise the costs, that is going to impact volume. But we have to wait and see how that really plays out. Now, I know that those of you who are customers and are very much on the front lines of this issue, it's a very pressing issue, but looking at the Postal Service and how we can try to make this, again, work, we want to see what happens. So I hope that he can make those types of efficiency improvements. I mean, I like to say mom raised ugly kids, not dumb ones. I mean, this is a hard task that he's got. But if we get in there and try to manipulate what he can and can't do frequently, then we know it's going to fail. So that probably isn't a direct answer to your question, but that reflects the sentiments of us up on the Hill right now.
He's a little bit different. Oh, I'm sorry, was it a little bit different in running a company in that he does have a monopoly. And so he should have some oversight. And true, I don't think Congress should be telling him daily what to do. I think his regulators probably should be doing a little bit more than they are. But just to go back to the CPI issue, it's true, you know, we're all in the inflation, and the majority of the rates are set by the CPI, but what differentiates this group is flat catalogers are suffering with an additional 2% on every single postage increase. Not the underwater class that for the non-compensatory classes is 2% once a year, but what the flats are getting is 2% with every increase. And so with him doing 2 increases a year, this is just compounding and compounding. We had from January 21 to this increase, I think it's about 21%. And that's far greater than the rate of inflation. And I do appreciate, I know that Mr. Comer wants to allow him to run his business and give him an opportunity. And I personally, and I know a lot of people here, like a lot of what the PMG is doing. I appreciate his direction. He's starting to share a little more, and so that's helpful. When you don't know what's happening, you start making up, you know, all the bad things. And so when somebody's transparent, it helps. And I understand he's in front of you guys now trying to share a little more information about what he's planning to do with the network. And I think that's a fantastic approach, because why get a battle there when somebody says, don't do this in my backyard? I hope in your conversations with him, you can encourage him to be as transparent with us, the stakeholders.
So are there specific aspects that he's not being transparent?
I'm interested in a timeline. I'm interested in a final vision, and I'm interested in the capital expenditures that he's outlined. He hasn't given more detail on that, and as to where the funding's going to come from. The amount of capital expenditures, you know, he's told us the number that's going to go towards IT, the number that's going to go towards retail and processing and towards the network. But I haven't heard, you know, how much of this is new buildings, is this, how is it going to get paid for? It doesn't match to cash on hand. And so when we're looking at the DFA and the need for the additional rate authority, you know, to cover their expenses now and keep them a going concern, I haven't seen anything that shows a return on investment for some of these capital expenditures. So I don't know if these are good business decisions. If he's going to have to raise our rates X number of times to pay for things that may not give us that benefit or value. I don't know if he's sharing that with you. I hope he's sharing it with his board, who's his boss.
So, one, I mean, those are fair questions, and you know, if people draw the conclusion that we're not going to do oversight of the Postal Service, that's not the message. The message is we are going to be very, I guess, select on when we overtly weigh in through letters, certainly additional legislation, things like that. This is an aside, but Capitol Hill and Washington are political places. And one of the concerns that we've had since even before PSRA was enacted, I mean, almost to the day that Mr. Comer became the ranking member of the committee, our point of view is that Democrats were criticizing the postmaster for trying to do very basic common sense things for an individual who was trying to figure out a way to get an organization in deep financial disarray back on track. So
I'm told your battery's almost dead.
So that amount of weighing in and criticism, that's foremost in our mind. Now we're dealing with electric vehicles. Mr. Comer's point is that, and I know we're not here to talk about electric vehicles, but I think it makes a broader point, is that we have to rely on his business judgment. Our business judgment, not so good. And so, you know, if we react to political pressure or political agendas and insert those into postal management decisions, again, that is a recipe for failure, and we know that from the past. When it comes to oversight of this, you know, that's a different kettle of fish. And so I'm not going to put myself out there, and I don't think anybody on our staff is going to put themselves out there as saying that we know with the level of granularity that you do out there working on these things, those kinds of specific questions and concerns. So we're more than happy to listen to those and to ask those questions. When it comes to prescribing specific activities that he should or should not do, though, that's a different thing. So there was that point. You asked whether or not he had communicated to us with some detail about these capital expenditures and whatnot. So he's briefing committee staff tomorrow, both D's and R's, at which point I very much suspect there will be more granularity than what we've gotten up to this point. He did talk to Mr. Comer recently at a high level that I would say was akin to, he gave a speech recently that went through his vision for this at least. And there were some opportunities to ask questions. But there were questions that we have not yet gotten the answer to. You know, questions like, what are the expected savings from this? What is the timeline? When can we see operational improvements from this? Because we need to know. And we do not yet have a concise encapsulation of those things. And we want them, and you know, in time, hopefully not very much time, we will get those. I'm hoping that tomorrow they'll provide more of that information to us. I can say that, you know, in general, what he said, and I'm paraphrasing, I'm not going to speak for the Postmaster General, that what he's trying to do, again, this was specifically in reference to the network innovation or rationalization or whatever term he uses, was that he's got to undo a lot before he can do a lot. And what he's talking about there is going to require a lot of capital outlay. The idea, conceptually, the idea makes sense of fewer facilities, longer routes, et cetera, but he has yet to really fill in, to dot all the I's and cross all the T's with us in terms of where that money's coming from, timeline, all of that. So it sounds like we're in sort of the same boat you are. Hopefully tomorrow we do get more information. And we have been clear about the kinds of answers that we want. You know, if there are additional ones and you want to get those to us so that we can reference those, then we're all ears.
Bill, could I jump in on this? I agree with you. I think it's a really bad idea to have 535 members of Congress dictating detail to the Postal Service. But I also have been a proponent for quite some time of a strong regulator. I know in 2006, you strengthened the regulator by giving it subpoena powers. You renamed it. You created a complaint case process, and you allowed them to have hearings under oath and cross-examination, and basically lots of tools to get to root cause and truth. Since then, the Postal Regulatory Commission has been mostly a rubber stamp on rates, and it hasn't gotten to root cause issues like the enormous cost growth of flats. It's done a lot of regulatory proceedings on that. There's been effort, but there's been no real outcome. And in fact, I'd even maintain that some of that regulatory effort has been wasteful because it has had no outcome and a lot of effort into it. So we believe the PRC is very sensitive to members of Congress, and we'd love to have you tell them that they need to be stronger in regulating that, and they should be the experts to regulate. There's never been a complaint case filed. I don't believe they've ever issued a subpoena. I don't believe they've ever had a hearing under oath. And yet, in our world, our flats costs have gone up at 2.5 times the rate of inflation for over 30 years. The reported costs of flats at 2.5 times the rate of inflation for over 30 years. I think we'd agree that has not been well managed. And while the PRC has tried to get to the bottom of it, they haven't really accomplished anything. So I think that's maybe the appropriate level to try to regulate this government monopoly without having you all try to do things that don't make sense for you.
Sure. I should have looked at this before I came over, but we did put a flat study in the
You
bill.
did. It's a non-binding 270-day study by the PRC, and they still haven't, I participated in a lot of PRC dockets and events on flats. We've gotten to nowhere on it. The best dialogue I've had have been with the Postal Service guys, with our industry about how we can reconfigure flats workflow. We're making great progress on that, and then Mr. DeJoy decided to work the network redesign piece harder, because we were working on network redesign. They went silent as of about February, and one of our asks of the Postmaster General is let us into the network redesign discussion, because it's our network too, and we're interfacing with it and integrated with it.
So I don't want to take the conversation off, well, it's not a rabbit hole because it's obviously very important to you, but I don't, but I'm curious is what I'm, so given the basic understanding that we do of what his vision for the new network is, when it comes to flats, help me understand, like you want to be a part of the process, and okay, but help me understand what the needs of this industry would be that would impact or be impacted by what it is that he is trying to do, or would it? So just basically I'm asking you, let's pop the hood up under that and help me understand a little bit more about the kinds of things that you would think would be helpful in the broader context of what he's trying to do.
Well, there's 2 points that I made. One is I think the regulator needs to be stronger in regulating the operational side so you don't have to. The other point is that we are in an integrated supply chain with the Postal Service. And if they're going to make a hard left turn, they need to put their turn signal on. And if they're getting ready, here in 4 months, they're going to change their network. We haven't seen any of it. And so we're flat-footed. We're not prepared to make that left turn with them. So we would ask that, because they don't know what they don't know about our side of the equation, and we don't know what we don't know about their side, that we get together collaboratively, review the thought process, the outcomes, the action steps, and have a chance to have some real dialogue on it, and hopefully make it better and stronger. I mean, none of us is as smart as all of us, and make sure that it's going to be a robust transition to a new network, not a failed transition.
Okay, so I mean, on the stronger regulatory side, I mean, I don't know if this is an apples to apples thing, but I think it actually might be. And if it's not apples to apples, it's green apples to red apples. I mean, the ability of the PRC to do what it is supposed to do was a focus of ours. And we certainly had been given the impression that the PRC and the resources of the PRC are dwarfed by those of the Postal Service. And so, that in and of itself is a problem if you want to have an effective have an effective regulator. One of the things, I'd say the main thing that we did on that count is to take their budget out of the approach process. Now, I understand that some people have concerns about what impact that does on oversight for them, but the PRC is not alone in this regard. I mean, there are other regulatory bodies that would find themselves very much at a disadvantage due to the vagaries and uncertainties of the appropriations process.
But we took it out of that and put it back the way that it used to be.
We think that's an upgrade.
I'm happy to hear that because I can tell you that appropriators didn't. And had a very interesting
Well,
discussion.
the PRC is hoping to get more budget, and they don't think the Board of Governors will vote against it. They need, arguably, as you point out, more budget and more staff, and then they can do a more thorough job if they have those resources.
Right. Yeah. To us, that was the way to solve that problem. And hopefully that's the outcome that it comes. So in a general sense, hopefully what we have done is going to help, at least in part, address the concern that you raised. Because if you don't, believe me, I know being in the minority on the Hill, we just don't have the resources to do all the things that we want. We spend 95% of our time reacting to what the other side wants to do. And it's probably a similar circumstance for them. They just can't, they don't have the resources and the people to be as proactive on some of the issues, perhaps such as the one that you've raised with flats.
The majority gets 2/3 the staff, the minority gets 1/3 the staff.
So, yes, and fortunately we have interns. So, again, I hope that over time that they become perhaps more vigorous in their pursuit of these issues.
I think that who is appointed next will there's really folks with deep political background. There's nobody with deep industry background. So I'm hoping that we can find some of those types of people in the next round of appointments for the PRC.
On the House, we're not
I know
down
you're
in
not.
those weeds, but sounds good.
Okay.
And I do, before we leave this, if we are going to leave it, I do want to ask though, can you give me an example though, when you say that, I get it conceptually when you're saying you're going to come up with this whole new process and this new thing. We want to be at the table, if you're going to take a sharp left turn, et cetera, et cetera. But give me an example of how your industry at a feet on the street level could be impacted on, as part of, in this case, and I think we're specifically talking about the network, but if there's others, those too. But help me understand, what are some things that could be good or bad in that?
Okay, sure. Do you want to try that one? Deb is chairman of our postal committee and is deep in the understanding of postal.
Yep, I'll give you a couple of those, but before that, I had wanted to make sure I did tell you thank you. You were very helpful, specifically with me getting some of our team from LSC Communications in front of him. I appreciate it, and I definitely want to make sure we know how heavy the lift was. This was hard work, and it really has done so much. So I hate to sound so, give me more. What are you going to do for me next kind of thing? But we really appreciate all the efforts. It took years from us, from you, and so thank you for that. Within the network, changes that would impact work-share discounts, that's a major one. If you're changing the structure there, the way that we work together and the things that the industry does, to prepare mail and to transport mail to get it into the network, a lot of us have our businesses built around that and the models of that. And so if changes within that, I don't know what the new network's going to be. Is this going to be, 80 facilities that are one discount opportunity, or are we still going to have these multiple discount levels and being able to reach the home closer? Things like that, so that we have an opportunity in our businesses to kind of change along with it, or to offer in some feedback. A lot of us, as stakeholders and partners of the Postal Service for years, we have so much experience that we can bring to the table. And unfortunately, sometimes you get the impression he doesn't want to hear anybody tell him how to do his job, and I'm not trying to tell him how to do his job. I wouldn't know how to do that job. I just would like him to incorporate more of the voice of the customer in some of these things.
So help me understand on work-share. I think I understand conceptually what the rub is on that, but if you go, it sounded like you just perhaps suggested that if you do go to fewer facilities, are you saying that there are fewer opportunities for work-share discounts? Or
I don't know how that may change. Right now, there's a network created with different levels of entry, which have different work-share discounts associated with them. Is his vision to eliminate one, two, or all of those? Is it to increase that? You know, those are things that would change the way my business model is. The way that we prepare our mail, the way that, you know, we print and present for catalog customers. Anything there that would change, will the change in the network impact any kind of service standard changes? Will we need to have more lead time in front to be able to get the same amount of expected delivery time at home? Those kind of impacts.
I'm a former private equity CEO, and I've done restructuring of businesses. And anytime I do that, I get two groups of people involved. My employees, they got to get behind it, and my customers. And he's gotten the former group. He hasn't gotten the second group. So we don't know what we don't know, but we have 7.4 million Americans working, supporting the mailing industry. And we've built up that over years, capital investments, equipment and plants, locations of those plants, truck schedules. It goes up and down the line. So if you make any changes to the rules or the locations of your facilities, it is going to have an impact on us. We don't even know what the questions are because we don't know what it looks like. I guess that's the point we're trying to make. Could also be software requirements. Thank you. Good point.
Well, look, I mean, those are all fair points. I mean, I guess the foundational issue is that it doesn't sound like you have much more information than we have.
No, we don't.
And we don't have, I mean, I saw a cool diagram, and I got an explanation from the Postmaster General and some of his people about what this is, and tomorrow I'll get another one. But I doubt that that's going to be at the level of granularity that would really inform business decisions.
We want him to be super successful, so we're coming at it from that perspective. We just like to be a co-creator of the future, since we're the ones that are paying for it, and we're the ones that are dependent on it.
Okay.
And we're going to be in it a long time.
And we're going to be in it a long time.
All right, well, like I said, those sound like fair questions and points to me. Hamilton, feel free to get this to us, and we'll see.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go first at him because he was here for nice enough to come and spend some time with us. Unfortunately, we didn't get into this level of detail, so I did indicate to his office that I would be following up. So I'll start there, make your life a little easier, hopefully, and not need to come darken your door. But thank you for the offer.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'll follow your lead on that. Because look, you don't know what you don't know. We don't know what we don't know. So.
Right.
Okay.
How are you going to deal with the political blowback that if he goes from 500 facilities to 100 or 200 facilities, is that even doable in today's political world?
So TBD. I thought I understood things with this plan, and then after he actually did the talking, I wasn't so sure I understood. But not surprisingly, my first question was, you know, where's the pain going to come on this? When you start talking, look, I don't think it's cynical to say. I mean, when you start doing any kind of an efficiency effort, that always creates changes, and change creates concerns. And the most basic of those is, are you closing a plant here, there, or wherever, and you know, who's going to feel the pain? I don't feel confident enough yet in the level of information that they've given to me to be able to say one way or the other. And you know, I also realize that the answer that I get, we're going to have to pop the hood on that one too, and understand what that is. I will say, generally speaking, that the idea that was described to us would involve a lot of repurposing of facilities. Again, that was my initial understanding of this, that they have in many geographic areas, they have a great many, I'll call them smaller facilities that were built around the network intended to deliver a great deal of mail, and that's not really the case anymore, and so he's going to go to fewer with longer routes leading out of that. Okay, but then you still have all of these facilities. What are you going to do with them? You know, I guess I don't have, I initially was told that they would be repurposed. To what? I don't know. You know, they made a point of stressing that they were not going to close retail facilities and post offices, that they're dealing with other facilities kind of up the line, so to speak. But I can't say that that's definitively what's going to happen, and when and if it is not what happens, what's going to come from that. So we're still in the information gathering part of that too. But that, you know, again, trying to understand where the pain is going to come from on this, because that's going to drive what Mr. Comer is going to hear at the member level on this. You know, certainly with personnel issues, are you talking to the unions? Yes, he's talking to the unions. What have they said? Is there a lot of pushback on this? We certainly were not given the sense that there was pushback on it, but okay. I mean, at least he's talking to the unions, and I haven't heard anything yet on that, but I suspect if there are concerns from the unions, that I'll hear them tomorrow during the staff briefing. You know, some people, if there's a new footprint in their area, some people who used to have a very easy commute to work will now have a harder commute to work. People who had a hard commute to work will have an easier commute. So I don't know if it's going to come out in the wash. I tend to hear more about things from people who are unhappy than they are when they're happy. But it was couched in those types of terms. And so that's just to give you a kind of a level of understanding in terms of what we have been told at this point. But I don't consider those dispositive or complete reflections of potential issues with this. So
I think the bill was successful because there really wasn't anything objectionable to any of the major parties in there. And the unions were not major.
Oh, I know of one.
Well, I know one, yeah.
It's in Kentucky.
They're not in the room, but but it still didn't have, like I said, I don't want to complain, but it doesn't have everything. Are there discussions or thoughts about next opportunities? Their retirement money sitting over in the Treasury at less than 2%, right? Versus going in the thrift savings plan, opportunities of other federal employees at maybe like a 6% return?
We haven't talked about that. I mean, if that raises itself as an issue that we need to try to address or have to address, then stand by. But right now, nobody's talking about additional legislation on this. I think you hit the nail on the head. This is hard. I would say with only a little bit of flippancy that I'd rather try to make peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians than try to do another postal bill. But yeah, I mean, and you characterize it as, you know, nobody, well, almost nobody, had a major bone to pick with this. And, you know, I think that you can interpret that in a couple of different ways. The cynical way is to say that you didn't tackle the hard things. I would push back, and I'm not saying that that's the point that you're making, but it's certainly a point that others have made. You know, this might be background, it might be irrelevant, but I'll tell you anyways. When it came time to sit down and do this bill, it was surprising to me when we went out and we asked stakeholders for concrete ideas on the business side of the Postal Service, what could be done. And there wasn't a whole lot coming back. So there were certainly ideas about revisiting the universal service obligation. We certainly had people on our side who wanted to go after the collective bargaining agreements. I think both in their own way, those were political non-starters. You know, you're not going to get any union concessions that would be very negatively portrayed in the current political alignment that exists right now. And when it came to universal service, I mean, honestly, we did a 180 on that. I mean, we said in the bill that you got to deliver 6 days a week through an integrated delivery network. And before, the conversation, in Hamilton, you might have a different perspective on this, but I think it's fair to say that before, that's where the conversation started, is what kind of service are you going to pull back from? Are you going to go to 5-day? What are you going to do to deliver less service as part of a postal reform bill? And with DeJoy, we had a guy who said he didn't need that. So, believe me, we were happy to take him up on that. I don't know if it's an offer, but we were happy to go with that and not touch universal service, not touch the labor stuff. You know, you brought up a particular issue that just hasn't come up on our radar screen yet. If it's going to be a problem, I hope it doesn't, but well, I mean, I hope it doesn't become a problem, but if it's something that we got to address and look at, then we'll have to do it.
I think there are some opportunities for things that may get support. The movement of the $300 billion from the Treasury yield 2% to a thrift savings plan equivalent, so it at least keep up with its actuarial need, because it's not doing that today. And that's money we've paid in that's just being languished, if you will. Persistent overcharges from OPM on pension, CSRS particularly, that those should be returned to the Postal Service. Give them some of the wherewithal they need to make these capital investments. I think you may have Treasury or the administration upset about those ideas, but they make good business sense to us.
Yeah, I know. I don't know if I'm commingling issues. I definitely remember, though, there was a discussion around trying to get a higher rate of return for certain postal assets. I don't know if they're the specific ones that we're talking about here. I just don't remember. I'm certainly not speaking for the other side, but I definitely remember that there was pushback to that, and I just can't recollect exactly what it was.
Well, Treasury doesn't want it because they have a great source of low interest money. OPM doesn't want it because they're constantly trying to pull as much money in as they can from ratepayers. So there's some, but I think most of the postal industry would support it. I've talked to some Democrats that would support it. Some of the more conservative elements of the Republican Party don't want to entertain anything because they just don't like the idea of the Postal Service at all and think it should all be privatized. So it makes it hard. The dynamics make it hard.
Yeah, I mean, so, okay, on the argument behind it, I mean, to kind of come back to the initial question, no one's talking about more postal legislation right now. It doesn't mean that it won't happen. It doesn't mean that this kind of a thing couldn't be part of it if and when that does occur. But to your last point, that you open the door to this thing and then there's no telling where it goes. And, you know, there's no telling where it goes for good or
So
for bad.
your counsel is, hey, let some time play out. Let's see if DeJoy can accomplish the things he thinks he can. That may take a lot of pressure off. And, hey, guys, you might like that outcome better than if we get back involved.
Yeah, that's the main point.
Okay, thank you. I want to be respectful of your time. I don't know how much time you have left. We could talk all day on this point.
I can take a few more questions. I don't want to leave any fans disappointed.
Jim, I'm going to give Jim a microphone, please.
I'm just curious, how much is the Postal Service going to be saving as a result of the Postal Reform Act?
$56 billion on balance sheet adjustments.
$56 billion.
Is that your math?
Per year?
That's certain. No, that's
a one-time
certainly
adjustment.
In the ballpark. But I think it's important to make a distinction here. So yes, they are saving 56-ish billion. The way, in my mind, that I think about that, though, is that that's what I think of as balance sheet issues. They're off the hook for making payments that they weren't making. And with Medicare integration, you know, from memory, I mean, they're going to start saving.
About $2 billion a year.
In time, they're going to start saving, I'll say $2 billion in that ballpark a year. So not insignificant, but when it comes to the cash flow side, that's a different thing. I mean, the $2 billion a year will help, but it's not like all of a sudden
it's cured.
They went from losing, I don't know, $9 billion a year, $8 billion a year to now being in the black by tens of billions of dollars. I mean, very much.
Although if you recast the last 10 years and you remove the accelerated PAEA required prepayments for retiree health fund, they are pretty much break even on the operating income line and cash flow line. Well, not the cash flow, operating income line. So I think all the postal red ink that we were also concerned about is somewhat an artificial artifact, 90% plus, due to this pre-funding obligation. So now that that's been removed, it should, especially if we were to recast the financials, it might show us a different picture.
It might. And if you've got those numbers, I'd be happy to take a look at them. I'd be happy to take a look.
I think someone is trying to do that, so I'll follow up, see if I can find that.
I mean, right now, we're still very much under the impression, though, that even with PSRA, that, you know, this is an organization that's running very much in the red.
Yeah. And I think that that's true. We would agree with that. I mean, the USO obligation, which we've funded, it's a public benefit that ratepayers have funded, which is a beautiful thing. Unfortunately, I think we're getting to the limit of our ability to do that. And as rates continue to go up, mail continues to exit, those costs aren't going away. So at some point, that either means more red ink, redefining USO, or some sort of subsidy, public funded subsidy to cover the gap. I think those are our choices.
I think that's right. So we don't like that second option of the subsidy, because I think it absolutely does open the door. It does take us back to the model that existed before the PRA. It absolutely does. And before we go down that path, we want to see if Mr. DeJoy can do what he says.
We agree with that. The idea of being subject to annual appropriations is a nightmare.
I agree.
Other thoughts for Mr. Womack?
Sorry?
Yeah.
Thank you for yours. Appreciate it.
And we're a resource. We obviously are deep in postal issues. And
lucky ducks.
I know. You can cry for us later. But anytime we can help you guys run down things, respond to what we see, we want to be helpful and transparent.
I think that's very useful. It is. I'm repeating myself, but I mean, you guys get the joke. I mean, there's no way. I don't know it. I know what you all do at the highest of levels.
Oh, you're managing a lot of things, not just this. So.
Yeah, and then I could spread that across, well, really on oversight. Ultimately, that's everything, given our purview. Not to legislate, but to oversee. For example, next week we'll be doing a hearing on the Washington Commanders football team. So that just gives you an idea that it really is anything at any time. So, look, this is what I will ask. Share your observations, share your concerns. Help us understand. I mean, I was trying to do that today, but the easier you can make it for us to understand at certainly not a nano level what's up, but enough to be able to pop, I keep using the term pop the hood, but to connect the dots between, okay, this guy wants to do a new delivery network, sounds good to us, but what else? I mean, we're just not going to know. So if you share that information with us, if you give us the straight scoop on things, then we're more than happy to do what we can to take those into account. I mean, we never promise a result. I can't promise a result on that, but it does help. I mean, there's a line that we are walking here between wanting to allow a man who says he can do what seems, I'm not going to say it's impossible, but I am going to say it looks
tough.
Pretty darn hard to me.
Right.
To let him do those things that in his judgment he needs to do with not letting them roll us on stuff.
When, as I said earlier, we want him to be super successful. The stuff that we've heard so far, the business person in me says, that's the right stuff. He's going after it. And so we have to support him. I've asked him, he basically said, trust me, 5 or 10 years from now, you're going to love it. I said, okay, gulp. How do I know what kind of milestones or mileposts should we be looking for to know that you're going to get to the promised land? And oh, by the way, unless you're going to stay for 10 years, how are you going to make sure you ensconce these trajectories and directions into an organization and your successor will follow through on them?
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. I don't know, all the questions that are coming into my mind, I feel are almost indiscreet, but I mean, so what I'll say is this. I mean, I've heard the concern in the past that you know, the intake of stakeholder input has been less than what folks would want or would hope for. I mean, nobody has a monopoly on good ideas, even though, you know, we're talking about an individual who is very successful, it seems, in the logistics business and does bring the kind of vision and intent to this task. And let's give credit where it's due. That guy has got a thick skin.
Yes.
But no one has all the answers.
Well, I used to tell my executive team, if you listen and do everything your customers tell you to do, you go out of business. If you don't listen to anything or do anything your customers tell you to do, you go out of business. And we've got to figure out that sweet spot between.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a fair sentiment. They're fair comments. I mean, as we can help on those, because they're questions that we want to know too. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, well, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time and effort. And